It's 2020 Sports, brought to you by Peter & Company Jewelers in Avon Lake, where Cleveland goes to get engaged. Well, we'll see if it becomes official before they hit the practice field this afternoon, but reports of the Browns coming to terms with Pro Bowler Denzel Ward, 2-year contract extension, $62.2 million. It includes $52.3 million of that being guaranteed money. Ward would be under contract through 2029. Ward becomes the highest paid defensive back in NFL history. The average salary, $31.1 million this season. Now, after veterans reported to Berea on Tuesday, today is the day the Browns have their first full squad practice at training camp. The biggest storyline, of course, who's going to be the starting quarterback, Deshaun Watson or Shedeur Sanders. Watson took to Instagram this week to let folks know he is prepared and raring to go.
Getting the body, getting the movement right, make sure that I'm at my peak going into training camp, getting ready for the season. Body, mentally, physically, spiritually, emotionally, everything in the right space. And I'm constantly just building every day. So I'm locked in, I'm ready.
Before practice today, we'll hear from some players during the 12 o'clock hour. Then live, 12:50, new head coach Todd Monken right here on 92.3 The Fan. Not the start former Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski was hoping for training camp with Atlanta when it comes to his quarterbacks. Tua Tagovailoa, he's dealing with a sore back, so he's not practicing yet. Michael Penix, he's not ready to fully go at practice because of a knee injury. So because of all this, reports say the Falcons going to be signing veteran quarterback Cooper Rush. Guardians going to try to take 2 of 3 in Cincinnati tonight as their series wraps up at Great American Ballpark. Following Monday's rain-out, the club split a day-night doubleheader on Tuesday. Guardians won the opener 6-5, but then lost the nightcap 2-0 despite Gavin Williams striking out 12. Tonight, Joey Cantillo gets the start. He is 8-6, a 4.02 ERA. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
We're the only station in Cleveland where you can talk defending division champion Guardians at 6 a.m. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Congratulations, Denzel Ward. Local guy. Already well off, you would assume. Gets even more well off. And, you know, it couldn't happen to a more productive and, I'll say, a nicer guy. Welcome to Baskin and Phelps. I'm Jeff Phelps. Andy Baskin, not in today. Dan Mennigan behind the glass, but sitting in the Baskin chair today. Mr. Professor Emeritus from the Associated Press.
Isn't it the Baskin throne?
Man about town. Guy, you want to know about sports in Northeast Ohio? Tom Withers is your guy.
Thank you.
Tom, it's good to have you here.
I'll be here for 4 hours. Good to see you, Jeff.
You didn't
Good to
get
see
the memo?
you, Dan.
You're in the afternoon show, too.
Okay.
Tom will be here for 8 hours today.
I can hear radios clicking off across the region.
Here come the Browns.
Here they
Training camp starts today. Congratulations.
supposed to bark, aren't I?
Todd Monken is going to join us there's no barking on our show. 12:50, Todd Monken's press conference. We will hear it
I wonder
right
what
here
he'll
on the
be
Fan.
asked about.
Let's see.
After the Denzel Ward contract.
Say, Todd, what'd you think about Denzel's contract, first of all? When are you going to name a starting quarterback?
Yeah.
Will that be the second or the third
We
question?
should take a poll on who asks the quarterback question first.
Yeah.
It's either going to be Jeff Shedell interrupting somebody's question about it, or I love Jeff.
Jeffrey, we love you.
Yeah, or Tony Grossi might go there quickly.
Could be Mary Kay going right for it.
Yeah, I mean, it is the listen.
It's the topic of training
it is
camp.
the topic du jour for weeks now.
Yeah.
I think it's going to go quicker than we expect, though, Jeff. I do think that Monken's going to come around to naming a starter quicker than expected. I think we'll go through maybe one exhibition game, and I think he's going to want to get it done. So I'm sure we can touch on that for a while here.
Yeah, we'll get into that. I would think you don't want to drag that out.
No.
And to me, Tom, if you drag it out, it means this. Nobody looks really good.
That's possible.
I think that's a problem. If you drag it out, it's like, oh my God, this is what I have.
And we'll touch on this. I would caution people to keep in mind that what you see on the field is just part of the equation. And I think people get so caught up in, the camp reps and who's doing what. And that was an overthrow and there's an incompletion and why is he checking down and all that. A lot of this stuff is going to have to do with, Jeff, what's he doing in the classroom? What's he doing in the locker room? What's he doing in the lunchroom? Who is the leader of this team? All those
people don't want to hear that either.
No,
Tom.
I know,
Yeah.
that's okay. They can, we'll
But we know what goes into it.
jam it down their throats if we have to.
Yes, we will.
Whatever it takes.
Yes, we will. We're going to get into that here coming up in just a bit. Denzel Ward,
2-year extension.
terrific player,
Yeah.
gets a 2-year extension. That's all well and good. What's really well and good is $50+ million guaranteed.
Hello, who's buying lunch today?
It's not you. It's not me. Apparently, on the 2 years that he had left on his deal, and Denzel had 2 years left, but no guaranteed money.
Right.
And now you tack on 2 more years. That means he's under contract through the 2029 season. So he should be under contract into the Dome. There you go.
There you go.
And at least from what we've learned so far, we don't necessarily know all the contractual details yet. But if that's the case, Tom, that's going to be a seriously punitive cap hit and everything else if, by chance, Denzel loses it and they want to trade him, or he loses it and they want to cut him.
Yeah.
Whatever. It almost assures that Denzel will be here for the next 4 years.
Right, and you don't want to think about those
No, you don't.
draconian aspects of this, but it is the reality of the NFL, and guys
that
get hurt,
position.
and guys fall off, whatever. Yeah, but from a positive spin standpoint, Jeff, as you said before, good guy, local guy, Nordonia High School, Ohio State, has been a productive player. It was funny yesterday, his name came up. I was out, and somebody mentioned something about Ward and said, he's a heck of a player. He just gets hurt all the time. That's not true.
No.
He's played at least 12 games, I think, every year of his career and has been insanely productive. I would consider him one of the top 5 cornerbacks in the league.
I would agree.
Now that
He'll play this year at 29.
There you go.
So cornerbacks, when you hit 30, you always keep an eye on them. But this would mean he's under contract in what could be a really difficult salary cap situation.
Right.
Until he's 32.
Yeah, and he's learned over the years, Jeff, as we know, he had the concussions. He's kind of learned how to play the position a little bit differently, right? Hey, they don't throw to his side of the field half the time, which is all you can say about a guy, right? Because there's the argument that he doesn't make enough plays. Well, they're not throwing him the ball, and there's a reason for that. So he is making plays. He's forcing everything to the other side. I think the other part of the equation here too, Jeff, to keep in mind is that this defense needs a leader. And, Carson Schlesinger is probably the next guy to take on that role. In the interim, this is Denzel Ward's defense in many ways. I mean, he's the long-standing veteran of this group, right, who's played at a high, at a Pro Bowl level, all-pro level for several years now. And with Myles Garrett gone, he kind of picks up the mantle there.
And one aspect of this, Tom, that I think is real critical, as you said, it's his defense. He's the leader of that defense. He's clearly now, at least for now, maybe Carson Schlesinger, maybe Jared Verse, maybe Mason Graham. Right now, Denzel's the best player on that defense.
No doubt.
It answers the thought that as soon as Myles Garrett was traded, well, Denzel's next.
Yeah, right.
They're unloading.
That was an assumption.
They're unloading guys. Denzel's going to be out of here because he's, pushing 30 and no guaranteed money and blah, 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 blah. Well, he's not going anywhere. And that's really good because if to me, there are 2 most important positions on the defensive end, getting to the quarterback, and corner.
I don't disagree with
I mean,
you.
those are the things you have to have.
Yeah, I know Dan's a big defensive tackle guy, but we can get into that too. I think it's it's a positive sign for the franchise, Jeff, from the standpoint that we've talked for years about, the Browns throwing money at problems, right? This is not a problem, right? This is a good situation. This is a positive situation. So, yeah, good for Denzel, rewarded justly. And I think the only thing that kind of caught me a little off guard was just the timing. And I guess I shouldn't be surprised about that because it is the beginning of camp, right? He did miss some of the workouts in mini camp, which I know raised some eyebrows, right? To your point about whether or not he might have been on the trade block or not. So, I think this is good. I think this may soon be followed by Grant Delpit getting his contract extension. So keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, there's some buzz there. If you have a defensive backfield of Denzel, Tyson Campbell, who's a different style of corner, and I thought came in and did a nice job last year.
Terrific.
I like Tyson Campbell, and he's under contract. Grant Delpit, who there's rumblings, as you just mentioned, Tom, might he be getting a contract soon. Ronnie Hickman. And then you drafted Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, and they like Miles Harden. So right there, just listing off 6 quickly, you've got 6 defensive backs who they're pretty high on, and I'd say they're pretty high on them for pretty good reason.
Pretty solid group, yeah. Maybe lacking a little depth there, and there's some inexperience. But, yeah, a group you can definitely work with, Jeff.
And you hope to bring some guys along.
No doubt.
Which gives Mike Rutenberg, I would think, what's the best word to describe it? Just a little security.
Comfort, yeah.
Just a little.
I'm with you.
You know, it's like, okay, I've got a good defensive backfield. I have Carson Swessinger, who I really like at linebacker. Verse on the defensive line. All right, he's not Miles, but he's pretty dang good. And then we invested in defensive tackles each of the last 2 years. Alex Wright came on. I would think if you're Mike Rutenberg today, you're thinking, okay, you did me a solid.
He'll still have some sleepless nights getting ready for Joe Burrow and
I would think so,
and Chase and that group. But to your point, I do think it's a nice starting point for him, and a defense that doesn't necessarily know his system, but played at Jim Schwartz's for the last couple of years in a very aggressive style. That group is going to that unit is going to carry this team again, Jeff, until this offense really makes strides, and that's going to be that's going to take a little bit of time.
Yeah, a lot of young guys there, and
a lot of young guys are going to have to really lean on too. That's the other part of it. It's one thing to be young, but then to be asking a lot of these young guys is going to be a big deal.
Yeah, they have first or second year players who are going to have to produce
immediately. Yeah,
good luck.
Exactly.
And Tom, realistically, if half of the first or second year players at the skill position on offense produce, congratulations.
I was going to say that's an A+.
It really is.
Yeah.
And you're counting on a ton of those guys.
But and especially, I'm sorry to interrupt.
No.
You really need the left tackle. I mean, Fano's got to step in immediately and be not only productive but be able to hold down that position. That's a big ask, I think, Jeff. And I think there's going to be some ups and downs there. That's just with all due respect to him, I don't see another Joe Thomas there necessarily right now. And I hope he proves me wrong, but. There's going to be some ups and downs there. And, with the skill guys, there's going to be drops. There's going to be miscommunications, all those kinds of things. So before we even get to the quarterback, we got to have those young guys at those key spots playing well.
Fano, to me, is a guy to keep an eye on. That sounds stupid because he was the 9th overall pick. He was their big investment. We talked about rookies the last couple of days because, when they get drafted, we talk about the rookies – and then you forget all about them. So we wanted to refresh everybody and then talk about how they fit in and where they might, where it might work and everything. It was interesting to see again, and I appreciate the Browns, and Andrew Berry came out and said it right away. He's our left tackle. Yep. We view him as a left tackle. He's going to play left tackle. He's played left tackle for 1 year in his life.
Yeah.
He was a right tackle in high school, and he was a right tackle all but his first year in college. And I thought, okay, I'm assuming you're pretty sure he can go over there and play well. And I won't say it's an assumption, Tom, because if you're a good offensive lineman, I would assume you'll be at least competent.
Absolutely.
On the left side.
Yeah.
But I just wonder, okay, is he going to answer the question for you? Yep, we have our left tackle for the next 5 to 10 years. And I think it's fair to wonder. I think it's fair to wonder that, just based on the fact that, okay, it's not really the position you've ever really played.
Right.
1 year, and then you moved. But you moved because you had, was it Lomu who came in there? Mm-hmm. And so you had 2 really good tackles, both of them really highly drafted. But I can't wait to see him there. And if I had to bet your money, Menigan's money, I wouldn't bet my money. I would bet he does just fine.
I think he'll do fine as well. And he's going to have George Warhop there, who's a well-regarded coach working with him. Mm-hmm. The backup situation is better with DeJuan Jones, who, from all appearances during mini camp in the spring, looks healthy, looks leaner. Knock on wood, he can stay healthy, but he's already shown that he can be more than serviceable at that spot or on the right side if they have to swing him there. So I'm with you, Jeff. It's gonna, there's gonna be some growing pains at that position, but he's a first-round draft pick for a reason. They see upside there, they see stability there, and you got to hope you can plug him in there for the next, like you said, 5 to 10 years.
Big day. Browns starting training camp. They'll be on the field. They'll be speaking with the media. They'll be heard right here on 92.3 The Fan. Players are going to start talking at noon. Fingers crossed. I'd love to hear from Denzel Ward today.
Let's do it.
So hopefully Denzel's situation is taken care of. He's all signed up, and they bring him out and let him talk about his contract extension. How does that extension sit with you, folks? On one hand, I love it. Tom loves it. He's a great player. Been a good guy. Love to see a local guy get rewarded. He'll also be 32 in the final year of this expensive deal and he's at a position where guys don't necessarily age well.
Yeah, I'm okay with that, though. 32 is still young, Jeff. You and I.
Oh, is it ever? What do you think of that, folks? 216-474-0092. And by the way, your Guardians have scored, they've been shut out in 3 of their last 4 games.
Ouch.
It's Baskin and Phelps. Withers in for Baskin.
think Shohei's doing okay. Last night against Seattle with 3 hits, including a solo home run, and would drive in 3. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
10:50 today. Excuse me, 12:50 today. 12:50. Todd Monken's press conference. I was just so anxious to hear from the head coach of the Cleveland Browns. I wanted to move it up a couple of hours, but we're not. 12:50 before practice. Todd Monken will speak. We hope to hear from Denzel Ward. We'll find out if Denzel speaks today. If not, it'll be sometime soon, as he gets a contract extension today and about $50 million plus guaranteed. Congratulations. It's not like the guy who won the Mega Millions drawing in Florida, which was $800 million, but it's still pretty good. Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Tom Withers in for Andy today. Dan is behind the glass doing his thing. That'd be Mr. Mennigan. And Meredith Kane is taking your phone calls at 216-474-0092. Grant Delpit with a contract extension perhaps on the way. Stay tuned for that. And now Denzel gets his. That's outstanding. Key young pieces on that defense, key veteran pieces on that defense, now under contract. So Mike Rutenberg, coach them up and let's see what you have. On the other side of the ball, Tom, we just touched on it for a second. And quarterback, we're going to get to that. But you have Harold Fannin. You have Joe Royer at tight end, second year, first year. You have Jerry Jeudy, veteran, wide receiver. You have Isaiah Bond, second year, who got a late start in his first year. So that then you have Casey Concepcion, you have Denzel Boston. At running back, you have 2 second-year guys, Quinshon Judkins, Dylan Sampson, 3, Rocket Sanders. You want to throw him in. You have young skill position guys. That can sometimes be a problem. Is it a concern for you?
Yeah, it is. However, I do like this group a lot. Jeff, I think there's some diamonds in the rough, so to speak, there. You and I have both been aligned on Denzel Boston. I was a big fan of his in college. I just felt like he checked all the boxes that I thought Cedric Tillman had checked a few years ago, right?
Until Cedric got dinged up and didn't mesh with whoever was at quarterback, not named Jameis.
And you're right. I'm not giving up on Cedric either, by the way.
I like him.
I do too. But Denzel is just the kind of player that I thought the Browns really lacked over the last couple of years. I mean, Amari Cooper kind of filled that role for a little while, right? Good route runner, good hands, good size, good target, all those kinds of things. So I think he's really going to be one to keep an eye on. I do expect Fannin to build off of last year in this offense under Todd Monken and probably become their leading receiver. I think they're going to get the ball into his hands as much as they possibly can. A little bit like what they did with Njoku at times, which is just throw short and let him do his thing, right? I think he's as good down the field as he is underneath. Where
we saw that with Fannin a lot last year in Stefanski's offense.
Absolutely.
Just throw him a little screen pass and
let him do his thing, yeah. See if you can tackle him, right? So I think that's good. We've talked a lot about how Todd Monken ran that offense down in Baltimore. Now, obviously, it's a very different quarterback situation than you had in Baltimore, but some similar skill players, right? I mean, I think you can see, Fannin is kind of like I'm not going to throw him in the Mark Andrews category.
More like Isaiah Likely was,
but more like Likely, exactly. So I think there's some comparisons to be made there, but I'm with you, Jeff. I think there's some inexperience there, but there's some intriguing inexperience there. And as we mentioned earlier, they're going to be asking these young kids to do a lot early. And God knows that this offense needs to take a substantial jump. I mean, there were so many times last year where it was unwatchable. I mean, other than, in terms of like explosive plays, especially.
16.4 points a game doesn't do it for you.
Is that what it was? Is that what it ended up being? Yeah, it was bad.
Second to last.
And I mean, there were weeks there where you felt like if Judkins didn't break a tackle or 2 or 5 and take off on a 40-yard run, how are they going to make plays downfield, right? So I think there's going to be much more opportunity for that here. I'm really intrigued, Jeff. I mentioned to you off the air, Isaiah Bond is a guy to me, and you had mentioned it, that he got a late start here last year, right? Signed late, the whole thing. I thought there were times last year where he was open downfield and they just couldn't get him the ball. And so I think there's something there. I think Monken is going to find a way to utilize his speed along with Concepcion's speed. So, yeah, I'm with you. It's an interesting group.
The thing to me, Tom, in watching it last year, and I thought the same thing about Isaiah Bond. He had some moments that made you think, well, that could have worked. That should have worked. This guy looks like he can do something.
Yeah.
And was it the offensive line? Was it the quarterback play? Whatever it was, it didn't work. But I also thought he was one of a very few guys that you thought, well, if you get him the ball, maybe you can do something with it.
So true.
Fanning came on.
Yeah.
Quinshawn then got hurt. But behind them, there didn't seem to be much depth.
Right.
Now, I give Andrew Berry credit because I've hated the wide receiver crew for a long time. It just overall, there just weren't enough.
No, there weren't.
And now I think you have some safety in numbers, and that's a really good thing. And as we both just said, we both like Cedric Tillman. That's 5 deep then at wide receiver.
Yeah.
Cedric's going to have to go out and win a job.
Yeah.
But they're suddenly 5 deep at wide receiver. And last year I thought they were 1 deep with my fingers crossed on Bond and Tillman.
Yeah.
Because Cedric had the injury issues and the concussion stuff, and Isaiah got a late start and was a rookie. Yeah. Well, I think Boston is going to be effective as a rookie, and I hope Concepcion is. But there are at least 5 guys there. And then in the backfield, all right, Quinshawn's back. He's healthy. Second-year guy. Dylan Sampson, I think we'll see more of this year.
I do too.
Especially,
I think they'll throw him the ball a little bit and get him out in space.
I think so too. And I threw this out, earlier in the week. Okay, Derrick Henry was the man in Baltimore, and Todd Monken knew that and made sure he got the ball. But there were times that Derrick didn't get, a couple of games where he disappeared. And I know folks in Baltimore are like, why did he not get carries in the second half of this game?
Remember that guy, 27, the giant over there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he used Justice Hill a lot. And when he was healthy, he used Keaton Mitchell a lot. And I would think Sampson could have that kind of a role. And then let's see what they do with Royer. But if behind or even with Harold Fannin. But it just now, to me, Tom, instead of like, well, this guy has to be the guy. Well, you got numerous guys who could be playmakers on this offense.
I'm with you.
And that's stunning to see.
Back to Bond for a second. Last year when they were struggling so bad, and Scott Petrak, friend of show, used to laugh at me all the time.
Mondays at 11.
Monday, there you go. There's a plug. I'm a big jet sweep guy, Jeff. I love that play. I love any chance when you have a speedy kind of player to get the ball in the backfield and make some plays, right?
Yeah.
And I kept expecting Stefanski to throw some kind of a wrinkle out there with Bond because he was the one guy who had, breakaway speed, right? Sure. And I think we saw maybe 1 or 2 of those plays all year, which kind of drove me crazy. I'm not saying it's something you lean on, but it's at least, a fallback or what have you. But I am intrigued by Bond. He's, while we talk about these 2 rookies, I really see him as a guy that maybe feels a little threatened by those rookies as well. And he's going to have to show what he can do.
Yeah. And, you think about, and it's with so many young guys now, but Bond played big-time football at Texas. Concepcion was at Texas A&M.
And Alabama, by the way.
Yes.
Played at both.
Yes. Yep. Boston was at Washington.
Yep.
And,
these
guys come from big backgrounds. They're used to big environments. I expect them to walk in the door
Jeff? And we
close
should,
to ready.
And we should, sorry to interrupt, we should for a second talk about Jerry Jeudy and how these inexperienced guys or how he's going to benefit from having these young guys maybe taking a little bit of the pressure off of him. Not that
Jerry was the only threat you had to worry about.
He was. So everybody game planned for him, right? Accordingly.
I would hope that with other talent at the wide receiver group, defenses aren't just completely looking at Jerry Jeudy and trying to shut him down.
Right.
And if that's the case, maybe we see a Jerry Jeudy that we've seen in small doses this year. We see more of it this year. Maybe.
Let's go.
Maybe we'll find out. Yeah. Diane is in Cleveland. Hey, Diane, welcome.
Well, hello. How are you guys?
We're well. How are you today?
I'm doing okay.
It's the start of training camp, Diane. They're on the field. Here we go.
Thank you.
I know. I am so excited. I'm cautiously optimistic.
What are you most optimistic about?
The wide receivers.
Okay.
And just our defense. I think Jared Verse, he's no Myles Garrett, but I think, he's going to be a good addition to the defense. And I'm very happy for Denzel signing, the contract, the extension.
It's nice to see good players and good people get rewarded, Diane.
Yes, definitely. So you guys will be hearing a lot more from me. It's football season.
Well, we're excited to hear. Just write down the number. Put it speed dial in your phone, okay?
Oh, no, it's already in my phone.
Nice. That's not what we're talking about. Diane, thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day, guys.
And you. See,
This is the week for cautious optimism, isn't it? Right? Until we get everybody out in the field, and you're like, oh boy.
Until about
What are we gonna
October, you're allowed to be optimistic.
No, you are, and that is,
reality sets in about October 1st.
right. Today's
One way or the other.
Today's the equivalent of the opening of spring training, right? Everybody feels good. Hey, we can win the Super Bowl this week. So, to your point, Jeff, I think there are a lot of young guys to be excited about. I mean, there's no question about it. Like you said, there's at least some depth there to look at. You're not counting on one guy to kind of carry the load, so to speak.
If
And
Jerry Jeudy didn't do it last year, Tom, you weren't getting any play at wide receiver, as it turned out.
Correct.
And if Quinshawn wasn't in there, you weren't getting the same type of production from anybody else. And Harold Fannin was terrific. He's the one guy who you could say, okay, that was really good, but you could make the argument David Njoku didn't have his best season. David's not here anymore.
Right.
I always liked David. I always thought he was underutilized myself.
I tend to agree. Jeff, let's not forget the year that Judkins had last year without a training camp.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, that's true.
I mean, he was,
Like Bond.
way behind when he got out there and quickly made up for all the weeks that he had missed. The thing about Judkins that I'm interested to see is the way he runs this year. That
After a big injury.
big injury. And, I've said this on this program before, you got to fight for the next, you got to live for the next down sometimes, right? And we saw Quinshawn trying to make an impression last year, which you love, except that you can't do that in the NFL, right? This is not, you're not playing Illinois. These are the Baltimore Ravens.
What are you
and
saying
the Pittsburgh.
about Doug Deacons fighting the Illini?
That's no knock in the Illini. I'll throw Northwestern out there and get in trouble with all the Wildcat alumni that I know. But the point being that you've got to be able to preserve yourself, right? And I think that's part of what we were just talking about, Jeff, with inexperienced players. It's something you have to learn. You have to learn how to play at a pro level and get your body right every single week. Not that it's, there's not a huge difference between that and the Big Ten, but there's enough of one that you better learn or you're going to find yourself on the sideline.
That's one of the things I like about the man that Todd Monken coached the last several years, Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
Derrick is just a physical freak, but also knows, okay, I can hit this guy or I can step out of bounds. There are two guys who are, have me wrapped up. I think I'm going to go down here rather than continue to throw elbows and try and fight. You've got to be smart.
Going back in the day, I remember Franco Harris used to get, ripped all the time for running out of bounds. But it's the reason he stayed around for like 15 years, right? He knew when to cut it loose.
I'd rather have a healthy guy for 16 or 17 games
Amen.
Than a guy who, beats on other guys for 12 games.
And sadly, that's the variable, Jeff, that no one knows, right? It's all injuries, right? I mean, look at last year at this time. We're heading into training camp with potentially Kenny Pickett as your starting quarterback, right?
Yeah.
And how quickly that changed due to a hamstring pull, like on a random Tuesday in August.
Never even saw the guy.
No.
Never saw the guy.
So that's how quickly things can change in the NFL.
Tom just mentioned quarterbacks.
Hey.
All right, we will. Next on Baskin and Phelps.
The preseason story.
Head over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Hey, 11:20 today. Our Browns radio play-by-play man, Andrew Siciliano, is going to join us right here on The Fan. Joining us right now, playing the role of Andy Baskin. No understudy here. It's Mr. Tom Withers.
Hello.
Dan Mennigan's behind the glass.
The veterans are reporting today.
Yeah, isn't that the truth? Literally. All right, shall we?
Okay. Here we go.
We've danced around it for a little while. We don't want to dance around it forever. Todd Monken was brought here because they wanted to do something different with the offense, and they wanted to see if they could get anything out of the quarterbacks who are here, Tom. And then on top of it, you draft another quarterback, which, Andrew, thank you very much. Love the idea of Taylor Green, but that's another story.
Had to be done, though. You needed some more, right? You got to get one and see what you can get. See what you can do with it.
Until you have one, you got to keep looking. And they don't have one. Or do they?
Yeah, they've got – I think they got one. And I just don't know what that one means and for how long that one is the one, right? I think the offseason – the lack of offseason moves aside from drafting a quarterback in the 6th round.
In the 6th round. And Tom, my line from last year carries over. You don't draft your franchise quarterback in the 3rd, 5th, or 6th rounds, unless you get really lucky. 100%. So let's keep that in mind.
I thought the lack of offseason moves at the position indicated that it's all about the 2027 draft.
Agreed.
And
completely.
Obviously they have,
especially after the Miles trade.
Yeah, and especially now that they have the assets to really make a move there, right? So you get
there will be somebody on the board there.
Oh my God!
Even when they pick. Let's assume the Browns have a better season and end up 15th in the draft. There will probably still be a quarterback there.
I would think so too. Now, I mean, once again though, Jeff, we're all evaluating this 2027 quarterback class like it's the next, coming
next big group.
And by the time we get
just
to March,
don't say the name Lenora Sellers to me, or I might start drooling.
Okay, and then by the time we get to March, we'll all be like, this quarterback class just did not pan out, and we will dissect them and pick out every single flaw that they have. So, yeah, to me, it's still all about next year. So
with that in mind,
what is your bridge to get you there? So now you come into a couple different arguments here, right? Is it, if you're a Browns fan, are you hoping for the Deshaun Watson comeback story? Maybe.
Wouldn't we love to see it?
Wouldn't we? I mean, and let's see, right?
Although contractually, I don't know what that does for you.
I don't know.
At the end of this year,
put you in a bigger problem.
My gosh.
Yeah, that could be. That said, though, that would be welcomed, wouldn't it? Would the Shedeur Sanders continues to ascend and becomes your franchise quarterback? That'd be a slam dunk for everybody. You'd love to see that happen. I don't know if it's possible or not, but we shall see. And then there's the rub here, though, Jeff, of, to your point, do you want to pick 15th next year or do you want to pick 5th, right? So how many wins do you want to see this team actually win this year that may take you out of an opportunity to finally land that franchise quarterback? So a lot of things at play here. Today is day one. I'm sure Todd, I'm really interested to see, by the way, how Todd answers or doesn't answer or addresses the quarterback situation. He may come out right away and say, okay, let's talk about the elephant outside here under the tent and get it out of the way and say, here's what we're going to do. I think you're going to hear him every day, by the way, Jeff, say both guys look good. I think he'll go out of his way to compliment both guys as often as he possibly can. And we'll see how it shakes out. And I think it is actually a true competition. I do have Deshaun Watson with a slight lead here, a slight edge, to become the starter as of day one. I do think Shedeur made up some ground in the spring, and we'll see where it goes.
Tom, best case scenario. is this to me, and I know Dan, you feel the same way. Chime in on this. Best case scenario, and because he's right now higher in the pecking order, Shedeur goes out, blows everybody away, and
Wins
he's
the
the
job.
starting quarterback, and he flat out wins the job.
I'm with you.
Because you control him contractually, and if he can play at a high level, that's better.
It eliminates all those scenarios that I just talked about.
It sure
Sorry
does.
to interrupt. Yeah.
So that's best case scenario. That's it. Now it's just a matter of can he go out and do that. Dylan Gabriel's a buried guy, and Taylor Green is nothing but a project that makes me smile every time I think about it. But he's not in this. And as much as my dream scenario is Taylor Green comes out and blows everybody away, that's not happening in this situation.
I'm glad you're admitting it before you come home to a chair in a circle.
Jeff, it's always good
and
to
all
dream.
of us telling you how
sure
much we
is.
love you.
It's always good to dream.
Tom, 6'6", big arm, runs like absolute crazy, makes big plays.
Find a spot for him. They may. He could be a little gadget guy. You never know.
It's the dream scenario for me. If the guy was really good, he's not on the board in the 6th round.
But unlikely. Correct.
So that's all you need to know. If Shedeur can do it, Dano, that's ideal because then you maybe have a quarterback moving forward. I honestly can't. I can't imagine how well he would have to play. If Deshaun does it, I still don't know if you sign him up for another contract.
No, I don't think you do.
I don't
think
either.
You get out from underneath that.
And you move on.
So
but Tom, in that situation, how well would Shedeur have to play to make the Browns not think what you think, not think what I think, not think what Dan thinks? They're going to get a quarterback in the 2027 draft.
It's almost an impossible task for him.
I think
Jeff,
so too.
Because you're asking him to outperform an 8-year veteran who at one time, and I know it's been several years now, who at one time though was regarded as one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the league.
Yeah.
So
we haven't seen that guy here.
No, we haven't. We've
seen some real small glimpses where he did an okay job.
There was a half in
here.
Baltimore. Yeah. But other than that, there were. Now, in fairness to him, the injury thing is, what are you going to do, right? He fractures his shoulder. He ruptures his Achilles. He does it again. However that happened. Is one thing. I will give him credit in that he could have easily walked away, Jeff, right? It's guaranteed money.
Yeah.
Could have easily folded the tent and gone home. And has decided to work hard to try to get his name back and have some kind of a legacy and have some kind of a career.
Seems like he wants to play.
So,
Tom.
I think there's something admirable about that, however you feel about the guy on a personal level. And and there's been so much baggage and there's been so much talk. And it seems like this story has been around for a decade when it's only been 4 or 5 years, right?
And Tom, if he had come in, we all know the off the field stuff.
Yeah.
Okay? If he had come in with all that off the field stuff, but played really, really well here, Browns fans wouldn't have paid.
It would have been minimized or forgotten. Absolutely.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It would have never been forgotten.
Right.
I don't think completely.
Right.
But it would have been so minimized that it wouldn't have ever been an issue again.
Well, and the other thing too is,
but add that to the bad play and the injuries, and it's just and all the talk that it's the worst trade ever made, and probably is.
And then add that to the fact that this franchise has been seeking this person to take over this position for damn near 3 decades now, right? I mean, it's gone on for far too long. And then factoring in that he's constantly on social media and kind of trying to build back whatever reputation he lost, both on the field and off. So. Listen, I think if you're a Browns fan, you got to hope for any of those scenarios that I mentioned before, Jeff. And I agree with you and Dan. The best case scenario for this team is for 12 to go out there to continue to build off the momentum that he got this spring.
Now 2. By the way.
No, I'm sorry, 2.
Now 2.
I take it back,
Tom. They sold too many.
Still 12.
They sold too many 12 jerseys. The number 2 jerseys. They're coming on now. Come on, we know the deal.
My bad. And
nothing that a little white masking tape won't take care of.
You want to see him shine this summer, and I hope I hope for Browns fans that both of them play well, right? And they get into a situation where it becomes a harder choice than it seems to be at the moment.
I have a feeling this is going to end up being Shedeur. I disagree with both of you on this one. Because I think the problem is if it's close, then the thumb goes on the scale. Like if it's within shouting distance of the two of them, the thumb goes on a scale. Guys, keep in mind, between Houston...
You're making an assumption there.
I agree, too.
Well, no kidding. We're all making assumptions. We're not in the rooms.
But I don't think shouting distance is possible.
I think shouting distance could be possible.
Okay, all right.
Gentlemen, keep in mind...
Yeah, Dan, I saw him play last year.
So did I.
So did you. I know. There were some moments, but you got to give the young guy the benefit of the doubt and think that, okay, second year, same thing we said about Quinshawn and Isaiah Bond and everybody else, that
playing behind a bad line, all the other variables.
And I'm hopeful, Dano, but I don't know, man.
It was 700 days when Deshaun Watson...
Is that a song? It was 700 days.
Sounds like one.
I mean, 400 days gets you into Bob Marley and the Wailers territory, which I'm always here for. But it was 700 days by the time Deshaun Watson left the Houston Texans and then made his debut in a Browns uniform. That was 700 days. Right now, this is courtesy of our buddy Jason Lloyd. If Deshaun Watson steps foot on the field week 1 for the against Jacksonville, it will be 693 days.
Since the Cincinnati
game,
right, October of 24.
693 days. And we're all looking at each other the first time talking about, it's going to be rusty, it's going to be ugly, all of these different things in between there. We're now adding a second one of those on top of the fact that the last time we saw this guy play quarterback, he couldn't read a defense. And his brain was not moving fast enough to keep up with the league that was in front of him. Now you're going to add on another borderline 700 days? This isn't going to be pretty, gentlemen.
Yeah, you're probably right.
I can't argue with that.
I can't either.
But I also look at the other options. And that's why I say if Shedeur can just go flat out win the job, takes care of everything. And then you play it out with him this year and you see what you get. And it doesn't sound like, Tom, Dylan Gabriel's going to get a real look here.
No.
It looks like they've already made a decision there.
No, but back to number 2 for a second. Even if he does win the job, right, and he has, an average to better than average year.
Yeah.
Aren't you still taking a quarterback in the first round next year?
Bet your 100%, taking a quarterback next year.
And then you're having a competition all over again. So
the only way I'm not taking a quarterback is if he steps on the field, throws 50 touchdowns, 10 picks, leads him to a playoff win, then we're having a different conversation.
But if you draft a quarterback in 2027, he's your guy.
If you're taking him in the first round.
Yeah.
Of course.
Absolutely.
And you might have to trade up to get him. You trade up to get a guy, of course you're going to play him.
Yeah. The only thing that talks me
Who
out
are you,
is
the
Shedeur.
Niners with Trey Lance? Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Shedeur throws 40 touchdowns and leads you to a playoff victory. We're having a different conversation.
Wouldn't that be something?
Well, that would be something.
It'd be absolutely phenomenal. But that's the barrier that I'd put it at before. If it's not any of those things, you're taking a quarterback at 27.
Well, here's the thing, too. Okay, and 693 days. I hear you there. Remember, too, when he came back, though, Dan, he was coming off that shoulder, right? When we watched him in training camp that year, you could tell that he was not going to be able to throw the ball down the field.
Oh, no, but this was the suspension.
No, that's the 700 days. I'm talking about the
right.
You're talking about the 693
now.
The next 700 days.
Yeah.
God, that is a long time.
It's a long
1,400
time,
days.
man.
That song just got better.
Yeah.
The
there you
next 700 days.
So
you would hope that shoulder's healed up.
I was going to say that you would think, much like we've seen with other injuries like that, right?
Yeah.
That's had time to heal, right? The Achilles scares me only because those are Achilles. Those, they can come back again as well. I just think it's going to be hard. Again, talking about the competition, it's going to be hard in my mind, for Shedeur to really play better than him where you say that's the starting quarterback this year. I think it's going to be very difficult.
Todd Monken, 1250. We'll hear it right here on The Fan, his press conference. Hopefully, Browns players talking in the noon hour. We'll hear them as well. Andrew Siciliano at 1120. Our quarterback talk, I enjoyed it, guys. And it doesn't matter if he has defensive tackles and defensive ends and blitzing corners in his face. We're going to talk offensive line next on Baskin and Phelps on the first day of training camp.
This is up with the latest news from training camp and around the NFL. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
$11:20. Andrew Siciliano, Browns play-by-play man, joining us right here as first day of training camp. To me, that's the first day of a training camp. When you're out in the field, Tom, and the whole team is there, okay, it's nice that the rookies reported. It's nice that the veterans reported yesterday. The real deal
There's
now.
only one first day.
Yeah,
That's exactly
the
right.
real deal now.
Yes,
It's like
sir.
the first day of school. You can go the week ahead of time and, check out where your locker is and everything else. This is when it gets going.
Got your new clothes on.
Absolutely.
Feeling good.
You're
Pencils
ready-
are sharpened.
You're ready to roll with it.
Yeah. Crayons are nice and they'll be broken in about a week, but day one, you're looking good.
We're breaking down stuff here. Todd Monken's Todd's gonna speak in Berea at 12:50. We'll have that press conference for you here on the Fan. But we've looked at the skill position guys, which I think is essential for the offense this year. They better be better, or you're in trouble. We talked about the quarterbacks. Shocker, we know, and we'll be talking about them forever. Quarterback play has to be better. Your skill position guys aren't going to do squat, and neither are your quarterbacks
Got to protect them.
unless this rebuilt offensive line does the job.
Yeah.
It doesn't even have to be great. It just has to do the job. And I'll readily admit, I was disappointed at the way things came to an end for the other defensive line. And I say that because there are some really good offensive linemen there. Jack Conklin was a great signing here. I like Jack a lot. Jack can play, and he got hurt. And Wyatt Teller was really good here.
Yeah.
And Wyatt either fell out
There's
of
a lot
favor.
going on there,
His
yeah.
game fell
Yeah,
off.
yeah.
He has said maybe he needed a wake-up call, that he
Yeah.
needed to do some different things. And he'll probably be really good for the Houston Texans.
He was disenchanted with the whole situation as well, right?
Exactly. And as soon as he got, hey, we're going to split time with what?
Yeah.
Well, that didn't work. Ethan Posick, injured. Oh, wait a minute. Now he's a Baltimore Raven, which makes me wonder a little bit, like, did you need to draft Parker Brailsford and keep your fingers crossed that he can be a center, or that Elton Jenkins is going to play center? Or could you have just been patient with Ethan Posick and made him, the guy?
It was an Achilles, right? Was it an Achilles?
Yeah, and we'll see what he does now.
yeah.
And because he's back quickly and he's competing for the job in Baltimore.
Good dude, too.
And Joel Bitonio.
Where have you gone, Joel Bitonio?
God bless Joel.
Yeah.
And, I would have loved to have seen him come back for another year. Man. And I also am thrilled for him that he
Same.
retired and sailed off into the sunset. DeJuan Jones, to me, is the walking, talking epitome of, oh, dear God, could you please stay healthy? And can we see if you can actually play? Because he just looks like.
And you're still going to be the first guy off the bus because, we want to look mean at least.
And so I'm not giving up on DeJuan Jones.
Neither am I.
But right now, you're looking at a first-round draft pick at left tackle. Mm-hmm. That's worked here before. We'll see if it works here again. You're looking at Zion Johnson, who was a first-round pick by the Chargers and kind of fell out of favor there at left guard. And I say fell out of favor because you don't give up offensive linemen that you think are doing a great job for you.
No doubt.
And they did. At center, Elton Jenkins, who is a Pro Bowler at guard, but can play center. At least for now, that's the deal. Tevin Jenkins at right guard for now, unless somebody can show they can play center and you can move Elton Jenkins to right guard. And then at right tackle, Titus Howard, who you traded for, who had certainly some good moments in Houston. But Tom...
So you're saying there's some question marks here, Jeff?
There are a lot of question marks. See, that's the thing. Everybody says, hey, they rebuilt the offensive line this offseason.
Did they?
Okay, you put new guys there.
Yeah.
Can they play?
Yeah.
And every guy that they brought in, you can say, hey, there's this. Zion Johnson was, you had to pay him a lot of money to get him. He was in demand. He was a former first-round pick. Yeah, but the Chargers let him go.
Yeah. There's a reason, right?
Right. Elton Jenkins. Hey, is he a center? Not really. He's pretty good at guard, but the Packers, and so I'm curious to see how quickly this group can mesh. And I got to be honest, I'm looking at DeWand. I'm looking at Austin Barber. And I'm wondering, can these guys maybe be guys who play this year here? And maybe some of the guys you brought in, maybe you trade a guy at the end of training camp because one of the guys you have isn't performing as well as a guy who's not penciled in as a starter right now.
You talked about DeWan Jones. I met Austin Barber at a Guardians game, and he blocked out the sun for a moment. Thought we were having another solar eclipse. Big dude. Yeah, you're right, Jeff. I mean, there's so many unanswered questions up there. So to your point, yeah, they rebuilt it, but what does it look like, right? I mean, what is this?
Tom, we have no idea. We have no idea.
I don't think they do either now. So I think the good thing, though, Jeff, and I know Andrew Berry talked about this a little bit while they were undergoing this rebuilding project, was that you got some moving pieces, right? You got guys that can play multiple positions, which is kind of the way the NFL has gone over the last couple of years, where you got to have guys that are able to play, 2 and 3 positions. Your left tackle's got to be able to switch over to the right side should an injury happen. You've got to have a guard who can take some snaps at center if you really need to. I think, and I hope Luke Whippler is healthy. I think there's some upside there. There's some depth there.
Tom, it's about if Luke doesn't show that he's healthy and can do something, I would guess he might not be on the team.
Well, that's true. You could say the same for Zach Zinter, right? There's another high draft pick.
Zach was a 3rd-round pick. Hey, Zach, they're sitting there at right guard and looking at Tevin Jenkins, who was a high draft choice by the Bears,
right?
And played here last year with Wyatt Teller alternating. I think they'd love to have Tevin Jenkins get beat out.
Yeah, boy,
you know what I mean? That means somebody stepped in and did a better job.
And this is the first time in a long time, Jeff, when you think about it, there've really been these open, unanswered questions about our offensive line here, right? I mean, it's been one of the solid units that this team has been able to lean on over the last decade or so, right? Whether it was the Joe Thomas or the Joel Bitonio years, and as you mentioned before, the years that they plugged in John Greco and Wyatt Teller, and you had some really solid.
They've done a good
Jack
job.
Conklin. You've had some solid foundational guys here for a long time.
The group that I loved, the group that you loved, that just left.
Yeah.
Just kind of went away.
Yeah, it did.
Injuries killed that group, and that was a shame to see. And Andrew Berry probably didn't prepare for that well enough.
No, he didn't. Right, because he assumed that they would be able to hold on until the rest of the roster
here comes
caught
Zinter,
up, right?
And here comes DeWand,
or we got some.
Now we have some skill guys.
We got some competent quarterback play, et cetera. Yeah, and it was kind of like an afterthought.
Yeah.
And I guess rightly so to a degree, right? Because you had guys that you knew were experienced there, that you knew you could trust there, that had performed at a high level there. Yep. So, this is going to be an interesting project to keep an eye on.
So, though I like the depth on the offensive line, depth is great. Great starters are better,
no doubt.
And I'm hopeful, Tom, that some of these guys can step in and do a nice job. I said some things about Zion Johnson. The Chargers weren't thrilled. Okay, you see that all the time in the NFL. The Buffalo Bills weren't thrilled with Wyatt Teller.
Yeah, I was going to say, in a fresh start, he turns into a Pro Bowl player. Yeah.
A Pro Bowl guy. And, Tennessee gave up on Jack Conklin, right? They let Jack walk. Well, great. If Jack had been healthy, he'd still be your right tackle.
To your point, Jeff, there are stories across the league
absolutely.
This every single year. Yeah. So
at that position in particular, Tom, on the offensive line.
For sure.
Guy's got to be in the right spot with the right guys around him, with the right coaching, in the right scheme. And you never know who's going to flourish. You see that all the time. But it might be, other than quarterback, the most important thing that happens for this football team this year.
Right, and you brought back a coach who you think can get them ready, right?
Great reputation.
Yep, and a bunch of them are going to have to block Jared Verse on a daily basis, and so we're going to get them ready to play.
Yeah, that'll be something to see. And again, I think it's a huge offseason. Huge training camp preseason for Zach Zinter. He's a forgotten man,
It's probably now or never for him, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah, I would think so too.
I think for Luke Whippler, I don't think DeWand is going anywhere.
Do we know that Whippler's healthy? Is he ready to go? I guess we'll probably find that out today.
It's been the word.
Yeah.
I continue to look at DeWand and think, you got to start somewhere. Yeah. And he's not going to start at left tackle. Could he start at right tackle? Maybe. Titus Howard played 1 year of guard at Houston. He's been a tackle almost his entire NFL career, but he was a starting guard for a year.
Right.
I mean, if DeWand is dominant, how do you not start him at right tackle?
You put him at power forward, Jeff, and have him rebound.
Have you seen video of him play basketball?
Yeah.
It's phenomenal. I'm still not – I'm not just thinking that DeWand is going to be swing tackle backup, although there's huge value in that
no
role.
question.
Huge value.
Yeah.
But, Tom, if he's really good and he shows he's really healthy,
knock on
and
wood,
you might have to start him at right tackle.
I don't disagree with you, Jeff. I think he's shown enough in his couple of years here. I mean, it's been unfortunate injuries, right? And last year was like a freak injury, right? It was like a dirty play, as a matter of fact. I think a lot of people talked about that on kind of a cut block or what have you. So
you could play Howard at guard.
Right.
And you could trade an offensive lineman if you needed to. If Zinter pops up, if Austin Barber shows he's ready to play at the NFL level, you might have enough depth where you could move a guy, the
more I think about it, Jeff, Barber really makes a lot of sense if he's going to be one of the ascending players, right? Almost like you expected Zinter to be a couple of years ago, right?
Yeah.
And I think he was still dealing with that broken leg from Michigan and what have you.
And even some rumbling about Barber at guard.
Well,
which, Tom, offensive linemen, we're used to, hey, Joel Bitonio plays left guard.
Right.
Joe Thomas plays left tackle.
Leave him alone.
But oftentimes you see offensive linemen move around. And I've mentioned too many times, I'm sure people are tired of hearing it, Bruce Matthews, Hall of Fame offensive lineman, played center, guard, and tackle in the NFL. Why? Because he was good.
Wow.
He could play.
Yeah.
And, hey, DeWand is ready to go. Titus, what do you think of right guard? You ready? We could use you there this year. He started at left guard for 1 year in Houston. Great. Show some versatility. Put your best 5 guys on the field.
I'm with you.
And go from there.
Yeah, it's going to be it's a position group that is going to be interesting to watch on a daily basis because I think we're going to see some moving chairs, right? I think you're going to see.
Yeah, when you're at practice, you're going to have to look who's starting on the offensive line today.
Yeah, fair. And again, you hope for good health for all of them. DeWand in particular, not only because he's a Buckeye,
could be so
but
good.
He's such a nice kid. He's had some.
He's 6'9", 320?
Yeah, and he's had some bad luck. Remember when he came in here? I mean, there was a lot of talk about he's so out of shape and what have you, and he worked his butt off.
Yep.
And he got himself ready to play, and he played at a pretty damn high level. I mean, there were games where he did more than hold his own against T.J. Watt, right? And you could pencil him in, and to your point, you could play him at a couple different spots. He's not obviously doesn't have the body type to play guard. He's a traditional tackle. You need him. You need him now.
Fingers are crossed. Andrew Siciliano calls the Browns games on the Browns Radio Network. Andrew's at camp. Andrew's joining us next, right here on Basket and Phelps. Tom Withers in for Andy today. Don't let
Ballpark is at 7:10. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
It's 12:50 today. Todd Monken press conference. We'll hear it here on The Fan. Hopefully beforehand, we'll hear from some players here on The Fan as the Browns opening training camp today. I'm Jeff Phelps. Tom Withers in for Andy Baskin. Shall we go to Berea? I think we shall.
Let's.
Because joining us on the Wise Heart Right, we make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. The man who calls Browns action for us on the Browns radio network. Ladies and gentlemen, world traveler, Andrew Siciliano. Hello, Andrew.
Friends. Happy training camp to you and yours.
Yeah, thank you, buddy. And to you. You ready to roll?
Right back at you.
I'm ready. I'm excited. Like, legitimately excited. It's always like these mixed emotions because there is still a month left in the summer for the rest of the world. A month, 3 weeks, whatever.
Not us.
Not for the football world. And so there's this, wow, I wish I could have more of a summer. But you're like, no, it's football. Let's go. Let's get excited. And it is like the excitement is palpable. How about that? You could also taste it.
Nice.
What most excites you on day one, Andrew Siciliano?
Andrew.
What do we got to look forward to today?
What is it, pal?
Oh, Tom, the quarterback track.
Oh, here you go. Get it out.
I'm kidding. What
half
excites
kidding.
me the most? I mean, the rookies, I think, but just to see everyone out there, nothing is decided day one, but I think day one sets the tone. Does that make sense?
It does.
Like no one's winning
like
a
week
job
one.
today.
Yeah.
Yeah, no one is winning a job today, but day one sets the tone, and I think it's great to have Denzel done. I think for a number of reasons. Like, look around the league. Jahmyr Gibbs and Bijan Robinson and Vita Vea, all these people are, quote-unquote, holding in.
Yeah.
We don't have that. None of that. So you reward Denzel, and it is well-deserved, and then you start training camp, and you hope, fingers crossed, everything goes well.
We just talked about the offensive line. On paper, we can pencil in every starter. You think that paper holds, or should that pencil have an eraser on it?
I think everything is movable. They're movable pieces as you laid out. I think the biggest question is at center, and the biggest question is, can the rookie Parker Brailsford, the 5th-round pick, win this job? I don't know if he can. I think he certainly has a puncher's chance. If he can, then as you laid out there, Jeff, the question is, what do you do at right guard? I think Elton Jenkins would be your right guard if Parker Brailsford is your center. And you signed Elton Jenkins because of his versatility, which is great. But right guard is not a position he has played in the NFL, at least as a starter in the regular season. He has started at right guard in the preseason with Green Bay, but never in the regular season. His experience is center, left guard, left tackle for the most part. So that, to me, is the question. If it's Elton Jenkins at center, then it's likely Tevin Jenkins at right guard. Is there a world in which Zion Johnson plays right guard? I don't think so.
He's been all left guard.
Well, no, he played right guard as a rookie in 2022 with the Chargers. So
and then moved to left guard, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So there is position flex, but you have some guys that aren't necessarily comfortable everywhere. So that, to me, is the question.
If DeWand looks good, doesn't DeWand have to play and maybe start somewhere?
You signed Titus Howard to be your right tackle.
I know, but if DeWand looks good.
Looks good where?
Does it matter? And Andrew, I'm not trying to be funny. I mean, we've thought for some time this guy could be unbelievable. If he comes in and he's unbelievable in training camp, doesn't he have to start?
I think DeWand's your swing tackle.
Okay.
That's what I think. Is there a world in which he is amazing and you say Spencer Fano's not ready and then DeWand's your left? Maybe. But I think barring an injury, DeWand is your swing tackle. Okay. That's just me.
Yeah, Spencer Fonda. A lot of expectations and some pressure for Spencer here. High draft pick, taking over a incredibly important position spot here for these Browns. What were your what's your general assessment of him from the spring, Andrew? What did you think of Spencer? I was really taken by, first of all, his personality. I didn't get to watch him as much as I wanted to on the field. But what were your general thoughts of him?
So it's hard to tell, obviously, offensive line and running back play for that matter without pads on.
Exactly.
It's shorts. It's everything in the spring is in pajamas, basically. and the pads come on next week. You'll get a far better feel for it. But he checks every box when it comes to attitude, athleticism. I think he's a culture builder, honestly. As much as Jared Verse is on the defensive side of the ball, and you're going to hear Jared out there today, you hear him before you see him. Spencer Fonda is a culture builder, and I know he's a rookie. He's not going to be the loudest guy, but he's a culture builder on the offensive line. From day one, when he got here on Friday after they took him 9th overall, the second he walked in the building, he was different. Yeah. I mean, he walked up to everybody and gave them hugs, and they weren't just like quick, hey, dap it out, like give me a bro hug. Like he goes, I'm a hugger, and they were these warm embraces. The level of excitement that he had, legitimate excitement, to meet everybody in the building. It wasn't an act. He's a different dude, and he's also really good at football. But the football is the most important thing right now. It is hard to play left tackle in this league as a rookie. I think he has it. I know he has the talent, but the Browns offensive tackles gave up the most pressures as a group of any group in the NFL last year. He's got to show that he could play the position and keep the quarterback clean before you put him out there as a starter.
Andrew, I'm just going to say, hugging at this level will cost you 10 yards. I'm just,
Well, I'm not talking holding, although they were warm embraces.
That's nice. Yeah. That's very nice. What does Deshaun Watson have to look like for it to be a very easy decision for Todd Monken?
I mean, either quarterback's gotta look like the better quarterback. I don't know that it really is this complicated. Todd Monken's going to play the quarterback that looks better. Truly, he is a first-year head coach, and you have to give him the right to stand up in front of this team and convince this locker room, whether it is the 90 out there today or the 53 out there week one, that this is a meritocracy and that the best quarterback on the grass in Berea against the Bills in a joint practice and in the 3 preseason games in Chicago and at Huntington Bank Field, the best quarterback will win the job. I don't know who that is going to be. Honestly, I got stopped in Sicily on the street. I'm not kidding.
Are you
3
serious?
Weeks ago. I swear. Who's going to win the job? I don't know who is going to win the job. I don't. I really don't. I don't know that anyone. Look, if somebody had won the job in June, we would know.
Yeah.
Nobody won the job in June.
Oh.
And that should tell you something.
Was that by an Italian or somebody from Parma on vacation over there? What was
it was somebody from, I don't know if they're from Parma, but it was somebody from here. Yeah, definitely somebody from here.
Andrew, how quickly do you think Coach Monken wants to have this decision made? I kind of look at
about a month ago.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
I'm looking at that August 20th, 22nd gap or couple of days there with the Bills as vital in this. Do you think he wants to have it done before then, though?
I think August 20th is the key day because that obviously is the Bills' joint practice. I think he would love to have it decided before the Bills game. I think the realistic target date, and this is just me spitballing here, truly, is the 24th because that's the Monday before the final preseason game, the game against the Patriots, the TNF game.
Yeah,
that's just me spitballing here. Because remember, that's when Kevin named Flacco last year. Maybe he did it the Saturday after or the Sunday after the second game. To me, that makes sense. I can't imagine we go into the New England game without knowing. I don't think he's going to name a quarterback next week. It just that's not going to happen.
No, I hear you. Hey, we've been kicking around this the idea that Deshaun went 700 days between starts when he
693.
It'll be 693 this time. It was 700 the first time.
Okay.
So my point to these guys was that, when he came back this past time before the Achilles, the shoulder was not right. I think we could all see that. What do you think it's going to look like when he's out there, against the Bills or the first exhibition game against the Bears? How do you think he's going to look?
I got no idea.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same.
I'm not trying to duck the question.
No,
I
know.
got no
I
idea.
know.
I know there were days, let's go back to the spring, and joking about the quarterback tracker aside, there were days in which Deshaun looked better, and there were days in which Shedeur
looked agree.
better. There were days in which Deshaun, you were here, looked really good. There were days where Shedeur looked really good, and there were days where you're like, for both of them, because it's a work in progress. Now, some of that is because you're working with young wide receivers and the other vets weren't here other than the mandatory minicamp. Some of that is you're installing a new offense. Some of that is working with a new play caller. I mean, there's so many reasons. No one's being overly critical for performance in the spring at all. But I don't know who's going to win this job, and I don't know what Shedeur or Deshaun, what either is going to look like. I mean, I am fascinated to see what Shedeur can do in year 2. Truly fascinated. I hope we get the chance to see a lot of that. I know we will this summer. Is there a chance that Deshaun can find the magic again? Wow, that would be great. But it's been a long time. I mean, forget about the 700 days. The last time, we saw Deshaun, we were like, that's the guy, was week 10 in 2023.
Yeah, the Baltimore game, right?
The Baltimore game, like the second half of the Baltimore
right,
game. Right. That's where, I see it, I know that guy.
Yeah.
I know him. I know that guy. That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Andrew Siciliano joining us. Browns' first practice of training camp today. Todd Monken coming up at 12:50. When Jim Schwartz was not hired as head coach and Jim Schwartz didn't stay as defensive coordinator, Browns went out and brought in a guy and said, okay, we're going to run a similar system, aggressive, everything else. But a Mike Rutenberg defense isn't going to be exactly like a Jim Schwartz defense. That just doesn't happen. What tweaks do you want to see? What tweaks do you think you might see? And obviously you got one big difference on that defensive line too.
Yeah.
How's it differ?
So, conceptually, they're going to play a wide 9. They're going to get after the quarterback. They're going to attack. That's all the same. But he's not Jim Schwartz, and you can't ask him to be Jim Schwartz.
No.
You can't. That's unfair to him. Now, he has a lot of the same pieces. There's one big change at right defensive end. I think noticeable from a fan's perspective, they're probably going to play a little bit more zone. They will probably... they drafted Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. They will play the 3 safety look a little bit more than they have in the past. And I think you're going to see more pre-snap disguise. Not to oversimplify what Jim Schwartz did, but Jim Schwartz threw you the fastball, right? Here it comes, hit it. And he blew it by you a lot. A lot. Here... I'm not suggesting this is going to be Mike McDonald's defense. It is not Mike McDonald's defense, but the Seahawks just won a Super Bowl. Jesse Minter's now coaching in Baltimore with showing you one thing and playing another post-snap. That's the way the NFL is going these days. We're going to see a little bit more of that. But he's still going to throw a fastball because with Jared Verse, and you would hope if Malik Collins is back and your defensive tackles can get after the quarterback and Alex Wright on the other side, you still hope to have a fastball.
Along those lines, Andrew, Quincy Williams is a guy who knows Rutenberg's system better than anybody.
Yep.
What kind of impact do you think he needs to have with this defense?
He needs to get back to the all-pro level, and which we saw a couple of years ago. You put him with Carson Schlesinger, who I think you can make an argument could have been an all-pro. Forget about a Pro Bowler. Could have been an all-pro as a rookie.
Agreed.
He was not.
Yeah.
That is a great tandem. My question, Tom, is what's behind it? And right now, there is not a lot of, if any, NFL experience behind it. Winston Reed and Buki Watson both coming off injuries. And then go ahead, name another linebacker.
DeJuan Jones. We'll throw him back
linebacker. Yeah.
I mean,
go.
Maybe
I would love to see
outside.
DeJuan play linebacker.
Jeff's desperate to find a spot for him.
I put him at tight end, put him in goal lines.
Talk about a personality, though.
Low red zone.
Talk about Quincy again for a second, Andrew. Talk about a guy with a personality. I was I was really struck by, again, a guy that you're going to hear before you see on the field. How much do you think that helps this group that had a pretty good connection last year?
I think it helps a lot. He fancies himself the Joker, another guy that you're going to hear before you see. It's very different than Carson Schwarzenegger's personality. It's almost exactly opposite,
right?
Actually. But
from
everything I've been able to see and hear, they're getting along great, and I think it's good to have that contrast. You can't have the two loudest guys in the room.
Correct.
Be your two linebackers. I think it'll work.
Andrew, enjoy today. First day out there. Good look at everything.
Coming out?
Go get him. Hydrate. I'll see you later.
Right.
I'll see you next week.
Okay.
There you go.
To quote Bart Scott, can't wait.
There it is. Thanks, buddy.
See you, boys.
Andrew Siciliano joining us on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Browns players expected to speak in the noon hour. We hope if we hear from Denzel Ward, by golly, we'll hear him here on the Fan. And at 12:50, Todd Monken press conference, and we'll definitely hear that right here in the noon hour. Headlines next on Baskin and Phelps. Tom's in for Andy.
is on Monday at 6 o'clock. You can get all the latest Browns news pushed straight to your phone by following the Browns playlist in 92.3 The Fan in the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Good news. Denzel Ward will be speaking in Berea. We're going to hear from Denzel coming up right around noon. He might be the first player to step up. If he is, we'll hear him at noon. We'll hear him in the noon hour right here on 92.3 The Fan. And Todd Monken at 10:50. The first-year head coach of the Browns will have that press conference for you at 12:50 right here on 92.3 The Fan. I'm Jeff Phelps. Tom Withers in for Andy Baskin today. Meredith taking your phone calls. And the man behind the glass, hitting the headline music, Dan Minigan. No big voice. Just do the headlines, okay?
Oh, it's not the same without the pomp and circumstance.
Live from the panic room.
Oh, wait a minute.
It's not news until Tom Withers said so, but Dan Menigan is going to try and beat him with headlines.
See, now I feel right.
Easily done.
Now I feel right.
That was nice.
All right, gentlemen, let's go around camping. Well, more than anything, it seems most of the news today is coming out of Atlanta Falcons camp, where Kevin Stefanski, I don't know how good of a day he's having because it's a little ugly to start. So let's begin with Bijan Robinson having a hold-in camp right now for the Atlanta Falcons as he looks for a contract extension.
What a nice kid, by the way. It's great in commercials.
Bijan?
Got a great attitude.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I'm like, is there a story? Do you know Bijan Robinson?
No.
Did you, coach him in some youth league?
Every
or?
time I've heard him, every time I've read anything about him, they say just what a wonderful kid he is.
He can play.
Man, is he awesome.
Jahmyr Gibbs doing the same thing up in Detroit right now, too, also having a hold-in. These two running backs seem to be the ones who are doing it. That's where I was going to go,
real leverage,
Tom.
right? Yeah.
What do you think of the fact that these guys are no longer holding out, but instead they're holding in?
Gosh,
you know, if cafeterias weren't so good in the NFL, they wouldn't do that.
That's a great point. Or hot tubs, or whatever other accoutrements they might have. Yeah, it's a play now, isn't it? It's the way that the agents are telling them, hey, go in there. We'll really force their hand. We'll remind them what they're missing. You know, while rookie running back is out there fumbling the ball, you can stand on the sideline with a towel around your neck, and we can watch the zeros be added to the contract that we're going to eventually get, because you know what? In the end, they all get paid, right?
Well, they do, don't they?
Most of the time.
Don't they? I mean, sometimes they get moved, but that usually results in then a contract extension from the new team that they go to. So, Kevin's having a bad day down there.
Well, it's only getting worse for him, too, because Tua Tagovailoa has been sidelined dealing with a back flare-up, it has been said. He's, according to Kevin Stefanski, he should be back sooner rather than later, which we've heard that quite often when it's come to Kevin Stefanski as well. He said in a press conference, it has gotten so bad as well that Michael Penix has come out and said he's another 4 weeks away from hitting the field with pads on and everything else, that the Falcons have now turned around and said, Cooper Rush, come on down. We need you to throw some passes here because no one else is healthy.
Trevor Siemian's healthy.
I'd rather have Cooper Rush.
Well, if there's a guy in the NFL who knows how to deal with quarterback injuries and perhaps mediocre quarterbacks that he has to play.
And pandemics.
By golly, it's our guy, Kevin. I wish that guy nothing but the best.
I do too. But, you know, it's amazing.
I still think he got a raw deal here, but
it's amazing that we're still talking about Tua as playing in the league, given his tough medical history over the last few years,
he
right?
Seems like he's one concussion away from being
he
done.
Definitely is.
Yeah.
So, you know, I wish him the best.
Yep. And Michael Penix can play if his knees allow that. Good luck, Kevin.
Michael Penix can sling it, and he's really entertaining when he's slinging it. Just happy he doesn't sling it for a team that I care about. Because I watched him at Washington, and I thoroughly enjoyed watching him play quarterback. But boy, if he was a Browns quarterback, you'd need a paper bag.
He was good at Indiana, to be honest.
He could sling it at Indiana.
Yeah.
Heck yeah. I loved watching him play. He was so much fun. All right, gentlemen, we've been living in a world where the NCAA has absolutely no power anymore when it comes to anything. Well, they may have found some power in this whole thing. The NCAA has suspended Tennessee linebacker Arian Carter for the first 2 games of the season for
Go ahead.
accepting a $427 flight from an agent when after he declared for the NFL draft. He then decided to come back to Tennessee and is now going to have to serve the first 2 games of a suspension for accepting the flight.
Wait a minute. You're allowed to take millions of dollars in pay, but you're not allowed to take a flight.
That is correct.
Okay.
Ridiculous.
Great.
That is.
Glad the NCAA is patting itself on the back right now.
Yeah,
we got him.
Let's make an example of one guy. Everybody, it's the wild, wild west everywhere else, but
Took
we're
care
gonna
of him.
We're gonna punish this kid.
Feels like we're back in that world of so-and-so took an extra scoop of pasta, and so now we all have to freak out.
Who is the agent? Do we know that by any chance? I'm just curious because maybe that was maybe it was an agent with a bad reputation or what have you, and they're just trying to make an example of him as well. So, yeah, my God, the NCAA. What are we going to do with them, Jeff?
Well, we're not going to take Manute Bol over to get a fast food hamburger.
No. For fear of repercussions.
Exactly.
It's like, what are we
doing?
Not to mention, more than anything, guys, I'm shocked they have the power to do it. Like, that's the other part of this that made me laugh, is I figured we had hit the point where the NCAA could shake their finger and go, well, you're suspended for 2 games, and then the school themselves would shake another finger at them and say, well, that's nice.
Or until this player or the school files a lawsuit,
Yeah,
and this will all go away.
That's
right?
why I figured
I was going to say there's a lawsuit waiting to happen there, so just
on several fronts.
Shams Charania of ESPN. The Wizards have been in contact with DeMar DeRozan recently.
The Wizards.
The Wizards themselves.
They're putting some talent together.
Where is DeMar DeRozan? Is he
free agent?
He is a free agent. The Sacramento Kings have said thank you very much for your service. You may find somewhere else to work.
Yeah. And there's still rumblings about DeMar DeRozan and a certain team that may play over at One Center Court, Cleveland, Ohio.
Is he done? Like how did he play last year, Jeff? Was he okay?
Yeah, he was pretty good. He averaged like 18 points a game. He's got a great mid-range game, as we know.
He's Mr. Mid-range.
You don't want him to go behind the three-point line very often.
No.
And he's going to be 37 shortly.
Don't need him to. 37 is the new 27. Go ahead. You're right. He averaged 18 points a game last year for the worst team in the league, or one of them.
He got shut down for was he the one who got shut down with an eye injury or something like that? Like the Kings were just shutting people down for anything.
Vaguely familiar. Yeah.
No, that was DeAndre Hunter.
Was it DeAndre Hunter?
DeAndre Hunter.
Who got shut down with the eye injury?
Yeah, I think it was DeAndre.
I mean, the Kings were shutting everybody down with anything at any
Hi,
point.
we're looking for the lottery.
Yeah, exactly. Oh,
I wouldn't mind DeMar DeRozan on the Cavaliers, by the way.
No, I think
But Kenny would have to coach it up.
Yeah, but he's in that.
He could be your super sixth man.
He's in that second group, Jeff.
I know.
I'm intrigued by that.
Tom, I am too. This team, the Cavs, need more talent. They have some terrific frontline talent. You want to make a move in the East, you better add some players. And right now, you haven't added players.
Jeff, as I've said many times, 6 through 10, that's where you need to fix it.
Exactly right.
Draymond Green signed a 1-year, $27.7 million deal with the Golden State Warriors, heading right back to them after opting out. That's the amount that he would have opted into. Instead, he now gets it as a part of a 1-year deal because LeBron decided, I don't want to play in Golden State. So if Draymond gets his money back and we move forward.
If Bron had said yes, they'd have given Draymond a raise. Finder's fee. Way to go, Draymond.
And then some.
Yeah. That's no surprise.
No.
Draymond will finish his career at Golden State. I hope.
As it should be.
Yeah, I think so without question.
Yeah.
He, to me, is a one franchise guy.
No question.
And you can say anything you want about him. He could play on my team any day.
The thought of him coming here for a while was pretty interesting, wasn't it? I know, yeah. The storyline's there.
Yeah, I'm glad for him. I'm glad he's going back to Golden State.
So, back to the DeMar DeRozan thing, though, because I had a thought.
Uh-oh.
Do you guys think that the Wizards may be looking into bringing in DeMar DeRozan and Anthony Davis, giving Trae Young the contract that they did to go with AJ DePonza? We're seeing more and more.
And Sar.
And Sar as well. We're seeing more and more that a team like the Wizards has decided almost like the tank is over. And we're going to go completely the other direction. And I wonder, are we going to see more of this around the league? because the carrot that was in front of this team for tanking is now harder to get to. Do you believe the league is going to buy in?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a trend necessarily, Dan, but I see your reasoning there.
I do too. But when a team decides when they've tanked enough, and then you added some veteran pieces, it's time to go. It's time to play. And I would be stunned if the Wizards don't make the playoffs. And I'm not talking about play-in tournament. I think they can be a top. At the very least, I think they win the playoff tournament and get into the playoffs.
Yeah.
They have some players.
Well, and the Wizards have been in this cycle of tanking for perpetuity, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's just been, right?
Yeah.
You can go back to when the Bullets. Well, I mean, the last time the Wizards were really relevant was when they ran into the Cavs in the playoffs, and that's got to be.
They had Gilbert Arenas.
Yeah, and that's 12, 15 years ago.
Yeah. Boy, was Gilbert fun.
Yeah, Gilbert was good.
There's a lot. See, you bring up Gilbert Arenas, and you guys have two thoughts, and then I have one of them that I'm not going to share on the air, but you can look.
There was that little locker room issue.
Yeah, there's that one. If you want to do yourself a Google of Gilbert Arenas and
Careful.
Andre Blatch, you are more than welcome to. You will laugh very hard at the story you pull up and enjoy every last bit of that. So let's stay in D.C. So the Nationals beat the Blue Jays 8-6. Which is something that typically wouldn't be in headlines because baseball.
Oh, I know it. Okay, this is sad. Go.
Our buddy Shane Bieber was on the mound and had himself a really rough outing. He threw 6 walks in this game in 2/3 of an inning. Shane Bieber could not find the plate to save himself in this game, which was just a bummer all the way around because I think we're all rooting for Shane Bieber to do well in everything in life.
I know I am.
Isn't he he's coming off in a great start for them,
Yeah.
I think, right? So this was.
Yeah, do we think this is just kind of like one of those weird, like I lost my release points?
I do. I mean, it's no different than when we saw Sabrowski throw, 12 straight balls a couple weeks ago against the Twins, right? It happens. They are major leaguers. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
You also wonder, okay, you're coming back from injury.
Yeah.
Guys don't always come back right away, first year back, first half a year back, and be the guy that they're going to be. So they'll let him continue to work through things and go from there. Shane's fun to watch pitch, and it was nothing but a great Cleveland Guardian when he was here. So nothing but the best for him.
Yeah, I wish they could have figured it out with him. I mean,
me too.
I understood where both sides were at when it finally got to that point. God, he probably didn't have 6 walks in an entire season at some point.
Yeah.
Never mind in, 2/3 of an inning?
Yeah. Didn't get out of the first.
Oh.
All right, gentlemen, we will end headlines with this. The U.S. Soccer and Mauricio Pochettino sounds like they are very close to getting a deal. The head U.S. Soccer coach who led the team throughout the World Cup here will be with the club, rumored to 2030. So good news there. You get some continuity inside of U.S. Soccer. They can build towards something. Hopefully, everybody can stay healthy throughout the run.
There you go, Dano.
Dan, you got to develop some talent.
Yeah, you got to go find it, too.
You got to find it.
You got to find it. You got to, especially on that back line.
Yeah, that was so disappointing. I know you're a soccer guy. I am too. That was it was what I feared, to be honest. I knew as soon as they played a team in the top 15 or 16, it was going to be curtains, and that's what it was.
Yeah, they got to go find some back four help. The attack might be decently enough. It might be in okay shape, but they got to find some back four help. But Pochettino staying, which means the same philosophies and the same ideas will be through U.S. Soccer. That's a win right there.
I would agree.
Okay. Well done,
gentlemen,
sir.
that's headlines.
Way to go, Dano. That was outstanding. Denzel Ward gets a contract extension. That means Denzel gets to speak to the media in Berea as the Browns are opening training camp today. They'll be on the field later this afternoon. Denzel's going to speak here in the noon hour. Not exactly sure when in the noon hour, so if you want to hear him, and you should, stay tuned. 12:50, Todd Monken will speak. We're going to hear Todd's press conference as well. Your Guardians have been shut out in 3 of the last 4 games, and the trading deadline is next week. Let's add those things together and come up with a conversation next on Baskin and Phelps. Tom Withers in for Andy Baskin. First day of training camp for the Browns. They'll be speaking here in the noon hour. Todd Monken, 12:50. Denzel Ward sometime before then. So when Denzel steps up to the podium, we'll hear from him right here on 92.3 The Fan. I'm Jeff Phelps. Tom Withers in for Andy today. Before we get to Monken, before we get to Denzel, we have a baseball team, Tom, that continues to show, in my estimation, and I'll just get right to the point, a baseball team that continues to show, yes, they can still compete. Yes, they still have a chance to win the division. And in my estimation, no, they shouldn't go out and give up top prospects to bring in a bat to try and help this team get over the top. And I say that only for this reason. I don't think one bat's going to get it done.
No.
I don't think
I'm not
two
too,
bats.
I'm with you.
You might need 3. You might need 4.
Yeah.
And the offense has just been struggling. We know that. We've gone over the numbers. They're close to the bottom in batting average. It might be the bottom after today. All the main statistical categories, they're near the bottom. The only one they're not is on base percentage, and they're like 24th. So congratulations on that. They've been shut out now in 3 of the last 4 games. They've lost 6 of their last 7 games. And I just think there's just not enough here to make a move giving up a top prospect to go get what would probably be a journeyman bat, Tom.
Oh, for sure.
You know, if you happen to get a guy who was controllable for 3 or 4 years and you really liked his upside, maybe a lesser prospect.
So then, Jeff, if not now, then when? Because this is kind of the can you've been kicking down the road now for years, right? They have been unable to, and I know, listen, financial implications, all that kind of stuff. Who's available, who's not available, et cetera, et cetera. You know, trying to fix it internally, what have you. When are you gonna do it then? Like the AL is ripe for the taking this year.
It is. I know. It pains me to say what I said.
Yeah, and I know they've leaned on, and listen, they've gotten some production from. I mean, Chase DeLauder's had a great rookie year, right? Bazana was an all-star, and he's shown flashes of being your second baseman forever. Brian Rocchio has been terrific.
Yep, like him.
It's just not enough. I think we also discount that this team has gone now, and I know Hosey is back. Ramirez is back here now for going on a week. He's still getting himself back to his level, right? Same with Martinez, right?
And when they come back and get back, and we know when their game gets back,
right?
That's going to be a huge help.
It is, but Hosey's not going to hit 20 home runs over the next.
I would think not.
50 games, right? No. So where's it going to come from? And how much longer can you go without what has been the biggest hole that this team has had now for going on a decade? Right? And it seems like every time they try to fill it, they fill it with kind of, to your point, the veteran, journeyman who's available, who fits their price range, their cost rate. Reese Hoskins, and he's just not delivered this year. And he's a wonderful guy.
I wanted him like crazy.
I know you did.
I love his past. I mean, the guy really produced in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And it just hasn't clicked here. He's hit some home runs, and that's about it.
Well, what struck me too last weekend, Jeff? Josh Bell was here with the Twins. And now that was a big acquisition by them a few years ago, and
they've made those kind of guys.
They've tried.
Hoskins is a similar guy, and Encarnacion was here for a little while, and Edwin did a nice job. But they get these guys, and they're usually not guys who stick for any great period of time.
Mike Zunino.
Yeah.
Edward Rosario. Those type of guys, right?
Rosario left and played really well in Atlanta.
Of course he did. That's how it always goes, right? It seems like every time I see Josh Bell now, he hits a line drive somewhere.
Well, he's doing great for Minnesota.
He's been perfect for them.
He's been, and I wonder, with some of those guys, Tom, are they not patient enough? They traded Bell to Miami. They did get Khalil Watson, but Khalil's back in the minors right now.
Right.
I mean, should you stick with these guys? Josh Bell was good in Pittsburgh. I thought that I love that signing. Go get him, bring him, but it didn't work.
So what do you do in the here and now?
All right, so here's what I think. This organization obviously develops pitching very well.
Incredibly well.
And with that thought in mind, this is what I would do. if I found a guy out there who I thought would be a bat I could go and get and bring in, or maybe two of them, I would trade from depth of pitching in the organization. If this organization decides it can move on from a pitcher, maybe they don't think they can develop them. I don't think this organization has done a great job of identifying offensive talent until just recently. DeLauder, Bazzana, and Rocchio they fixed somehow when he went down. They have some guys right now. I don't want to go too deep into the woods on this, but you have a couple of guys now in AAA who seem like they might be a year away. Ralphie Velasquez and Alfonso Rosario, who's an outfielder who's got some pop. We had Ryan Mitchell, the play-by-play guy from the Clippers, on yesterday, and he said he kind of chuckled when I mentioned Rosario, and he goes, "Man, is he put together?" He said he's built and he's a big, strong guy, and like I wouldn't move one of those guys. They're in AAA. That means they're probably close. Let's see. I don't want to move them. And then in AA, remember last year in the 2025 draft, they drafted all these college hitters. Well, their number one pick
power hitters.
Yeah. 3 of them have been promoted from Lake County to AA Akron right now. And they were all drafted last year, not the number one pick, Lavalette, not him, but Nolan Schubert, who's 6'4", 227. Dean Curley, who is 6'4", big guy, and Aaron Walton.
Are they all tracking positively, by the way? They're all hitting the ball?
Yeah, they were all hitting in Lake County, and they've started off well enough in Akron. And we're planning to have Jim Clark, the Rubber Ducks play-by-play guy, with us tomorrow. So you'll enjoy that conversation. They have some guys that seem like they're on the up, position player-wise. And don't take this the wrong way, any little guy who's playing in the majors. They're not little guys who are going to slap the ball around.
I got you.
They're big dudes who can hit it hard. And between Velasquez and Schubert and Curley and Walton and Rosario, okay, if 2 of them make it, great. That's 2 you didn't have. But I don't know that I trust this organization to figure out which one's the guy.
No, that has been the rub, hasn't it?
Well, it has.
Yeah.
Remember a couple of years ago, and not that either guy has set the world on fire, but they drafted Will Benson in the first round and Nolan Jones in the second round.
Right.
And then bailed on both of them. And Will Benson went to Cincy and was okay for a while. And Nolan Jones had the one good year in Colorado. If I'm them, I hang on to some of these position players. Jason Churio, Jackson's brother, is also in AA.
And you risk moving some of this pitching depth, is what you're saying.
I would risk some. If you want to make a move, I would trade some pitching depth, and it might be lower level pitching depth. And I would, if you want to get a bat, I would do it that way. I'm not trading.
Well, you did it with we did it with a tugboat already, right? This year, so you've shown a willingness to make those kinds of moves, which is probably a good sign.
And Angel Hanau, everything we hear about him, going to be a good major league ball player. All right, keep him, put him at second base. Teach Bazzana how to play left. That takes care of one position.
Right.
Do that in spring training. I just.
They always seem to talk themselves out of those kinds of moves, though, don't they, Jeff?
Yes, they do.
Right? For whatever reason, right? And listen, they know pitching better than anybody, you could argue.
Yep.
Right? And there's something to be said for that. Now, there's another way to skin the cat, which they did in 2016, which is you bring in an Andrew Miller type. Like if they can't find that bat, and God knows you're right, they need 1, 2, or 3 of them if they can't find it internally, right?
Yeah.
So the other way to go about this is what they did with Andrew Miller, right? Is you bring in a guy
where they gave up their number one position player prospecting Clint Frazier.
Okay.
He had some moments in New York, but never made it.
You bring in another big arm, and you shorten the game, and you try to win You try to win games 3-2, though. The problem there is you're going to get out-homered by somebody.
You need to look behind the glass because that guy's thinking of a gentleman whose initials are MM.
He likes Mason.
You already got a couple Miller jerseys printed previously. You may as well bring them in.
I mean, it's the way to, if you can't find the bat, then that's the other way.
I got him for 4 runs. I got him this year and 3 years after under club control.
Make the move
for a fire-breathing dragon. Let's freaking go.
What are you gonna have to give up though?
The house. I mean, It's going to have to be.
I just mentioned a bunch of names.
Yeah.
Put 3 or 4 of them in a deal.
Okay.
That's what you would
Look
have.
at you guys. You guys have masterminded this.
Well, that's
already.
what you
I
would
like it.
have to do.
I may have been drooling over this for like the past 48 hours.
Hanau would be a starting point.
Yes.
He would have to be in the deal.
Okay.
Without question.
Take 1 or 2 of the beasts that I just talked about, the 6'4" guys who are up in AA now.
Yeah.
I don't want to trade him. Well, if I can get Mason Miller, I'm moving 1 or 2.
Got to pay the cost of being the boss.
Well, yeah, you sure do.
Okay, on the other side of this, though,
Or
Go ahead.
the only other one I would throw in is if you don't love that idea, I would be tempted to call the Nats because C.J. Abrams' name is getting thrown around, and they've talked before he might play a little center field. So if you could bring a guy like that, and he's currently their starting shortstop, he's hitting the cover off the ball, you could send that guy to center field and solve a problem. You have him under club control till 29. So that's right there. That's 3 years. So that's 3 runs right there.
He's available?
They're saying
There's
so.
the rumblings that he
That's
is.
the rumblings.
He's a good player.
He's hitting the cover off the ball. Now,
Dan mentioned something,
what's
though.
between the ears is a little hairy, but that's beside the point.
What you mentioned, though, is the key to this whole thing. Again, I don't want to move these position players.
Yeah.
They seem like they have changed the organizational philosophy slightly. DeLauder's doing a great job. I watched some video on Nolan Schubert, the kid who just got promoted to AA Akron. He's a first baseman primarily, has played some outfield. He has the same swing as DeLauder. You know how Chase ends his follow-through like at the top of the swing?
Yeah.
Schubert does the same thing.
Is that right?
Yeah. And I as soon as I saw it, I thought, God, that's Chase DeLauder's swing. It's the same deal.
Oh, boys, you got to do something. I mean,
you do.
Yesterday was just so painful. They get the win in the game 1, right? Then you go out in game 2, and you faced a bunch of Reds relievers.
Yeah.
A couple of
Bullpen game.
1 or 2 of them that have had 2 or 3 Tommy John surgeries, right? Journeyman guys, and
nothing.
You get nothing against them.
Nothing. Well, Gavin Williams strikes out 11.
God, he was great again.
Yeah.
That's the bright side of it.
It kills you. Todd Monken's going to speak at 12:50. We'll have that press conference. Denzel Ward's coming up. We'll go to Berea as soon as the guys get ready to speak. But I want to back up this Guardians conversation just a little bit, because if you look at the position players on this team right now, how many of them are really keepers? Next on Baskin and Phelps.
Mastercraft tires, get one free. Buy 3, get one free. Offer ends July 31st. Learn more at econrads.com.
Be a part of the most passionate fan base in all the NFL.
Backpedaling, going deep. Denzel Ward picked it off. Denzel's got it at the Browns 28.
Become a season ticket.
We now go live to Berea for Browns cornerback Denzel Ward. Press conference is brought to you by Expert Restorations. ExpertRestorationsLLC.com.
But just a lot of back and forth talks, and I was happy to get a deal done.
Was there any concern on your part, Denzel, that after Miles was traded that you might be next?
Like I said, I always say, like, I don't. Like, if I get traded or go to a different team, you know, that's where I'm supposed to be, and that's what's meant for me. You know, I just enjoy playing the game of football, so wherever I'm at, I'm going to go give my best effort and make plays and be that shutdown corner wherever I'm at. But as you see, the Browns, they still got me. So as long as they got me here, you know, I'm going to be that guy here and continue to play hard and try to get wins for the city.
Just to be clear, did you ask for a no-trade clause?
I won't go into too much detail about, you know, contracts like that. But yeah.
Was there any hesitation on your part, given the fact that Miles was traded, given that the roster's been in kind of a transition for the last couple of years, getting real younger, to sign on here for another couple of years?
No, it wasn't really any hesitation. Like I said, Miles is a great friend of mine and a great player, and, you know, loved him when he was on the team. But I mean, he's not on the team now, and, you know, I'm all in for Cleveland. You know, I'm a Cleveland kid through and through, and this is where I'm at, and this is where I want to be. And this is where I'm going to go and play hard and try to fight to get wins. And whoever's here, that's who we go fight with, and that's who we go work with.
And kind of off of that, you have the third most experience on this roster, league-wise, and you're obviously from here. How much does that mean to you to not only be one of the more veteran leaders on this team, but to continue playing in your hometown?
Yeah, it's exciting. Everybody trying to say I'm old, though. I don't feel I'm old. I still feel good. But, no, it's exciting just to still play for my hometown team. Like I said, being an Ohio kid and just working towards my goals. So, you know, got the contract, but, you know, I just enjoy playing football, and I'm glad to continue to do that.
Denzel, now that this is done, when we looked back to the offseason, it seemed, you know, a little odd that you weren't here for the OTAs and stuff like that. And I know you explained that you had to go for and stuff like that. And then you didn't really participate in mini camp. So, in retrospect, were those things a little bit related to the fact that you were trying to get this contract?
Yeah, it was related. It was related, to answer your question.
Hey, ESPN did an annual survey among your coaches, executives, rating every position. And you came up 7th among NFL cornerbacks.
Yeah.
6 pretty good ones ahead of you. But do you think that is fair ranking for you?
I feel I always get kind of put down in the rankings lower than I should be. I'm not sure why it is, but, you know, it's a lot of talented guys, but I do feel like I'm that number one guy in the league. I feel my numbers speak for itself, my play when you turn on the tape. But like I said, it's a lot of great players, a lot of number one corners out there in the league, and I just happen to be one of them, just like other guys for other teams.
Denzel, I mean, there's just been so many changes, obviously, for the defense over the last 6 or however many months. Like, what gives you confidence that you as like a leader can help kind of keep that standard, what it's been for like one of the top units in the league?
Yeah, I think it starts with myself. I got to uphold the standard that I've been playing at, continue to play on a high level, and bringing people along with me as well as that go. And as I'm playing well, that's going to bring everybody else up as well.
Do you think this new coordinator will play as much press man as Schwartz did?
Oh, potentially. I do. I really love the plays that he does have in, so I'm looking forward to getting out here and practicing them and going through them all. But we just got to wait and see how it's going to go during the game.
I know you already were when you signed the last contract, but how does it feel to be the highest paid guy at your position?
Yeah, it feels great. That was always my goal, to be the highest paid again and to make that happen. And I'm glad we got it done. But like I said, my most important thing, I just enjoy playing the game of football. So I'm grateful for the money, the raise they gave me and money. But now it's time to play football, to do what I love.
You worked a lot last year, this time of year, on securing the ball. Between periods, you're always catching the ball, touching the ball. And I don't know how many interceptions you had last year, too. So what's the state of your interception game, do you think?
When you say the state of it, what do you mean?
Can you get more?
I feel like I could definitely get more. Like I said, I always invite more targets. I want more targets, get more action on the ball. But I could definitely get more, and I need to get more, and that's going to be the goal again going in this year to get more interceptions.
Denzel, you talked about sort of your role as a leader on
guys brought in the last couple of years.
Mhm.
It kind of feels like there's a transition happening in terms of like culture, and you got Todd here now. What role can you sort of play in trying to help build a new culture here?
Yeah, I think just continue to be myself, lead how I lead. I feel I've become more vocal, but just continue to play well and playing at a high level. And like I said before, bringing people along with me and, just continue to be myself. I feel that's going to help bring everybody up.
Behind you and Tyson Campbell, there seems to be a lot of uncertainty as how the backups unfold, the nickel back and all the other. What's your opinion, having seen them through the spring season, the depth behind you, two starters?
Yeah, no, we going to be good. Of course, you going to think that lose some guys and, the depth is not as well, but guys been playing well, and I think we're gonna be good.
Was it kind of a badge of honor that you don't get a lot of interceptions because they're thrown the other side?
Yeah, but I want some action though, so I do love when they throw the ball at me. I want them to throw the ball at me in this camp. I don't want guys to go away from me just so I can practice as well and get reps on task. But it is a badge of honor. It's respect, and I'm grateful for that respect. But I do love being in the action, though, and making plays.
Denzel, one of the rankings this offseason was about the young core of players that have come in here, and the Browns are ranked 4th among them. And one of the new faces, obviously, is Jared Verse coming in and among the league leaders and pressures. Just when you saw that whole situation and that trade go down with Miles, and the fact that you brought Jared in, what type of message did that send to you as one of the longer tenured players here, bringing in a player of his caliber?
Yeah, I think it shows that we're still competing to win. It's not. I don't think I see a lot of people talking about we're trying to rebuild and tank or something like that. But I think it just shows that we're trying to rebuild, bringing in a great player like Jared Verse. He's still a talented player. Myles Garrett is obviously Myles Garrett. He's going to be who he is. But, we're still a talented team and got talented players. We just got to go show that and play together. No one player wins the game. It's a team sport, and we all play together, all 11. We're going to be good.
So your attitude both at your camp and today is that, hey, get traded and play hard for whoever. So what was the conversation like about that possibility when you signed this contract?
I just pretty much focus on where I'm at. Like, if I'm here, cool. If it came to the point to where I needed to be traded, then I think I'll focus more on it then. But that didn't come about yet, and I can still get traded. That's the NFL. Things happen, and but I just deal with it as stuff come. You can't worry about the what ifs all the time. You just gotta be in the moment.
What have been your early impressions of Todd? And what kind of camp do you think he's going to run?
Great. I think he's been great so far. Just the way he's been rallying the team. I think it's gonna be a tough camp. I do feel it's gonna be a tough camp, but I'm excited for it.
What about Mike coming in and replacing Jim?
Yeah, no, I'm excited to have him. Like I said, I feel he got a lot of good plays and plays that I'm gonna enjoy and can make a lot of plays in. So I'm looking forward to getting out here and practicing them and going through it with the rest of the team and going from there.
They brought in Casey and Boston. You're looking forward to going against those guys in practice?
Yeah, for sure. Those guys, they gonna make me work. I'm gonna make them work too, though. But I'm looking forward to going against them. They got a lot of talent, a lot of different body types. So just being able to get different work from all those players is gonna be fun.
I know you addressed this a little bit, but what kind of changed for you, or what made you still really want to be here, even though Miles is gone? Because there was a point where, that was gonna kind of rattle you a little bit.
Yeah.
The previous year,
yeah.
was going to be gone. So what kind of changed in your mind about that?
I think really just thinking about, like, I'm from Cleveland. This is the city I'm from. I've always played in Ohio. I'm an Ohio kid, and it's just grateful to be able to come and play for my hometown team. Not many people get to do that. So just to be able to get back to this city, I feel that deserves win, and deserves a lot more. I just want to be a part of that once we get this thing going.
For you, what's the last one? Knowing that you're the longest tenured Browns player on this roster.
Say it one more time for me.
What's it like knowing that you're the longest tenured Browns player on this roster?
Yeah, like I said, everybody keep thinking I'm old, but I'm still young and still ready to play. But no, like I said, just knowing what's coming, knowing what to expect out here and what to do and stuff. So just trying to be a leader for the team and just be myself.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
That's Denzel Ward. He's about $50 million richer
Mm-hmm.
than he was at this time yesterday. And Denzel was asked about rankings at the cornerback position. Tom, there's only one ranking that really matters, and that's where you rank on payday. And he ranks number 1.
Every other Friday.
At least for now. My guess is that won't last very long. Christian Gonzalez with New England, my guess is gets a better deal than the one that Denzel just signed.
I got news for you. There are not 6 cornerbacks better than Denzel Ward in the NFL.
No, there are not.
I tell you what jumped out. A few things jumped out to me here, Jeff. Yep. Sounds like there was some negotiating going on here with what he did in the spring, which was he said it was related. His basically was a hold-in.
He said yes, it was related.
He leveraged them, obviously.
Yeah. Miles gets traded. Here I am.
Exactly. Hey, yeah. And if you want me to stay, then make it worth my while. I did like to hear him say, I'm all in for Cleveland. Reiterated.
Did not shy away from the idea of not finishing his career in Cleveland.
No.
Did you think?
And understands that this is
Trade.
the NFL where things can happen quickly.
Yep.
Yeah, it could be traded.
The bottom line in this situation, Tom, and I've always told folks, you need to view athletes as independent contractors.
100%.
And mercenaries. You play. I've always thought you play for the National Football League, and though you might have some say in where you go, you play for the
different
NFL.
world now. That's exactly right.
Get used to being the idea. Hey, I'm going to be a Charger next week.
You're a commodity.
Sure,
I know,
and that's why your agent takes care of you financially.
Yeah.
You get your deal. Hey, great. I've been paid. Where am I going to play? I'm in Cleveland now. Great, terrific. Yeah. If you end up in Seattle, well, you end up in Seattle, but that contract goes with you.
Which also flies in the face for those of us who grew up in a different NFL,
Absolutely.
right? Where loyalty mattered.
Or
and the
any
hometown
league.
or
any
any
league.
team.
Yeah.
Where loyalty mattered and what have you. I also thought it was interesting for him to kind of defend the organization in that with this move, it shows that we are still competing to win.
Yeah.
He used tanking. He was like, I don't like this idea of people talking about us tanking. That's not what we're doing.
Tom, you've been around athletes your entire career.
Yeah.
There is no professional athlete that takes the football field, baseball, NBA court, and thinks, yep, can't wait to lose today.
And there is not a manager who fills out a starting lineup or a coach who fills out his starting group with the idea that we're going to lose today.
That's correct.
These are competitive people.
Yep.
And
the only way you tank is by not giving that coach enough talent.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
right.
the only way to do it.
Yeah, you pull it out
because
from
they're going to
underneath
try with everything they have to win that game.
Yeah, but yeah, I thought. And by the way, just to hear the maturity with which Denzel has this kind of a situation now is real refreshing to me too. I can remember when he was kind of the wide-eyed rookie or first or second or third year. Actually, Denzel Ward was really not comfortable in these settings, and it's interesting now how he kind of pushes back a little bit here and there on questions, asks for clarity on certain questions, like what are you going for there? He interrupted Grossi to ask about, what do you mean about the state of my game? Or what is the state of my interception game? Do I want to get more? Of course. Talked about, wanting to have more action on his side because that's what I had mentioned earlier. A lot of times they don't throw to his side of the field, which just shows you how good Denzel Ward is. So, good for him, good for the Browns. I think this is a real positive step for them.
There's no harm here.
Yeah, no.
It's nothing but good stuff. And obviously, it's the National Football League. You can afford to give a guy that kind of money.
Yeah. It's monopoly money. It's crazy.
Yeah, I hate to just be that blunt about it, but it is.
That's insane.
It's like, think about if any of us came into $50 million. Seriously, think about it. And here we're like, hey, good, he got a nice extension. Isn't that swell? Great, but that's just how insane
And
the
$50
NFL
million
is.
now is a drop in the bucket.
Well,
right,
Tom, I yes.
What was that contract that the Eagles gave Carter the other day? Right, $150 million for 4 years for a defensive tackle. Where are we?
I mentioned this with the Carter deal. It's not like basketball, where we have 1, 2, maybe on a really good team, 3 guys who you're paying all kinds of money to, and they can go win it for you. You pay 3 NFL guys, you're going to stink. I mean, if that's all you have,
Yeah.
you've got to pay so many guys so much money. And for a guy like Carter to get that kind of money, for a guy like Denzel to get that kind of money, that's all well and good. But, man, they can't do it by themselves.
Well, and to your point, Jeff, you got to be smart enough to be able to spread those kind of contracts out or what
Yes.
have you, right? Where it's not going to impact your ability to add talent or depth or whatever the case may be. So, yeah, it's what a world we live in now. Cha-ching.
Think about what's coming. It a little while down the road. You're going to pay Carson Schlesinger. Hopefully, you're going to pay Mason Graham. That means Mason, has stepped up and done what you think you drafted him to do.
Mm-hmm.
There could be some real superstar talent on this defense. You're going to pay Jared Verse.
Yeah.
That's going to happen. So,
well, and
fingers crossed, Tom, that they A, deserve it, and B, Browns are in a position to make it happen, and be ready to really compete when those guys are ready to get those kind of paychecks.
Well, and let's not forget this part of the equation. You're also going to pay more for your parking spot and your beer and your TV package and your jersey and whatever else is associated with the NFL, because that's where it's going.
And a new dome.
And a new dome, which Denzel Ward will play in as of today.
Well, we think, yeah. Denzel didn't say, boy, I can't wait to be in the dome, did he?
Yeah. I mean, I don't like, and here's the other thing, Jeff, and I always try to stay away from the business standpoint of all this now, but it is what it is, right? You can't.
We can't.
You have to. Yeah.
You can't. Todd Monken is going to speak in about 14 minutes, and we'll hear him right here on 92.3 The Fan. So here we go. Todd Monken, Browns' first-year head coach at training camp as the Browns on the field for the first time today.
So hurry, head to cedarpoint.com to get your tickets, plus applicable taxes and fees, online only.
Your morning routine has changed. Wake up with the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. Catch up on all the latest from Cleveland sports from the night before and around the sports world leading up to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. on 92.3 The Fan.
We now go live to Berea for Browns head coach Todd Monken. This press conference is brought to you by Expert Renovations, expertrenovationsllc.com.
Which highlight that again, which was what?
I can't remember. What did I say? Yeah. I mean, ultimately, I really can't remember.
Does it feel any different for you, Todd, now that this will be your first training camp practice as a head coach? What does that mean?
A dream come true is probably the best way to put it. You work your whole life for an opportunity. Not sure if it ever come, and if it didn't, then that's what's meant to be. So obviously, a dream come true.
Sean, when you talk about setting the tone for the season in training camp, just what are your expectations of your team over these next 6 weeks?
One thing I did tell the team, now that I remember what I said, was I was going to tell the team it's time, right? Oh, it's time. But if you came and watched us practice, when they stepped on the field in the spring, for whether it was rookie minicamp, voluntary minicamp, mandatory minicamp, or OTAs, it was time. I mean, they practiced their rear ends off, so I don't expect anything different come today.
We know where you left off with the quarterback issue. Where are we now? You just pick up alternating at this point?
Yeah, nothing's really changed. We anticipate alternating. First of all 4 quarterbacks are going to compete. They all won't get equal reps. Obviously, we will alternate just like we did in the spring with Deshaun and Shedeur with the ones.
Do you have a timeline on when you want to name a quarterback one, and how do you plan on giving up reps for the preseason game?
The easiest way for me to say that, and it still won't stop you from asking, not you particularly, but everybody in general, is the first game. And we're going to have a starter the first game, right? I mean, ultimately, I'm not going to decide who the starter is. They decide by their play. Their play decides who the starter is. I don't have any preconceived notions of how they played in the past or how they're going to play. I only can, with my eyes, judge. And guys got to play well around them. I think we've shored up some things up front. We've added some weapons on the perimeter, so I think that's going to help. But they'll decide who plays. I don't decide who plays. The players decide who plays.
Do you mean first game of the season or first game of preseason?
First game of the season. No, we're going to play in the preseason.
Right off the bat, the Chicago game, you'll play starters?
We're going to play in the preseason. I won't back myself into a corner. Right now, I plan on playing the starters, but I plan on playing our guys. We got to see what we got, right? Especially at quarterback.
All the way back to the owners' meetings, the breakfast, you noted that you would not be able to do equal reps, obviously, for these guys. So, in terms of the reps, will you sort of start to maybe trend towards your presumptive starter? All of a sudden we'll look out there and start to see one guy maybe taking more first team reps?
It's possible, but I don't decide that. The players will decide that. As you start to see, as the camp goes, and you start to see less rotation, if you start to see individual players at every position get more reps with the one, it's a pretty good sign they're a one.
Todd, do you anticipate Malik Collins being cleared at all in training camp?
Too early to say, but he looks great. I mean, watching him outside, he's done an unbelievable job this offseason with his rehabilitation, being down in Houston with his family. But the first day we had the young guys here, we were out there, I thought he was ready then. I won't speak for him, I won't speak for our medical staff, but I do anticipate, if we don't have any setbacks, that at some point we'll have him.
Will anybody be limited from an injury perspective today to start camp?
I don't see it unless something happens between now and another half hour. I don't anticipate anybody else being limited.
When you say all 4 quarterbacks are going to compete, we've been viewing this, of course, as a two-way competition between Shedeur and Deshaun. So when you say all 4 quarterbacks will compete, what does that sort of mean for Dylan and Taylor?
Well, again, I think I said it in the spring, is that everybody on the roster competes. I mean, you're in the NFL. I mean, equal reps doesn't mean you're not going to compete. Obviously, you don't have as many opportunities. You got to take advantage of the opportunities that you get. But you never know how it's going to go at any position. Minor injuries are a part of training camp. So guys go down, their shoulders are a little sore, and Dylan comes in, someone comes in and plays well, or another position. Again, we have to divide the reps up according to the depth chart. In a perfect world in camp, me personally, I would prefer the ones get 50%, the twos get 33%, and the threes get 17%, and somewhere the other guys got to fill in. Can you always count on that? No. And so the more those guys you start to see them with the ones, then you can kind of anticipate there are starters.
Now, the rotation of the pass rush, obviously Jared versus new here, and then you have Alex Wright looking to step up and take a big role here, but the rotation of guys that come after them, how important is this training camp to kind of identify the depth pieces there on the ends and then also that interior?
Sure. I mean, first of all, I'm excited once we get the pads on, because we spent all spring without pads on, and that's really you get an opportunity to evaluate the offensive line first in terms of where we're at, which is going to be a critical component in everything we want to do offensively, and then obviously up front and seeing those guys. Obviously, I got a lot of respect for Alex Wright, and obviously Isaiah McGuire, Julian, and then our interior guys that are super explosive off the ball. So I'm excited to see them all rep.
Todd, I guess a similar question to the quarterbacks there, but the O-line, I mean, how quickly do you want things figured out there to be in the best spot?
Be great. The sooner the better. But again, the players will determine that. I mean, obviously we brought in 3 highly regarded free agents. We anticipate those guys starting for us, but that is still to be determined. We're not at the first game yet, and then we'll see Spencer, Austin, and Parker, the rookies, along with the guys that have come back that were on the roster previously.
Todd, could you clarify how much hitting you anticipate doing this camp, and do you tackle to the ground at all?
No, we won't tackle the ground. We won't go to the ground. We'll thud. We're not going to bring anybody to the ground.
Will you utilize all 16 padded practices?
I don't know that. I haven't gone that far ahead. Okay. We have really up till Buffalo, and so I don't anticipate that. They allow that, but it is difficult to get all those in leading up till then, but I'd never say never.
Todd, big news for you guys yesterday with the extension of Denzel Ward. How do you feel about having one of your team leaders and best players, in the fold and wrapped up like that?
Well, I mean, first off, one of the elite players in the NFL, well-deserved. And at this point, which is really cool, is you get paid for what we anticipate to get. Nobody pays somebody for what they've done. You're still anticipating that he's going to play at a high level, which I see nothing that will stop him from still being at an elite level. And I'm happy for him. To continue to play at a high level and always be a Cleveland Brown, being from here, I think it's really cool. I think, I was fired up for him. He had a big smile on his face yesterday. It's been something that I know Andrew's been working on, and I know we're fired up.
When you were the offensive coordinator with the Ravens, planning to play the Browns, how did you scheme with Denzel Ward in mind?
Well, first of all, it became a little more difficult when we added Tyson, right? So it made it a little bit different. And there's been times where we've played the Browns where Denzel's been banged up, so it hasn't always been when he's been out there. But I think you do have to be careful in terms of he's got unbelievable tracking speed and can play the ball in the air. And his ability to break on the ball, so you can't be late with your throws. I think you got to be careful down the field because he's going to track it and he's going to compete. Those were the things that, that we were, I would say afraid of, but obviously had to be, leery of because of his speed to be able to track the ball.
What's the thought process of only one joint practice day with Buffalo?
Well, I think it's gotten to that with all teams. I think most teams now end up with one practice, end up going a day early, or they come a day early. And I would guess that probably it's because, I don't know what percentage, but it always felt like the second day is when all the fights started. Guys get pissy the day before, and then the night meetings, and you start huffing and puffing, and you go back the next day, and it's like, If you've seen the meeting, it's like you're already telling them, be careful. I mean, so I think it's gotten to that a little bit to where you just go one practice. We would have liked to have practiced with the Bears. It just didn't work out with them. We would have liked to have gone, we're going to go a day early and have dinner up there, but it didn't work out.
Todd, you didn't get to see a lot of, or I'm not sure any of Harold Fannin during the offseason program, but I saw him running around last week. So how does he look for you, and do you feel like he's going to be a focal point of what you're trying to do?
Oh, yeah. Looked really good last week. And he's still a young player, still a developing player. But what a great mindset. Wants to be better, works awfully hard. You guys have seen him. One thing I didn't know that I saw last year is his yards after contact. Like, I didn't see that in Bowling Green. Maybe I didn't study hard enough. I don't know. I didn't see that. And then, man, is he hard to tackle. As he develops his route running skills, I wouldn't say he's a matchup guy yet. That's not. I think he's going to continue to develop as a blocker. But I think you get him the ball, and I think he's a hard guy to bring down. I think he's a powerful, powerful man and only going to get better.
Good. One down.
That's it.
There he goes. That's one down, as they just said. Todd Monken, head coach of the Browns. Press conferences on 92.3 The Fan are brought to us by Expert Renovations, expertrenovationllc.com. Couple of things out of that, Tom, that make me think a little bit. First, as he said, you work your whole life for an opportunity. He said if it doesn't come along, it doesn't come along, and you deal with it. But he said it's a dream come true for him. And that dream begins today when he gets that football team out on the field where they won't be tackling.
Thud only.
Thud only.
Not surprised by that.
All camp, it sounded like.
Yeah, you got to keep these guys fresh. There's no more Oklahoma drills. You got to preserve these guys, man. It's a long season.
Yep.
Too many bad things can happen even when you're doing thud, even when you're going through the normal sprints and what have you. I mean,
sprints lead to hamstring
Yeah,
pulls.
honest to God.
I mean, anything happens, right?
Totally true. Yeah.
I've mentioned over the years, and this is going way back, but Bud Grant, the legendary coach of the Minnesota Vikings, was always notorious for his team starting slow, but finishing really strong and really healthy because he did not ever overwork them in training camp. And he did it for the very reason you laid out. You got to keep them healthy. And if you're beating the you-know-what out of each other early on in training camp, it doesn't really do you any good in November, does it?
No, and these guys work so hard in the offseason to begin with, Jeff.
It's a full-time
It's a full-time gig, yeah. So
training camps aren't what they used to be, where you had to actually train.
No, and especially given what we've learned over the years about concussions and head injuries or whatever, the more you can minimize that kind of contact, the better off your guys are going to be.
Yeah,
I'm with you. The dream come true line really stood out to me. As far as the quarterbacks are concerned, said nothing's really changed. He's gonna alternate things as they did during the camp.
He did say 4 quarterbacks will compete.
Yeah, he's just trying to motivate people there as much as anything, Jeff, to let them know that while you may be fourth in the depth chart, that doesn't mean you can't move, right? Reiterated that it is not his decision who will play quarterback. It'll be up to the play of those quarterbacks, and there's something to be said for that. I mean, that's true of any coach, right?
Yep, and we all know this. He basically said it with Dylan and Talon. He said, "You never know how it goes. If Deshaun Watson or Shedeur Sanders pull a hamstring, tweak a calf muscle,
that's exactly right.
And you're
out for a week, or
they're only going to miss 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Well, you missed 2 weeks of training camp. That's a big deal." And so, if something like that happens, there's an issue.
You get traded to Vegas, right?
Well,
Isn't it?
Well, don't you though? This football talk on 92.3 The Fan. It's presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. Tom Withers is in for Andy today. I'm Jeff Phelps. Well, more from the Browns coming up. A couple of other guys spoke. We'll hear a couple of things from what they have to say. But you heard Todd Monken talk about the quarterbacks. We're going to play our guys in the preseason, especially at quarterback. We have to see what we have.
We've got to see what we got. Yep, that was it.
What do you think of that one? 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps with Withers here on The Fan.
get all the latest Browns news pushed straight to your phone by following the Browns playlist in 92.3 The Fan in the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The first big baseball move in July could involve the Guardians, and this is the place to talk about it. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play us. Play 92.3 The Fan. And now, of course, YouTube. Get ready. Carmen, Lima, morning, 6 to 10. Andy and me, 10 to 2. Afternoon drive, Nick and Jonathan, 2 to 7. It's each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to that channel for free. You can watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand right now. Tom Withers is in for Andy today. I'm Jeff Phelps. Dan Mennigan's behind the glass. Meredith taking your phone calls, doing 2020s, 216-474-0092. There's Todd Monken. He had a voice. We heard him. He was supposed to go at 12:50. Instead, he went at 12:42. Early bird. Love it. And so it was good to hear from Todd. Dan and I were joking.
He's on time. Can his quarterbacks be on time?
Well, there you
That's
go.
the thing.
Dan and I were joking. Todd won't have a voice by Friday.
No doubt.
It'll be gone.
Or by 4 o'clock today.
Or by 4 o'clock today.
You know, I liked him when he was here.
Pretty direct.
Jeff, as the offensive coordinator.
Yeah,
From that
direct.
standpoint, he's got a little bit of an edge to him as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he kind of listens to your question. He'll do a little,
roll his eyes.
A little quick analysis, whether good, bad, or indifferent, and then speak his mind. Obviously he's not going to be, completely an open book and, candid about everything. Obviously, there's some subjects that he can't really get too detailed on right now. But I thought he said all the right things about, Denzel Ward and the quarterback situation and where they're at right now. Good to hear that there's not going to be anybody limited medically. That's always that's a big one. And
Malik Collins looks great.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
Made good progress. Had some real good things to say about Harold Fannin as well.
Mm-hmm.
I thought Jeff, to your point, the other Jeff Shadell did ask a good question about how, when he was in Baltimore, how they game plan for Denzel Ward. That's an interesting way of looking at things.
When Jeff said it, I looked at you and I said,
that is a good question.
That's a good thought.
That is a good thought.
And Todd gave an interesting response to it, which I thought was good.
Did?
I give him credit for this. Coaches are notorious for not saying stuff. Okay, and saying enough to
some
answer
more than others. Yeah,
to vaguely answer a question. I think he laid out the way he's going to handle this quarterback situation as well as you could lay it out.
I'll give you that.
He said 4 quarterbacks will compete, but they won't get equal reps. Okay, and he said Shedeur and Deshaun will get the reps with the 1. Their play will decide who starts. Okay, buy every bit of it, get it. Said we're going to play our guys in the preseason, especially at quarterback. We need to see what we have. And then he said Dylan and Talon, you never know. We'll see how it goes. And then he dropped this one on us. And, okay, it makes sense, but you don't always hear this. He said, just pay attention. See who's running more with the 1s. Chances are those guys will be our starters. And that holds true with the quarterback spot, I would assume as well, Tom. And I would bet we start to see some of that by next week.
I would agree with that because, as I said earlier, I think this decision is going to come sooner than later, just from the standpoint that you don't want it to be a distraction that's going to carry out through August, right? You've got to start identifying not only your quarterback, but your starters, across that offensive line and elsewhere before you get too deep into August and it's too late, right? You don't have that luxury of time.
One other aspect, Tom, that I think is huge, and we discussed it in the 10 o'clock hour, is this. You have skill position players who are either rookies or second-year guys. You have an offensive line that has not played together. Offensive linemen need to learn a quarterback.
Right.
They need to learn how to work together for that quarterback. And skill position guys need to figure out, how does this quarterback get me the ball? How do I work with this guy? If you delay that until after the preseason,
exactly,
you're not helping your team any.
Well, you heard Coach Monken say that. He quickly transitioned from, it's important for these quarterbacks to play well, but it's also important to see the guys, how they play around them.
Yep.
I mean, that's a huge thing. And he quickly, again, he spoke about the skill guys, the perimeter guys, as he called them, and that offensive line, which you and I went through, has been rebuilt from stem to stern.
Ground up. But if, and of course they do, if they want to improve the offense from a unit that scored 16.4 points a game last year, second worst in the NFL, you don't throw it together in late August or early September.
You can't. There's impossible.
You've got to start polishing it up ASAP. And that's why I wouldn't be stunned if they name a quarterback after the first preseason game.
No, me neither. No, depending on how it goes and depending on how these first couple of weeks go.
Mm-hmm. Wouldn't you think they would wait till at least one preseason game?
I would think one. Yeah, I would think one. He may have an idea going into then who the.
I'll bet he has an idea now.
I guarantee you he does.
But if not, he's not doing his job.
No, of course. And it's why you have mini camps. It's why you have all OTAs. It's why you have the classroom situations that I talked about earlier that we don't get a chance to see that are a huge part of what makes up a franchise quarterback.
Dan Menningen.
A little bit of news here, gentlemen. Mike Garafolo, NFL Network defensive end Jadeveon Clowney is visiting the Browns today, a source says. Jadeveon Clowney back in Berea visiting, according to Mike Garafolo of NFL Network.
Is number 24 available? Isn't that what he wore last year?
Or does he still have stuff in his locker that he didn't pick up the first time he left town? Like, what's going on here? I know he.
You know what, Tom?
Didn't leave on the best of terms, as I recall.
But entirely different coaching staff.
Well, yeah.
And any port in the storm.
Also, number 95 is not here any longer, which was probably a big part of it as well.
Jadeveon's a good football player. He always has been. If you think you need some depth on the defensive line and he needs a team, great, bring him in.
I think that spot in Crocker Park is still available as well, where he was the last time around. So, hey, yeah, why not? I mean, if it would be a one-year deal, give you some more depth there. He still plays at a pretty high level for a guy who's been around for a minute.
Yeah, and the last 4 years,
he's been to 19
Cleveland,
teams.
Baltimore, Carolina, Dallas. One team each of the last 4 years.
Mary Kay Cabot adding in that the Browns are strongly considering re-signing Jadeveon Clowney, who's visiting with them today. So Mary Kay Cabot saying on Twitter that she is strong.
I mean, he wouldn't be here if there wasn't a chance. So I think.
Correct.
Okay.
Just
again,
I got you.
Well, adding some narrative, little context.
Okay, a little context.
Well, let me give a little more context. They do have a fine cafeteria. Maybe he was just in town and needed lunch. God.
Hey, I know a place.
I know guys.
I get a discount there. Yeah, good group of people.
I'll add this part of it in. I wonder if his phone is about to be really ringing because Shamar Stewart just went down in practice, and I've seen the footage of it floating around on Twitter. I don't think the Cincinnati Bengals are going to have Shamar Stewart playing for them at any point this year because that leg went a direction it's not supposed to go.
No.
So, yeah, sadly, I wonder if the Bengals might be on the phone.
Well,
I'm sorry. I know they're in our division. You want to beat divisional teams.
Not if Denzel Ward has anything to do about it. He's we're going to get this guy signed right away.
You just don't. You don't want to see anybody get hurt.
No, you don't.
That's ridiculous.
Clowney is what, 33?
Yeah, and if you're the Browns, you've got Jared Verse in Miles' spot. You have Alex Wright. You have Isaiah McGuire. And then, Tom, you could make the argument you could use some other guys on the edge.
Don't get me wrong, but wouldn't you think if you were Jadeveon Clowney at this stage in your career, you're going to a contender unless he feels like the Browns can surprise people and get that?
Unless his agent has been told by teams, thank you, but no.
Yeah, it's possible. Because you would think he would be of that mindset right now in his career, wouldn't he?
Yeah. Well, I think so. Very, very rarely to me, Tom, does a guy in football late in his career just go somewhere for a paycheck. The sport's too violent.
Yeah.
It's too dangerous.
That's a fair point.
You know, it's like, I'm going to go and win. I'm going to go play. A guy like Clowney who's made as much money as he's made, I always make the assumption that somebody gave him good financial advice and he's got some stashed. You're not just going to show up and put your body on the line for a lousy team just to get a paycheck. because you're not going to get paid like you got paid back in the day.
Played in 13 games last year, man. I'm looking, you know what?
Why not, right?
He has stayed relatively healthy, right? Been productive.
He's 33.
33. It's not that long ago that he had, 11 sacks over 2 years here. Listen, if it makes sense financially.
Had 8.5 sacks for Dallas last year.
That's pretty good for a team that
I would take
underachieved,
that.
Right?
I would take that. And a bunch of tackles for loss. I've always liked him. If he could end up in Cleveland, that'd be great. Why not? Because I do think they could use some extra depth on the D-line.
It's like pitching. Can never have enough, right?
No. There are two spots where you better have it. And to me, it's both lines.
100%.
You don't have it, you're in trouble.
Yeah, we went into great detail on the offensive line here. We didn't get much into the defense, but I think it's this almost the identical situation, Jeff, right? You can pencil in those first 4 or first 5, whatever you want to do, and then it gets a little lean after that. So bring in a guy of this caliber, of this pedigree, go for it.
Back to what Monken said about the quarterbacks, and we'll keep you posted if we hear anything more on Jadeveon Clowney.
By the way, all I was told was that he was scheduled to visit, so I don't think he's in the building.
Okay.
At this point,
could always be quickly diverted to Cincinnati. It's only about 3.5 down the road.
In-flight change.
Yeah, never know. We have to see what we have at quarterback. I'm glad he said that, and I'm glad he's going to play those guys in the preseason. Go earn the job. Whoever it is, go earn the job. And though first-team reps, Shedeur and Deshaun, if it's not one of those guys, we're all going to be stunned.
Yeah.
But as he said, you never know. And Tom, it doesn't, as you said, Kenny Pickett last year. And we thought he was going to be the starting quarterback. Then he pulls a hamstring, never to be seen again, basically.
I know.
And then all of a sudden you end up with Joe Flacco. And then all of a sudden Joe's out of here, and you're on your third and fourth string quarterbacks. Those were your guys. So
I remember last year you and I were so stunned by how quickly that all changed, right?
Yeah.
It went from okay, let's see Kenny Pickett, and he's got some mobility, and he's, he didn't get a fair shot in Pittsburgh or Philadelphia or whatever.
They bailed on him fast.
And then they've just
won a Super Bowl in Pittsburgh. Here he is.
Gone. That was crazy.
I'm still surprised by that, by the way. Not just Pickett, Flacco. I'm still surprised that Andrew Berry left Kevin Stefanski with Dylan and Shedeur and wished him luck.
I know, and
that doesn't seem right, and it doesn't seem fair. It also doesn't seem smart to me, if you want to know the truth.
No, and at the same turn, I will say this. I'm still a little surprised they're in this spot they're in today, right?
Yeah.
That these are your options. So we'll see. But, I thought it was interesting the way that Monken quickly added that on. We've got to see what we've got, especially at quarterback.
Yeah.
So he knows. And I thought he answered all the questions, promptly and fairly today. Tomorrow could be a different day, depending on what he sees out there this afternoon.
And Tom, if one of those two guys, Deshaun or Shedeur, go out and don't look good, let's say both of them, and he thinks I don't like the looks of either one of these guys. Maybe a guy like Gabriel gets a look.
Maybe he gets another shot. Who knows?
I mean, so the opportunity is clearly there for the top two guys right now, Deshaun and Shedeur. But one of them better cash it in, because there is another guy who actually played last year, and they have tape on him too, and his numbers were actually better than Shedeur's. He might not have passed the eye test as much as Shedeur did at times.
And remind me, he changed his number as well, didn't he?
He had no choice. Hi, I'm Jared Verse. I wear number 8.
He was literally torn off his back during lunch.
He's wearing number 6 now.
6 now.
Yeah. He had to buy it from Brian Hoyer.
Yeah, and 6.
No, that was a joke.
And 6 is clearly a distant third right now. But to your point, things can happen. Hamstrings happen.
It takes one calf strain.
Yeah, it really does.
It's Baskin and Phelps. Tom Withers in for Andy.
highlights from the Fan from throughout the day, get over to 923thefan.com or favorite the Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps right here on The Fan. I'm Jeff Phelps. Tom Withers in for Andy today. Dan Mennigan, Meredith Kane helping us do our thing. And we've been doing it. You heard Todd Monken earlier. As always, you can listen to our show, all the things that come on the show, all the press conferences, all that stuff on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, on Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. Okay. Spencer Fano going through his first real professional full practice later on today. He is the left tackle the Browns drafted out of Utah. He's been told he's the starting left tackle. We've been told he's the starting left tackle. Andrew Berry messed around not at all on that, and I appreciate that. And I think that's the best way to do it. Mm-hmm. We're eliminating anything. He's going to play left tackle. That, in this case, means he was going to go up against Myles Garrett on a regular basis. Now it means he's going to go up against Jared Verse on a regular basis. Spencer's already met with the media. Big topic of conversation, Spencer against Jared Verse in practice.
He's so good, man. He's just really good at helping coach me up because we didn't have anything like full speed before, so there'd be a lot of reps where I might have overset. He would let me know and then kind of help me correct mistakes I made.
See, that's helpful.
Yeah.
And that's just a third-year guy doing that in Jared Verse.
Spencer, you ever hear of Jadeveon Clowney? He might... by the way.
Would you like to learn a few tricks?
Yeah. Hey, there's no better way to learn than against the best, right?
Well,
or at least
that's
one.
Really true.
Or one of the best. Yeah. So, kind of baptism by fire. He's, I think Andrew brought it up earlier how many pressures the Browns tackles gave up last year. It was a huge.
It wasn't good.
Right. I mean, those quarterbacks were under siege all the time. So, a lot of pressure on this kid, I think, coming in, Jeff.
I think so too.
You know what
I
mean? Only because I think the spotlight is shining on, obviously the quarterback situation is one that we're going to monitor, but I think the spotlight is really on Spencer here. I think it's because I think people here in Cleveland that understand football know how important that position is. And that's not to say that it's not important everywhere, but we've put such a premium on that spot here in Cleveland, right? We had the benefit of seeing Joe Thomas have a Hall of Fame career here and be as good as there's ever been at that position, at least for this franchise.
Yeah.
And so we have a bar, right? And we want to see guys at least come close to playing, to that bar. And so welcome to the NFL, Spencer. Go get him.
Isn't that the truth? He had more to say about going up against Jared Verse.
You just see him, and he just has the aura of a competitor. You see him and how loud he is in the locker room and the way he wants to lead every drill. He's a real competitor.
Loud guys in the locker room always drove me nuts.
Why is that?
When I was in there just covering those guys.
Just being loud?
It's like, oh, my God, please. We're trying to talk to this guy, and you're screaming. But it's great for the energy in the locker room, and the players thrive on it, Tom.
Right. It's one thing when it's a distraction, and another thing when it's, bringing everybody else's energy up, right? Getting everybody else excited about practice or the fact that we're 3-9 now and going through the doldrums of a season. But, I've been impressed with this kid from a personality standpoint. Andrew talked earlier about his arrival here and how he tried to ingratiate himself to everybody in the building over there. That's all great, and that's all a plus, but when it comes down to the nuts and bolts of it, Jeff, it's how do you play in a down-for-down basis? And we're going to quickly find out about this kid.
One more comment from Spencer Fano.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's already one of, the top guys in, the numbers in the weight room. So I think absolutely that'll prepare me because there's not a lot of guys that can power rush like Jared Verse.
And there you go. So he'll be ready for that. That's what he's going to deal with, and it will help him get better, will it not?
It will. And he should watch some film of Jadeveon Clowney maybe before the end of the day.
The one thing about this.
I still can, by the way,
Jadeveon not in town yet.
Scheduled to visit.
Scheduled to visit.
By the way, as badly as it ended with him here, you want to talk about burnt ground or whatever the expression is, right? The idea of Jadeveon Clowney returning to the Browns to me is just, wait, what? I guess stranger things have happened, and they usually do happen here.
Well, at this point, he's looking for a job.
He is.
Apparently.
There may be a vacancy. There may be an opening. It's just unbelievable.
What did happen at the end?
Scorched earth. That's the expression I was looking for.
He wasn't pleased.
Remember, he either got benched or I'm trying to remember that final week because he basically came out and said that he was upset with the coaching staff. There were some rumblings about Myles Garrett getting preferential treatment.
And very few people could say that. And Jadeveon Clowney might be one of the few.
Yeah. He's had quite a career.
Yeah.
I was looking up the numbers here.
He was really good in Houston early in his career, and he's bounced around basically since.
Yeah.
But he was really, really good.
But he's made an impact everywhere he's been. No question about it.
You can't pass up good football players if you have an opportunity to sign them. And I think he's still a good football player. And at the very least, Tom, okay, yeah, you need a place to train and practice.
1 year.
Great. We need another defensive end, at least through training camp and the preseason. And if we get to the end of the preseason, right before the start of the regular season, if it doesn't fit, we can trade you.
But I do
some team will need you, and we'll get a 6th or a 7th. Thanks.
But I do think there are some fences that need to be mended, though, before this could ever happen.
He and Andrew Berry need a big group hug. Andrew will be speaking tomorrow, by the way, at 11:15 in Berea, and we will have that press conference for you right here on 92.3 The Fan. So tomorrow, Andrew Berry at 11:15, players at noon. If it's a quarterback, we'll definitely be listening to him. And then 12:50 or earlier if Todd decides to go early, Todd Monken.
You know, the early days of camp are always interesting because you get expectations combined with time frames and, best laid plans. And like you and I talked about earlier, Jeff, things change in a nanosecond in the NFL.
Oh, yeah.
Never mind the fact that all the other camps are open. Injuries are going to happen. Players are going to sign here, there, everywhere. Trades are going to happen. There's going to be surprises. It is what it is, but it's never a dull moment. That's for sure.
Isn't that true? Harold Fannin spoke today out in Berea, and Harold, according to our buddy Spencer German, who we work with here on The Fan on Twitter, said that Harold said he had surgery this offseason, and he did not participate in the spring workouts, so he's back, good to go. Wouldn't specifically say what the surgery was, but he said it was related to his groin injury that he sustained in Week 17. So insert your own surgery here.
Yeah, he was banged up at the end of this. It's probably, it sounds to me like a sports hernia type of deal.
Yeah.
Potentially, but because he was banged up by the end of last year. I'll tell you what, though, I didn't know a ton about him coming out of BG. Really, none of us did we? Really?
No,
I mean, those that
unless you were following the MAC
closely, whatever. But for him to have the season that he had last year, now listen, they got him the ball and they got it to him frequently because they quickly identified him as being a playmaking tight end.
72 catches.
There you go, 700 plus yards,
yep.
right? 6 touchdowns.
6 scores.
As Monken pointed out during his availability today, better with the ball than you expected. I mean, you knew he had good hands, right? He made a 1,000 catches a year, it seemed like, at BG. Yeah. But his ability to break tackles and make things happen, on those underneath patterns that you and I talked about earlier, was kind of enlightening and showed you that there's more there than meets the eye, and this kid's really got a chance to be something special.
The thing about the NFL, Tom, and in the NFL, certainly, I think more than the other sports in this regard because of the physical nature of the game. We think about surgery and you don't think much of it. Okay? Because they have them all the time. I've had 3 surgeries in my life. One was tonsils in the first grade. One was getting my wisdom teeth pulled. And then I had a surgery, in the last 6 or 7 years.
Yeah.
And, you think it's a major deal. I know I did, and these guys have surgery all the time.
They do.
And, just think of most people just walking around. And, if you have a surgery, boy, that's it's scary and it's a big deal. And these guys just have so many surgeries throughout the course of a career. So many of them anyway, that it's stunning.
Jeff, it's standard now for these guys to have like cleanouts of their, their knees every offseason, which is incredible. And it's, obviously medical procedures have come a long way where we're not cutting people open like we did before. This is all done laparoscopically or arthroscopically, which makes it a lot easier and obviously, minimizes recovery, all of that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's standard practice. In fact, I guarantee you almost every player that comes out to the media over the next few days will be asked, did you have any off-season surgeries? Yeah. And especially the guys that did not participate that's an obviously telltale sign when they didn't participate in the mini camps and the off-season program. So it seems like Fannin is fine, though. He's going to kind of hit the ground running, so to speak, here in camp. I was glad to hear, as we mentioned before, the Monken said there were really no other medical issues to worry about team-wide. Everybody's healthy and ready to go.
So quickly things could change, though, as you mentioned. It's you just keep your fingers crossed that, especially, just take
the nature of the beast.
Take a look at the offense. How many teams go into a season? And correct me if I'm wrong on this. Take a look at the Browns' offense. How many things are not a question mark? How many are not? I'll give you two. Jerry Jeudy is not a question mark.
Okay.
You know what Jerry can do, and we know what he is.
Okay.
And I was going to say Harold Fannin, but
can't say that.
Now
Yep.
I think it's Jerry Jeudy.
I think
he's the only non-question mark on the offense, and that
clearly because Judkins is coming off the injury.
Judson's off an
quarterback
injury.
Situation speaks for itself. We've
can
gone through the offensive line.
We can tell you the question on every guy in the offense. The only one with Jeudy, and there is a question with Jeudy, will he perform better with the other wide receivers who there are more talent around him? Except what Jerry Jeudy can do. Everything else on the offense is a question mark.
I'll give you that.
And now that's why it's such a precarious situation for the Browns. And that goes back to what we talked about at the beginning of the segment. That's why I think it's essential for them to get that quarterback named ASAP so that they can start to put this thing together.
Leader. Here's our guy.
And this is how we're going to go about it, guys.
I'm with you.
This is what it's going to be. Because, Tom, if you drag this out, man, you've got so many other question marks, so many young guys that you're going to be behind when that season starts.
You could argue it's already been dragged out to a degree,
well, yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yeah. I just think it's essential and would behoove them to just figure it out quickly, and don't hesitate. And even if you pick ultimately the wrong guy, pick a guy and go. If in the next 3 weeks one guy looks better, all right, go.
Well, and particularly, Jeff, to that point, particularly if 2027 is already your end goal, right?
And they know that in the building.
And if that draft is what you're already planning toward, then I agree with you 100%. Name a guy, go with him.
And let's try and make this as good as we
possibly can. And whatever happens.
Can.
Exactly right.
Yeah. We'll see if they can do it. Number to join us is 216-474-0092. Folks, it's game on. Todd Monken spoke today, said some things that gave us some things to talk about. Denzel Ward's smiling as he goes to the bank. Brown season is underway in Berea.
Pat Boyle here to
Great American Ballpark is at 7:10. You can get all the latest Browns news pushed straight to your phone by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan in the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
We have news. The training camp opens up, and here you go. Denzel Ward paid this morning. Grant Delpit paid this afternoon. How about that? According to his agent, 3 years, $16 million a year, $35 million guaranteed for the Browns starting safety, second-round pick back in 2020. Missed that season. He's now getting ready to be a Cleveland Brown, or at least paid by the Browns, or someone they trade the contract to through 2029.
I don't want to say we called this at about 10:07, but we did.
Yeah. He and Denzel now signed through 2029.
For $85 million guaranteed.
It's good to be rich enough to own an NFL team.
Hey, good for Grant. You know, here's a guy who early in his career had some tough injuries. I think he had a torn Achilles, followed by a groin injury, missed some time. You know, the Browns have stood by him, and he's elevated his game over the last couple of years. Now he's going to be rewarded for it. Yeah, he's been very solid.
Last 4 years.
Jeff, and I think he's, moved himself amongst the top cornerbacks, the top safeties in the AFC, if not the NFL. So, yeah, good for him. And again, a positive, day one development, week one development here for the Browns. This is a good sign for a team that, although they may be going through a rebuilding phase right now, they're identifying core players that they want to keep around and getting the checkbook going quite quickly.
Getting the checkbook going.
The auto pen is working.
That's pretty funny. He has good size. He's 6'3", 210, something like that. Emmanuel McNeil Warren, who they drafted out of Toledo, also about 6'3". I personally,
I like those. That size guys. You like that, right? Yeah.
I've always thought those guys were great, and so there you've locked up a couple of key guys on defense. Tyson Campbell locked up. Jared Verse. There are guys there locked up, and that's good. And they still have youth, plenty of it. Congratulations.
But somebody, like you said, Jeff, somebody with some experience, right? Somebody who's been recognized as a team leader, if you will. I thought Grant from day one here came in, obviously with that LSU pedigree, which helps a lot, but, full of confidence and swagger. And, while initially the injuries kind of prevented him from doing it on the field, he's really shown the last couple of years, like I said, that he can be an impactful player for this team for a long time.
And Ronnie Hickman, the other safety, 1-year contract that he signed earlier. So he's under contract for this year. And Ronnie, if he wants to be around here, okay. There's Emmanuel McNeil Warren. They didn't draft him to sit.
Yeah.
Ronnie, bring it.
Right.
And but Tom, you can't go into a season with 2 safeties. So Browns clearly have 3 that they seem to like. Go from there. And see what's next.
And again, solidifying a defense that is going to carry this team again, right? I mean, obviously we hope this offense makes some strides, but it's been this defense the last couple of years, particularly last year, that they've had to lean on, and they'll lean on them again. And knowing that Denzel Ward and Grant Delpit are both going to be back there is a real positive.
So much of the talking this offseason has been about the offense. I'm very curious to see this defense because I think for good reason, but this is a little dangerous. I think there's an assumption that the defense is going to be pretty good. It doesn't have Miles, and it doesn't have Jim Schwartz.
It's going to be different.
And it will be different.
Yeah.
It could be better.
Could be better.
But at the very least, I think, Tom, we're all expecting it to be competitive. And not competitive like, all right, that's okay. I think we're competitive as in good. Like this defense can keep you in football games. And now they're going to have to pull it off, though.
They are. But I think especially within this division, they should be more than competitive, right?
I would agree.
I think they can be the best unit in this division. So, I mean, obviously, huge shoes to fill, with 95 being gone, but you hope Verse can at least offset that to a degree. I'm really excited. Jeff, I'll be honest with you, and he's really grown on me, and not just because he was a Michigan guy, but Mason Graham, to me, has really, and I was wondering if, when they took him as high as they did, was he really worth that? And I know he's worked really hard this past offseason in trying to refine his game and add a couple more moves to the toolbox, if you will. But he's a guy that excites me from the standpoint that I think there is growth there. And I think he's got an understanding of the NFL that no rookie or second-year guy can have, right? It's all about, learning on the fly. And I think Mason did learn a lot, and I think we're going to see even more out of him this season.
If there's one guy, Tom, that if I look at the defense and think, where could this improve and who could really step up? And it's not that he wasn't pretty solid last year. It's Mason Graham.
Yeah, no.
You don't pick a defensive tackle as high as you picked him and have him just be okay.
Right. And I think, and obviously he benefited some from having Miles, as well. But
how could you not?
But also there was, vice versa, right?
Yeah.
I think 94 and what he was able to do inside,
tying up other guys, freeing up Miles,
led Miles to setting the sack record. So I'm really excited to see what he can do this year.
And closely behind him, I think is Mike Hall Jr.
Yeah, and intriguing.
Can he do it?
Is it there?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Like again,
when you get 2 years in and you're still asking that question, I think it's fair to ask it again and think you got about another year, young man. Good luck.
So I'll draw a parallel with Grant Delpit, right? Mike Hall Jr. There was an off-field situation, obviously, as well, but injuries, right? Mm-hmm. Because you do see the talent when you're out there. I'll tell you what, Jeff. When you're out there watching practice, and guys just, these are all the elite athletes, some of the best athletes on the planet out there. And when guys stand out at certain positions because they do certain things better than everybody else out there, Mike Hall Jr. is that kind of guy. Like when you would watch him do certain drills, it would be he and Garrett who would stand out amongst, whatever it is that they were doing, whether it was, getting off the ball or running some of these little kind of inside games that they would play. But he would stand out for his athleticism. And so I'm with you. Another guy that's really got maybe some more that meets the eye.
We looked around the division yesterday a little bit, Tom. I'd love your thoughts. I do think Cincinnati might be their year, even with Shamar Stewart getting hurt today. Their first round draft choice on the defensive line. And by God, their defense needed help. So you hope he's not seriously hurt, but it didn't look good. As Dan said, legs bending ways they're not supposed to bend. Usually never a good thing. He didn't look like he took a massive hit. It looks like he got pushed by a blocker when he was a little maybe susceptible, and his leg just went the wrong way. So we'll see what happens there. Their offense is going to be terrific. We know that, if Joe Burrow can stay healthy especially. I think Cincinnati might be the team. I need to see something in Baltimore with Jesse Minter and a couple of different people there along with it. And I just don't know if Pittsburgh has enough horses this year.
No, I think, to me, Baltimore has the horses.
You think so?
Yeah, I do, Jeff. I think Hendrickson going there really changes that defense. Obviously, everything hinges on Lamar and his health, right? But I still think that's the team to beat in the division. I really do.
All right. I'm
not sure Cincinnati's ever going to put it together for whatever reason.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. I like Joe a lot. Don't get me wrong.
I do too. And Jamar Chase and T. Higgins are just a treat to watch. They're really fun. And the Bengals investing in that offensive line, if you keep Burrow healthy, they could be in a lot of 31-28 games.
I tell you what, you're right at the finish line, I think, with Joe Burrow in terms of Cincinnati and whether or not it's ever going to work out there or not. It's kind of now or never with him as well.
I wonder if it becomes a Matthew Stafford situation.
Interesting.
Now, Stafford was in Detroit a lot longer than Burrow's been in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
But Joe's been in Cincinnati quite a while.
Yeah, it's a good comp.
Yeah. You wonder if at some point they just say, hey, look,
it's just not meant to be.
It's not working. Can we do something else here? And maybe the Bengals pick up other, if you traded Joe Burrow you'd get a great quarterback in return, you
Yeah,
would
I think.
Detroit got Jared Goff in return. Jared Goff's pretty good.
Yeah.
And so that's worked out all the way around. Day 2 is tomorrow for the Browns on the field. And again, as we said, Todd Monken will speak at 12:50 every day this week. You'll hear it here on the Fan. Players will speak in the noon hour. We'll hear some of those guys here on the Fan, and then cuts throughout the day on some of the other guys. They kind of run 2 different media podiums, which is
it's hard
chaos.
Yeah,
because you can only take one live. And anyhow, but we'll hear from everybody throughout the day. And then tomorrow at 11:15, Director, President, Football Operations, Andrew Berry will speak. And he'll be speaking about 2 contract extensions, 2 defensive backs. Grant Delpit getting one just a few minutes ago, officially announced. 3 years, well, I shouldn't say officially, reportedly announced. But his agent said it, so go with that. 3 years, $35 million guaranteed, $16 million a year.
I'll give you the
2029.
best version of confirmation. There's video out. Daniel Oyefusi, and of course, social media mentions powered by Scheibman Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Daniel Oyefusi has video of Grant Delpit during his quote unquote 20-minute hold-in, and he has video of Andrew Berry coming out, shaking his hand, Delpit picking up his helmet, going into play, getting celebrated by all of the defensive backs, putting his helmet on, and going in drills. So I think that's all you need to know.
From hold in to all in.
I think that pretty much means it's good to go. When the guy picks up his helmet and goes, let's football.
So the hold-in lasted for, what, 20 minutes?
20 minutes.
I'll show him.
I tell you what, I got leverage.
That'll learn him.
I'm not playing. Oh, my God. Here, take $35 million. If you missed anything in our show today, by the way, use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Moment of the show, Meredith Kane.
Moment of the show comes from Andrew Siciliano. You guys had a conversation about what you think the offensive line will look like, and Andrew shared his thoughts on it.
I think everything is movable. They're movable pieces as you laid out. I think the biggest question is at center, and the biggest question is, can the rookie Parker Brailsford, the 5th-round pick, win this job? I don't know if he can. I think he certainly has a puncher's chance. If he can, then as you laid out there, Jeff, the question is, what do you do at right guard? I think Elton Jenkins would be your right guard if Parker Brailsford is your center. And you signed Elton Jenkins because of his versatility, which is great. But right guard is not a position he has played in the NFL, at least as a starter in the regular season. He has started at right guard in the preseason with Green Bay, but never in the regular season. His experience is center, left guard, left tackle for the most part. So that, to me, is the question. If it's Elton Jenkins at center, then it's likely Tevin Jenkins at right guard. Is there a world in which Zion Johnson plays right guard? I don't think so.
That was a really good conversation with Andrew. And Tom and I talked about the offensive line as well. I think it's the key component to that offense, outside, of course, of who's playing quarterback. But if they don't do the job for the quarterback, that might not matter either. Why are we smarter? After 4 hours of Baskin and Phelps with Withers, brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call, 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Smarter today, courtesy of Andrew Siciliano. There's a lot of good stuff in there, all about the Browns, getting you ready for training camp that is beginning today. The guys are on the field as we speak. 92thefan.com, wherever you get your podcast for that interview.
Meredith?
Smarter because I learned the Browns are putting a lot of money into their defense. First they paid Denzel Ward, then they paid Grant Delpit, and they might be bringing in Jadeveon Clowney.
Yep, planning to visit the Browns. Tom Withers.
Smarter because Dan Mennigan put Grant Delpit's contract extension on the show rundown at 10:20, and by 1:20 it happened.
Dan, could you put one down for me for $35 million guaranteed, please, for tomorrow?
Yeah, you know what? Tomorrow at 10:20, we'll put Jeff Phelps wins lottery.
That'd be fabulous.
And then by 10:40, establishment of Isle of Phelps.
I'm smarter today. Why? Because of Todd Monken. Todd telling me our guys will play in the preseason.
There you go.
Especially at quarterback, because we have to see what we have. I agree with that. Also because they're not going to tackle to the ground. In training camp.
Thud only.
Yeah. Wrap them up. Don't throw them down. You throw them down, you're going to get in trouble. Tom, thank you, buddy. We'll see you tomorrow.
I'm going to thud you tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Tom's in for Andy tomorrow and Friday. And the Browns will be speaking again. Andrew Berry, 11:15, and then Todd Monken, 10:50 or 12:50, and Browns players in between. You'll hear it right here on The Fan. Afternoon Boys up next. I'm Jeff Phelps. See you tomorrow.
issues while being the highest paid defensive back in the NFL. I want this to be, man, Denzel could have done what Miles just did and recommitted himself to the Browns. I hope that's the prevailing takeaway. I think some Browns fans might be jaded enough about where they are with his team that it goes, well, he better play 17 games this year and look like the best defensive back in the NFL.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are here with you for the next 5 hours. 5 hours. You get breaking news, and you get breaking news, and you get everybody gets breaking news. We've heard from Todd Monken, the Maximizer, today. We got Grant Delpit news, potential Jadeveon Clowney news. Denzel Ward news was yesterday at like 5:30, and here we are. Football is back. Thank God. In Hallelujah, that open, courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We salute the Supreme Leader because if we did not, there would be consequences. We have Jake Murrin, man in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, and producing for us all 5 hours long. You can watch this show, these beautiful, resplendent faces on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Of course, hop in that chat. Say, Nick, you look very svelte today. I like that Coca-Cola shirt, Nick. JP, you're looking like a prep today and pulling that look off. These are the nice things you can say on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat. As always, subscribe, ring that bell. Except you, Cornlito. Suck it, Cornlito. And, of course, like our videos, we desperately like to be liked. I didn't even hear the 2020. Who's on the 2020s today?
Oh, wow.
Ouch.
Mackenzie Flume, the Flume Dog Millionaire.
Flume, a.k.a. 1/3 of the Q Morning Show. I'm pretty sure that the station that she's on is in, as well as this one. Great stuff with Mackenzie Flume all day long.
That means she's wacky and zany. Because that's what those morning shows are.
I just need more family meetings. If we're being honest, I need more family meetings because that's how I get down.
Okay.
All right? As a dad.
Like 3 people get the cross-reference you're going for right now.
Those are my 3 people.
There we go.
Excellent people.
Are they the people that would understand family meetings and get Q and then also listen to this?
They probably hate me for mentioning it. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hi, I'm good. This is football now. This is it.
Yeah.
We have people talking. Coaches are talking. Players are talking. Things are happening. This is football.
I missed it. Oh, my God. I just wish I could just breathe in all this breaking news. It's just, guys, it was kind of a wonky 7 months to start this thing. We had the Miles trade. Yeah, gave us content, but that's no fun to think about. The LeBron bait and switch. We had a draft where, hey, we're going to draft a bunch of good football players, but not damn one of them's going to be a quarterback. But now we get back to where it counts, where the hitting begins, where the path to either 2027 or some fun this year is going to begin.
And we're only a couple hours away from people already complaining about a QB tracker. It feels like home, guys.
Now, we're not going to be out there, so we can't chart the passes. Is there another way that we could have like a visual that, again, puts more work on the other people on the show and not you and me?
Sure.
That we can track it so that we almost like a visual grab for people that know, like, oh, I guess today, here's what Afternoon Drive, here's what Nick and Jonathan think about the QB tracker.
But it should be something very simplistic. It shouldn't necessarily be convoluted, a lot of numbers, it should just be like a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
I was kind of thinking of like I was looking at this board that somebody gave their Nona, where it has all great grandkids' names on it and their pictures and then rankings. So the Nona can move the pictures up and down.
Yeah, based off of where they stand.
Yeah.
Makes sense. I want to do that as a grandpa.
But I kind of want to do it as like maybe like one of these here. And again, I'm doing a great job at radio.
Yeah.
Almost like the races at the fair, right? Where you're shooting the water gun at the thing.
But it's a 2-person race, though.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you want, we can call up Carney's. We can get that specific toy set up if you want.
All right. I think Dylan and Taylor Green should be on there too, but their horses never move.
Okay.
They just stay there.
The jockey falls off the horse?
Yes, exactly. They just stay over to the left.
Why'd your horse get euthanized in the middle of the track?
And apparently it's because, ironically, Dylan's even too short to be a jockey.
No, that
was just unnecessary.
That's tough.
That was unnecessary. That's
I thought you were going to take
man.
the line of like, finally he's got a profession that he's actually the right height for.
Yeah. No, too short for even that.
All right.
Now, we do have some commentary there. But first, Grant Delpit getting a 3-year contract extension from the Browns. And I will say, I think the Browns have rewarded two players in Denzel Ward and Grant Delpit who I think have earned an opportunity to stay here long-term with his team. And I'm happy to see Grant, considering where his career started with the injuries, now get to a point where he gets this second contract with the Browns. I think it's actually third contract with the Browns. That being said, I now officially am in on the, hey, you like the Denzel extension so much, we're going to give you a Grant Delpit extension because we want the good vibes to keep it rolling.
Yeah, it's cool. I don't know if you've seen the video or not of Andrew Berry going up to Grant Delpit as practice is getting underway and being like, they got it done. David Mulugeta and company were able to get something done.
Old Mully.
And you could tell, like, Delpit didn't, I don't think he really knew what to do in that moment. But then all the teammates come on over and then they do like the whole speech, that whole thing. It's fun. This is good. This is the fun times of sports where you get to see guys get rewarded for being with the team and being loyal to the team.
If Andrew Berry wanted a bigger reaction, that's where you got to say, it's 35 guaranteed. You got to know the number.
Is that it?
If you know the guaranteed number,
I bet he said the number. He had to have said the number.
You think so? It's not just. It wasn't just like, hey, we got it done. Because that's too vanilla.
What I would do is I'd go up and I'd be like, hey, check that bank account in a couple hours. You're going to be really happy with me. And then I would do it that way. But as you know, as we're whispering in a seductive way for some reasoning.
I was going to say.
Although, if you're giving people $35 million, maybe you can say whatever way you want.
Hey, Grant. Hey. I'm going to give you $35 million. I will tell you, I think my seductive whispering
and you're not just like, whoa,
is more effective than yours.
Whoa, what just happened there, Andrew Berry? You're like, thank you, Andrew Berry. I appreciate you.
I think your seductive whispering was a little problematic.
Well, I felt
uncomfortable.
I fell into it accidentally. I didn't mean to. It just happened. Oh, damn it, Jonathan, just being seductive unintentionally again.
Happens.
Can't contain myself.
Last time this happened,
just naturally seductive.
You got that second daughter.
Yep. Just the aura just drips off me.
It's the quarter socks that you got on that Phelps was really taken with.
This is the second time I've worn these quarter socks, and the second time he's complimented them.
Your last co-host was unintentionally funny. This co-host is unintentionally seductive.
It just happens. It just happens.
You know, we've been looking for, can we ever get off the generic afternoon drive name, unintentionally seductive, with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin?
There we go.
I mean, we got 5 hours. If we just want to whisper for 1 hour a day, seductively, who knows where the ratings will go from there?
Probably in the toilet.
Yeah, probably not great.
Pretty,
but you know what?
Bad.
Don't knock it till you try it. Radio's all about creative impulses here. But Grant Delpit gets the contract extension. We'll talk about the Jadeveon Clowney news coming up in about 10 minutes. However, today, Monk and the Maximizer spoke, and I think the first thing I actually want to play is Monk was basically asked, has anything changed with the quarterback layout and how you're going to attack the quarterback battle? And here was what Todd had to say.
Yeah, nothing's really changed. We anticipate alternating. First of all 4 quarterbacks are going to compete. They all won't get equal reps. Obviously, we will alternate just like we did in the spring with Deshaun and Shedeur with the ones.
All right. If I'm Dylan Gabriel or Taylon Green, I almost don't want to be mentioned here. All 4 quarterbacks are going to compete. But, of course, Watson and Sanders are going to split the ones.
Yeah, I mean, and then he goes on to talk about how basically you'll know who the starter is based off of who's getting the most amount of reps at number one. Mm-hmm. So he's telling you without telling you, which is much nicer than what the Browns did last year, where they tried to actually make it seem like a 4-quarterback race, and it obviously wasn't.
Yeah,
and then
Shedeur was thrown to like accountants and just people that didn't have homes out there.
I think at one point he asked me and you when we were out there to go ahead and catch a few passes.
He said, I ran the prettiest route of any 360-pound man he's ever seen.
We got a Deshaun Watson picked off on back-to-back throws, first by Denzel Ward, by the way, at training camp. His training camp is going on right now. So we have a brand-new contract for Denzel Ward and a brand-new interception for Denzel Ward, and then Damari Mathis, the second interception. I love this stuff, Nick.
Well,
but if we're keeping the early stats on this one, back-to-back picks for Deshaun. Not great, Bob.
It looks like I'm moving Shedeur's seahorse one quarter step ahead of Deshaun.
Yeah,
Sorry, Deshaun,
yeah.
Them's the breaks.
Can we get out the water gun? Can you go ahead and shoot it out so that it just goes a little bit further ahead?
That actually kind of sounded like
you're watching
like a cricket.
Yeah.
Well, hey, okay, it sounded like that. I thought it was
at least
more
water. It was water adjacent. It was definitely in the photo.
Yeah. Getting a constant running stream was just not going to happen.
Back-to-back throws. Welcome to training camp, Deshaun Watson.
Look at that happen.
I'm so hooked on all this stuff, though. I love this. I love the updates. I love the idea that we're not even watching these passes, but we're able to try to figure out and diagnose exactly what's happening. Because you know how this works. Back-to-back interceptions, but 30 minutes from now, people will be like, Deshaun stole the day.
Yeah.
He was awesome. You should have seen this bomb of a throw he had to Isaiah Bond. He was great.
I think that actually is a place we can have this conversation. I want every Browns fan listening, whether you think you are the smartest person in the room or the dumbest person in the room or somewhere in between, I want you to give yourself permission to live and die with this. I do. Because I think in the age of social media, a lot of people have gotten snarky about, charting passes or the watching videos on social media. No, I think we need to make this year about feeling good, about getting back to rooting for the Browns. And that might be complicated depending on who wins the quarterback job for you. But embrace the debate here. Embrace the quarterback battle and have fun with Deshaun's interception machine. If Shedeur has a big touchdown, just let's have some fun with this because honestly, if we don't have some fun with this could end up being a really frustrating year.
And you do have to remind yourself that this little stretch for the next 6 weeks is probably going to be more fun than, let's say, week 13 if we're having discussions about, well, should they lose for draft positioning or should they try to win? And if they try to win, can they even accomplish that? We've done now 8 wins in the previous 2 seasons. We all know what week 13, 14 can look like on a really bad football team. Sometimes this little stretch here can be the best thing we have.
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media. Social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Deshaun Watson has 2 picks in camp. Can he overcome the deficit in the quarterback battle? We're 2 plays into this. It could be over. Jonathan,
I'm ready to call it.
Okay, maybe I went to the wrong person on that one.
The congressman from Ohio would like to call the race now.
Maybe,
boom!
Maybe I need an impartial observer who I can then go, should we call it?
I'm ready to call it.
So they can be the person to be like, no, it's too early.
Do not call it.
All right, there we go. Mac popped in there. We're not calling the quarterback battle just yet, but we got quick hits coming up at 2:40 today. We've got Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com. We'll see if she wants to call the quarterback battle off already at 4:20 today. Joe Thomas, remember him, Browns legend, at 5:20. And, of course, we got Daryl Ryder at 6. At 6:20 and 6:30, Rob Long of the Big Bad Morning Show in Baltimore. And then Ben Lieber, former Vikings linebacker, talking some Baltimore football, some Minnesota football today. But 216-474-0092. We're going to play a piece of sound for you when we come back that might give you the idea of how long this quarterback battle is going to go on. It's straight from the mouth of Todd Monken. And we are going to talk about how much does the timeline matter in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
ACL, which would likely sideline him for the entire 2026 season. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Get training camp news and press conference alerts sent to your phone. Make sure you're following 92.3 The Fan.
We're going to play in the preseason. I won't back myself into a corner. Right now, I plan on playing the starters, but I plan on playing our guys. We got to see what we got, especially at quarterback.
That is Todd Monken, Monken the Maximizer, talking about the Browns' approach at playing players in the preseason. It shouldn't be that damn hard. We do have quick hits coming up in about 20 minutes here. If you guys miss a moment in our show, always remember that you can use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. I am settling in. Although you almost tried to call the quarterback kerfuffle off after Deshaun's
two interceptions.
I mean, how can we overcome it?
What are we doing here, people?
But I am settling in for an elongated quarterback battle.
Yeah.
I just think it makes a lot of sense. I'm kind of playing a long game like I did with the LeBron search, is I want to live and breathe with this, but I don't want to get to a point 2 weeks from now where I still think it should be going on, where I'm mad at Monken or think, well, this must mean neither Shedeur nor Deshaun have done anything worth merit.
I mean, the only way it gets called within the next couple of weeks is if it's just painfully obvious. If one quarterback really separates themselves, and based off of what we saw, I guess maybe a month and a half ago, it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. They'll at least be tight. The race will at least be tight.
Yeah, and I do think if it gets called in the next week, I'm going to look at this and go, oh, so this wasn't a real quarterback battle.
Well, yeah, especially if it ends up being someone like Deshaun. If it's Shedeur, then we might have to wonder what exactly happened with Deshaun.
I think you might wonder what happened because you want to maybe throw that one out there. But no,
I would wonder what happened.
I think if you say they're on even footing, the idea, I think it's really ambitious for me to believe that 7 days in, somebody didn't just snatch. They didn't just do a good job. They came out and just snatched the job with no.
I think it'd be incredibly
questions.
hard to take the job this early, and that's funny because Monken actually, in that clip we played, he's talking about playing in the preseason games, and it's like that's. I don't know what kind of weight he's going to take into the preseason games. Preseason games have kind of just been shelved to the back burner, and people care more about these the joint practices. But Monken's a little more old school than that. The old school football coach cares about these preseason games. They want to see them in these preseason games. And I wonder if actually when the lights are brightest, so to speak, you're in front of a national television set, I wonder if that's going to be something that is weighted differently than when Stefanski was here.
I think Monken is really he's got so much experience, and he is so smart about understanding that Monken doesn't really name the starting quarterback. It's the locker room. Right? You need permission from your locker room to be able to name the starting quarterback.
Well, what did he say again today? The line he said like 7 times already. The players will decide who plays. He keeps falling back on that. The players will decide who plays.
And listen, I think some people might hear that, oh, well, Deshaun decides who plays and Shedeur. No. Yes, they have a huge say in this. But both of those guys' ability to win over their teammates, that is going to be crucial here. And that really is like, when Todd Monken says who gives us the best chance to win, all that is a guy that people believe in more than the other guy. And that will happen. I just think that takes time. When you have Deshaun and what I think is still coming off that shoulder with the Achilles, and honestly, there are guys in that locker room that have seen him play some bad football there. I think he's got to earn that in a different way than Shedeur, who's got to kind of show, hey, the thing you saw at the end of last year, I've now built on that, and I'm better than that. So they have different things to prove. And by the way, different things to even prove to the organization beyond the locker room. But yeah, I think it would make sense that this takes a significant amount of time into maybe multiple preseason games. So buckle up.
It's funny. I saw this clip of Aaron Rodgers yesterday going around, and it's him talking about how in practices this is when you want to make the mistakes. This is when you get away with making the mistakes. Like you want to test what you can and cannot do on a football field, and what throws you can make and what throws you can't make. And I would say when it comes to Shedeur and Deshaun, the one thing they are kind of robbed of within this process is I don't know that you get to do that same line of thinking.
Oh, I don't know.
Like if you're trying to win over the teammates in the process, from what you're describing, I don't know that you get to just throw balls away or necessarily try to push your boundaries. I do think they have to treat these practices like they're games, and I do think they have to try to make sure they impress at all times. It's a different mentality than what we're typically used to in this.
I think what's interesting is you're just trying to prove that you're capable of the job. And I feel like if you're trying to think like I've got to prove I'm better than the guy to the left of me, I think you're going to end up going full Plaxico Burress and shooting yourself in the foot. Like I think you just have to go out there.
If you said, and if I'm taking what you said at actual face value here, that you have to win over the locker room. Winning over the locker room is playing your best and making the right football throws at all times, not necessarily trying to push what you can do from a football perspective to maybe get better for week 4.
I don't think you just win over the locker room just by playing well. I think you win over the locker room by how you comport yourself during this. And that is, if you have a mistake, are you blaming it on somebody else or are you taking ownership? That is, are you the same guy? And I know I hate this cliche because we ruined it with Kevin Stefanski. Are you the same guy in and out that they can rely on? If they have a problem, are you there for them? Like,
Sure,
I don't think it's just on the field.
I think a lot of it is on the field, though. I agree with the idea that it's not 100% of what you do on the field, but I think it's a lot of it. And I think if, like Deshaun throws these couple interceptions to start off, if he keeps throwing interceptions and Shedeur is throwing 40-yard dimes and is making all the right throws, like, it doesn't matter what the leadership side of things are, he's going to win that job.
I think this is where the thing we don't see matters more, and we don't necessarily realize it because we don't see it. But like, yeah, I think the work they're putting in outside of here, and I think the Browns have kind of made it seem like, well, we want to see Shedeur work for it, right? What the guy looks like in the film room, I know that's a boring, non-sexy answer because I can't point it out to you on the field, but I do think that matters tremendously here.
The good thing about this is that we not only have 10 practices in 11 days, we have over 6 weeks, 1 million opportunities that you're going to be able to showcase on the field who the better quarterback actually is. If they really do split the reps and take it the way that we're talking about, you're going to be able to see all that. Now, if they fall short in some of the other stuff you're talking about, the video component to it and some of the leadership stuff, maybe that's where a tie goes to the runner situation comes in. But like, I think it's going to be pretty apparent which one is the better quarterback at the end of this.
216-474-0092. I just think it's going to be really interesting because I think, again, if you go by the players, you can't really be wrong. The guy you name the starter might not succeed. That's not the point. The point is the way you give this team a chance to go past what Vegas says they're going to be, what past everybody else says they're going to be, is to give the guy that the locker room buys in the most. And I got to be honest with you. I think if you went out there and you were trying things, giving yourself permission to fail in practice, I think that's a way you kind of give everybody a chance.
I think every day is an audition, and I feel like the biggest way to showcase to your teammates that you got a handle on this and you can make all the plays is you got to make the plays during these times. And so I think the disadvantage you have in this is that you're not going to be able to do what Aaron Rodgers is suggesting and making some of those mistakes and making some of those, this will help me in week 7 or week 8. I think you got to lay it all out there every single time right now.
I'll actually give you the example that I was thinking about as you were talking about it.
Yeah.
If you don't take those opportunities in practice, you're going to beat Dylan Gabriel. And Dylan Gabriel, and honestly, I think this happened with Flacco too last year. I think the coaches got so far into the quarterback's head last year that I don't think they ever got to the point they could just go out there, practice the way they want to play. And so by the time you got to playing, I think they were all too uptight and all too in their own head.
I mean, I would think this is a part of the disadvantage of having a quarterback competition in general, is you're not able to do some of the things we're discussing. You are at a disadvantage because of that. It doesn't today where he's throwing 2 interceptions, and then what's the takeaway from the team?
I think you and I care more about an interception in practice. I guarantee you none of those other players are thinking, ooh, that's one down for
I doubt that.
Deshaun.
I doubt that completely. Like, if they're monitoring this the way that we've been describing and the way they're keeping track of these things,
they aren't. Maybe the coaches are. I guarantee you they aren't.
But they know they have a starting quarterback. Then you'd be right. But when it's a quarterback competition, every one of these practices is treated almost like your Super Bowl.
No, I think
this
you're
is
wrong.
where you got day in, day out. You got to showcase what you can do, and this is the part where you do get hurt a little bit in this competition. I firmly do believe that, but you have to showcase your best every single day.
I don't want to guarantee anything because these are just our opinions here.
That's
but
all it is.
I would be very surprised if going off that field on one day Denzel's like, yep, Shedeur's ahead, and the next day,
no, but we have enough. We have 10 practices in 11 days. Like they're gonna get the sense of, and where the conversation I think is going to come from the locker room is going to be over, let's say, the next 11 days. Out of these 10 practices, if Shedor's the better quarterback, or let's even say Deshaun's the better quarterback for 8 or 9 of them, that's gonna resonate. That's gonna sit with the players. It's not gonna be this like, oh, I don't know, don't have a thought on it. Like, no, it's gonna be obvious.
Obvious is just a word. I think that's a media creation. I think the idea that anything is obvious in sports. I think players are going to lean a specific way, and again, I don't think it's going to be unanimous either. But like you're almost making
it sound like, why do we even do the practices?
No, this is a presidential election. Like you want to get the populace vote, and then I guess the coaches here are the electoral college. Like you just got to try and win the majority. That's pretty much what you're just trying to do. And again, like I guarantee you, 5 days from now, Deshaun's interceptions, the first 2 interceptions, aren't going to matter unless he's throwing every interception in every practice. But like I just think players have so much going on in this short amount of time. It's just so damn hard to be this good at football and to get ready to play, no matter how much time they have. They're packing in a lot over the next couple weeks.
I feel like it's almost like in the NBA. Ask any NBA player. They'll tell you the guys that can play and can't play. I feel like that works similar in the NFL in many respects. They know the guys that can play and can't play at the end of the day.
Well, but that's a yes or no. If they just don't believe in Shedeur, then Shedeur has no chance at this. If they don't think Deshaun can play anymore, then Deshaun has no chance in this. But again, like I don't think it's going to be as cut and dry. Like the obvious, that word obvious, I don't think it's ever that obvious. I think you're going to get a lot of split opinions in that locker room. A few matter more than others. And again, by consensus, meaning a majority of players are going to be able to say it. I don't think it's going to be, if you 54-man roster, I don't think all 54 are going to be like Deshaun.
No, but I do think they're going to be able to tell based off of who's actually having the better practices and who's actually putting it in. Now, maybe it's a wash. Maybe out of the 11 or 10 practices, it's split down the middle. But the idea that you could be taking chances and just throwing balls down the field to try to stretch what you can do, these are your Super Bowls. These practices, when you're going for a job, like every throw has to matter, every rep has to matter.
So I think maybe that's where the disagreement is. I think the totality of it does matter, but I think the idea that if any one of, especially Shedeur, if Shedor's thinking this is my last chance, this could be my last chance in the NFL, I've got to make every throw count. I think that boomerangs back on you and hurts you more than it helps you. And even Deshaun, like this could very well be Deshaun's last stand in the NFL. If instead of him being confident and ready like he appears to be in the videos,
right,
if he's thinking, oh, I just threw 2 interceptions, I'm screwed.
Well, congratulations, you got some pressure, and which is you're going to have when you actually get the job. If you get the job, like I'm sorry, you can't handle any pressure in training camp. No, how am I supposed to throw you out there in week 1 if that's too much of a?
I don't think listen, they don't like to fail. That's what I'm saying. But like, I think these guys understand. Hey, I made that bad play. Better go make another one. I think you're putting pressure on them that I'm sure there's some in like a nebulous way.
I would imagine they have some pressure. I imagine it's not pressure-free, but that's kind of the point.
But if they think, like, I got to live and die with every play,
it's not every day. Nobody's ever said, no one said it's living and dying with every throw.
Well, you just just suggested that they're going to be like, I don't want to say play it safe.
I'm saying this is, you don't get to make the same mistakes that Aaron Rodgers gets to make at camp. That's the overarching point.
Every one of these practices is going to be like a Super Bowl.
And I think that, yeah, but it doesn't mean you can't, even in a Super Bowl, you can make an interception and bounce back and make a good throw. It doesn't mean the interception crumbles you for the day, but ultimately, yeah, you're probably going to make the throws that make you look the best. You're probably going to display the opportunities that you have to make you look the best in this, as you should. And I think what you'd end up looking at is going to be a big part of all this in deciding who actually gets the job.
216-474-0092. How much does the timeline matter on the quarterback spot? I'm hunkered down and ready for a elongated quarterback battle here. We got to get to the Jadeveon Clowney stuff coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, and quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
This is the only radio station in town that can deliver the play-by-play of the Hall of Fame game and the Super Bowl. The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Nick and JP back on the show here. We do have Ashley Bastock coming up at 4:20 today. We will talk about Todd Monken's comments about the quarterback process, how you get to naming a quarterback. We also have to get into Jadeveon Clowney being in Berea today. Could he have a reunion with the Cleveland Browns? And if so, why? And got a lot going on around the sporting world. Let's go and get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel.
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry.
It's Quick Hits.
All right, we thought we had Mario Hezonja in the bag here for the Cleveland Cavaliers, but there was a report from a European outlet that the Cavs were actually going to release Hezonja after signing him, which will allow him to sign with another EuroLeague team. So I ask you, Jonathan.
Yeah.
What in the hell's going on with Mario Hezonja and the Cleveland Cavaliers?
Okay, I find this story incredibly interesting. So some people are suggesting that it exposed a loophole in the Euro Basketball League, allowing players to get out of their contracts whenever they want if their agent has NBA connections. And then so the follow-up then would be, well, why would the Cavs do something like this? That doesn't really make much sense. What do they have to gain out of it? And this is basically offered up as a favor to the agent. Apparently, this agent does have – he represents – Luka and like a lot of different Euro players and a lot of different guys of high value. And so this is some sort of way to basically offset that and like kind of it's like a goodwill gesture to that agent. But it seems like we're being used is the idea here. I don't know if it'll come that way, but it seems like we're being used.
This strikes to me as something that's reported because maybe Mario Hezonja's old ball club, Real Madrid, maybe wants, I don't know, a little bit money back from him. I still feel like that's the most common explanation. I still am to the point, though, where I would be shocked if Mario Hezonja wasn't on the Cavs in 2026.
Oh, I wouldn't be shocked. Not after some of with it. Like it does make sense if you follow the track on it. I feel like it does make sense.
Why would a team that is desperately counting shekels, so much so that they traded down from the 28th pick or all the way to the 34th pick to save like $3 million? Why would they then turn around and throw $2.5 million away for a favor on an agent that doesn't automatically have another player?
He never signed the deal.
Well, no, the point is
the deal's not signed.
The report is that they have to sign him and then release him. I thought that was the loophole.
No, I think the loophole, I'd have to look into it. I thought the loophole was you have to be offered the NBA contract, and then you can get out, and then you can go sign with, I think a team in Dubai was one of the leading contenders that was floated out there.
I always say when you can play in Dubai, you go ahead and play in Dubai.
That legitimately was one of the other teams that people are like, yeah, he wants to play for this team in Dubai and make a bunch of money. And it's like, oh, okay, all right.
Seems a little Pepe
The whole thing is extremely sketchy. Like, there's no other way to. It's extremely sketchy.
Very fugazi.
Very much so. But we might be being used. All right.
By the way, just for the record, I don't buy the report. I think it's a negotiation between Real Madrid and Hezonja. I still think he's going to, but it's fun.
Yeah,
it is fun.
I don't know. I'm learning more about EuroLeague than I ever really knew or cared to learn, if I'm being honest. You know what else I learned? I had no idea what this Hezonja nonsense. I didn't realize that he only averaged like 14 points a game when he was, winning league MVP. And it's like, well, that doesn't make much sense. You won league MVP and your numbers are like 14 and 4.
Yeah, they don't play a lot over there.
Not only do they not play a lot, their whole philosophy in Euro basketball is everyone basically plays like 22 minutes or so. Yeah. And then it's like you have like a set A and then a set B. And so it's like a 5-man rotation for that and a 5-man rotation for that. So the role players, the secondary guys, all get just as much time as the starters. And it's acted like almost you have like split teams and you're playing 2 different games at the same time. It's a wild format that they believe works for some reason.
That's why I'm proud to be an American.
Like imagine having someone one that is as much of a bucket as Azonia was in the 22 minutes of action he was getting a night, and being like, yep, nope, so now's the time we bring up the guy that's significantly worse than him.
You know what this sounds like?
Now's the guy that we have to bring that guy in.
Sounds like a little bit of French influence there, and I know how you feel about those
man,
French.
Don't get me started. Don't get me started there.
You and I, you know what? Let's
don't get me started.
Split a basket of freedom fries later, and we just talk some mess.
Thank the good Lord we landed here. Am I right?
Hugh Lee Greenwood.
Man, do I love this country. And I love the idea that we play our starters that are actually good at basketball more than 20 minutes a night.
Yeah.
What a ridiculous concept.
If I was president, Tom Thibodeau would be my vice president.
That's right.
Yeah.
We'd 40 minutes plus.
Yep.
And practices like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah. And these pampered EuroLeague players. I've been saying it for years.
Sharman's soft. I could not believe it. I'm like, oh, this guy's got to be, to rejuvenate his career, must be averaging like 30 a game over there in Euro. Nope, a solid 14.
Yep.
Oh, how about that? All right, 6 players have made the 99 club for Madden NFL 27. I will give you the positions. I want you to guess and see how many you can get, okay? We have 2 quarterbacks, 2 wide receivers, a defensive end, and a tight end.
Okay.
According to Madden, who are the 6 players that are the 99 club, which basically means you're God at this game. You're as good as it gets.
You said defensive end.
Defensive end.
And Myles Garrett.
Yeah, got it. Got
okay.
one.
Okay. Next position.
Tight end.
Trey McBride.
You got it. You got 2. Quarterbacks. We have 2 quarterbacks.
Ooh, Josh Allen.
You got 1. You're 3 for 3. Great start.
Now, this is tough because the heart says one thing and my pancreas says another. I will go Lamar.
Not Lamar.
Pat?
I'd listen to the pancreas. What is the pancreas saying?
Pat Mahomes?
What is advise the pancreas?
Oh, so
get a different opinion.
All right. Well, I'm gonna talk to the left toe now. Oh my God, Matt Stafford.
Matt Stafford. There we go. There we go. And then we have 2 wide receivers. You're in a good shape.
Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase.
You got one of them in Jamar Chase. You're missing the other one, and oddly enough.
Oh, Jackson Smith and Jigba.
There we go. That's the one. I thought you were going to miss Jamar Chase, if we're being honest. I thought you might go JSN and Puka, but you did not do that.
Nope.
Giving Jamar Chase some cred. That he's fallen in the wide receiver rankings. So Jefferson obviously didn't have as good of a year last year, and that's not really all his fault. But he's taken a step back. Jamar's taken a step back. It's now Puka and JSN at the top of everyone's leaderboards.
Would you still, if we had a redraft of all wide receivers in the NFL, there's still nobody I'd rather have than Jamar.
Yeah, Jamar's number 1. Yeah. Oh, well, hold on. I shouldn't say that as quick as I would.
Ooh, too quick.
I would take JSN right now over Jamar.
I would not.
I would not take peak Jamar. Peak Jamar is over anyone that's currently in football.
Even over peak JSN.
Yeah, but JSN last year and what I think he'll be this year, I think is a better football player than Jamar Chase right now.
All right, the dash cam of there we go. The dash cam of Tony Romo's DUI stop and arrest is out, including the moment right before he was arrested.
All right.
We're not going to do that.
Okay. All right, sir.
Did I pass this test?
You turn around.
No, I didn't, huh?
All right, so
that was funny.
That was the most, again, unintentionally funny as the buzz line of today. I don't know how much time you actually spent watching this.
Way too much time.
He was incredibly, he didn't appear outwardly intoxicated.
No, he didn't.
They did find, what are the little party shots on him, though?
Oh, really?
What are the little mini bottles,
buzz
I think?
Ball, or what do you have? Wait, was it a buzz ball that actually looks like a ball, or was it like a 99 bananas type thing, like an airplane shot?
I just saw party shots, and I assumed it was the airplane shots.
Okay.
But they found that on him.
You old dog, you.
So I got to be honest with you. I don't think these actually going to stick because he didn't take the breathalyzer, and he kind of comported himself as a gentleman in the entire process, wasn't argumentative, and I think they're going to be able to fall back on the guy couldn't do these tests because he is physically impaired from years of playing football. That being said, do you think that this will impact his broadcasting career?
I don't think it will at all. In fact, I actually think this was if this was released by Tony Romo's camp, it would make sense because I watched that video. Did you watch the first video where he's just talking with the woman police officer and she's not letting him call? He wanted to call his attorney.
Is it at the
on the actual side of the road? No. Inside was when he did all the field tests and everything.
That's
Again,
the one I watched.
I got way too into this. Okay, I first watched the one on the side of the road where then she tries to call backup, but he's trying to call his attorney and she's like, no, you can't do that. You can't do that. And that's just not legally right. But the whole point is that I thought in that first video that I watched, regardless of the other ones that also make him seem like he's not drunk, he seemed very well He just seemed very well. He didn't seem like a problem. He didn't seem like somebody that was just wildly intoxicated, as if everyone made it seem like he was initially. And so, yeah, I thought this actually was really good PR for Tony Romo, all things considered, because it just made it seem like, if anything, if he did blow, it was 0.09, maybe just over.
So maybe
at
it's
best,
because
which is
I've
still wrong. Obviously, don't do that. But
I've pretty much seen all the train wrecks versions of these where people are slurring and cursing. There was
Kobe Altman's tape.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
And so I was actually caught off guard at how just even keel that he was. And I think the unfortunate thing is these are going to be good optics, whether he was drunk or not. A lot of people came to the conclusion that you have, and I don't think this is going to slow him down too much.
Now, it is something, though, that if CBS was like, we want to get out of the contract, they probably could get out of the contract, all things considered. Because
I don't think they have problems with him the way
I don't think
the
they
American
do either.
public does.
I don't think they do either. I think they love Tony Romo. And so I think this will end up being fine. But I would be interested to know, from a legal perspective, what he ends up doing and whether or not he wants to try to fight the whole tape, because the tape, I think, would err on his – I think that would go on his favor as far as how the police officer initially handled it. All right, let's stay with this then. 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan did address the media in his office to clarify that his car accident on July 14th was his fault. Contrary to the CHP database report, Shanahan has taken responsibility. He says that he dropped his phone and was trying to pick up his phone as he was driving. He went down to try to pick up the phone. He swerved off the road, in a road that you can't be swerving at all, and then that's the accident, and that's how that went down.
So I think it's actually pretty classy that he did this because the database said it was the young lady's fault. I still just think, I think the 49ers were trying to err on the side of doing right by Kyle Shanahan by not divulging this information, and I think instead they've kind of impugned him.
They made it worse.
He's really kind of taken the PR fall for this, and I'm like, well, he was in a car accident. He didn't choose not to divulge this information, but he does. I mean, he looks so incredibly sketchy in this whole situation because of the way they handled it. And I honestly don't know, where this story ends. Whether Shanahan yesterday doing this is where it ends, or whether there is something else that will, now that everybody's kind of paying attention to it, that'll come out from it.
Lima on Twitter was making the suggestion that Shanahan should step away for the year. Do you agree with that? I don't agree with that at all, by the way. Do you agree with that?
No, because he doesn't control the optics of the situation.
I just think it's easier to say. I think it's easy to say, oh, yeah, step away from the year. You'll have any job you want in a year from now. Take the time and just kind of sort it all out. And 49ers aren't in the greatest spot right now, and you can kind of reset. I just don't think that's how he's going to think about it at all.
There would have to be something really shocking. Again, police have said drugs and alcohol weren't involved in this crash. That would have to be proven false for, I think, this to get to that point.
It was an unfortunate accident is all that ends up being.
But I do like that Lima was...
putting it out there?
Oh, yeah, I do like that. Yeah. Keep going there, young man. He's got a bright future in this business. Jadeveon Clowney. Clowney?
Clowney.
Jadeveon Clowney.
I think we know how you feel about him.
Do we want him? In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This
this offseason about long-term extensions. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Wake up with the latest news from training camp and around the NFL. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
The Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the code BASEBALL, BASEBALL at 923thefan.com before 4 o'clock for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to 92.3 The Fan night with the Lake Erie Crushers, Friday, August 7th at Forefront Field in Avon. Nick, Ken, and Anthony, they'll be taking over all the in-game fun, including the first pitch at 7 o'clock. Get tickets at LACrushers.com. It's all brought to you by the Lake Erie Crushers and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Nick and JP back on The Fan. We got Ashley Bashdock coming up at 4:20 today. Joe Thomas at 5:20 today. And Daryl Ryder will break down what he saw at practice today. And got to shout out good buddy Mikey McNuggets, who just sent out a quote tweet off Daniel Oyefusi's tweet about Deshaun's 2 interceptions.
Yeah.
Earlier practice. Mikey McNuggets saying he's had 2 people who are at practice today text him and say this is as bad a practice as Deshaun Watson has ever had in Cleveland, which, if we're just being honest with you,
he's had a lot of them.
I don't even know how you judge by those. Like, I might be able to tell you the 3 best games Deshaun has had in Cleveland. I might be able to tell you 3 really good practices he's had. The awful just all runs together.
It is interesting. It's not a great start. I'm not smiling, Nick. I'm not smiling. But it's not a great start for Deshaun. Couple picks here. Not looking like he's having any sort of clue of what's going on. You'd think he'd spend so much time in Florida getting everybody ready that today wouldn't be this type of day. But here we are.
Now, Moblin, our guy, also says apparently Shador's had a couple as well.
I only see Dylan Gabriel having an interception on a jump ball to Tylan Wallace. That's what I see. Is Moblin at practice?
He could be.
Is Moblin there? Is he at practice? I thought it was closed to fans.
So wait.
I thought it was closed to fans. How is Moblin there?
We can talk about our guy Mikey McNuggets saying what he's heard from practice, but we can't say what Moblin's heard from practice.
What has Moblin heard from practice?
He knows a lot of guys.
That
didn't sound right.
What has Moblin heard?
That sounded very suggestive. He knows a lot of guys. Very familiar, that Moblin.
Very familiar. No. Unless you're at practice right now, I don't really care what your thoughts are. That's the idea.
Mikey McNuggets is in a practice.
I didn't care what his thoughts were. You brought him up, not me.
I wouldn't care about what his thoughts were. We care about what the 2 guys that he knows at practice thoughts were.
Yeah, again, I threw that right in the trash the moment you said it. But the point
is... You didn't say that. You were gloating about, it's a real shame. I'm not smiling, but I'm smiling.
I'm not smiling, but I'm smiling. But we also have reports from people that are there that are talking about interceptions that are happening. I've got nothing outside of... I got a Shador Sanders throw to Denzel Boston. That has happened, and that one was right on the money. That's all I got. I haven't seen any other clips.
So I just want to be clear.
When Deshaun
has bad play, we talk about it. When Shador has it, I can't see anything.
It's not out there. What do you want me to go off of? It doesn't exist. It's not out there.
All right, Moblin.
How can Moblin say it's bad? I haven't seen any passes that are bad.
He's hearing from people.
Is Moblin at practice?
Why would I know? I just saw him tweeting
He's
out
not
there.
At practice because he's not a credentialed media member, so he's not at practice, and the fans aren't allowed until Friday. I love you, Moblin, but you're not at practice, so I can't take what you're saying right now to mean anything.
But just
it doesn't
to be clear,
mean it's not happening, by the way. It doesn't mean it's not happening. We just haven't heard it yet. We're living in this world of we're only getting information if you have interceptions. Clearly, the only thing people want to tell us right now is that if you're throwing interceptions, we'll talk about it, and that's it.
I have a feeling that we're going to be talking a lot about Deshaun's interceptions and not a whole lot about Shador's.
Well, do you want to just ignore the interceptions from Deshaun?
Oh, no. It's fair game. He's been docked, all right? Shador, because I have no evidence of interceptions. Shador is eked ahead on the old shooter game. But, again, Moblin says something. I trust Moblin. That's a good man right there.
Might be a good man, but he's not there. He's not watching this right now. Do I need to start texting people? Is that what I need to do?
I think you need to start texting people.
I need to start texting people. I'm going to start texting people that are at practices.
Actually,
I'm going to get to the bottom of this, okay?
I think I should start texting people because while I want
I'm going to get to the bottom of this.
I don't...
What? What are you trying to say?
You're just... I'm not sure if somebody says, yeah, Shador hasn't looked good. I don't know if you're going to bring that to the table. I feel like you might maybe Sleep on that story for a minute.
I have a journalism degree from Lindenwood University, and I hold that with great esteem.
And
I hold that with great pride and esteem. Okay,
you say all the time, I'm not a journalist.
We're not journalists, but I have that. Which and what it comes with my journalism degree from the esteemed Lindenwood University is a code of ethics, sir, that you don't understand.
Yeah,
all right.
You're right. I
all
don't.
Right? You don't understand.
Yeah, I do. But so okay, if somebody told you Shedeur didn't look good today, and then we'd
have to call it. We'd have to call it how it is. If Shedeur had 2 interceptions, if Shedeur had it flipped, and Shedeur had 2 interceptions, what would we be talking about?
Shedeur's
that Shedeur
2
looked like
interception.
doo-doo. If that was reality. It's not reality right now. Deshaun Watson's the one that apparently looks like doo-doo.
I think you might say, it's the first day. It's the first couple plays of practice.
Oh, yeah. No.
I don't know. You would wait them.
They're getting their feet wet.
Yeah. Something was in his eyes.
He's into this type of thing.
Flacco told him to take the visor off, and he's getting used to a visorless life.
I can't make the case 40 minutes ago that they're playing for every day's their Super Bowl and then be like, lazy river ride. I guess we'll just see how this goes. No. This stuff matters. It matters. I can't tell people that it matters and then turn around and be like, oh, well, geez, it is what it is. No. It matters. And yeah, is it interesting that Deshaun Watson is stumbling out of the gate? It lets me celebrate it a little bit because you know where I stand with Deshaun Watson. Sure, that's just a happenstance and a coincidence more than it is anything else.
I'm sure.
If Deshaun actually threw good passes, I'd give him the credit that he'd be deserving here. I got no evidence of that.
That's early in practice. That's what I'd hear.
I got no evidence in that.
Oh yeah, well hey, Shedeur.
Shedeur, you can't even speak.
It's only my job. Hey, Deshaun had a great day in practice. It's early, but had a great day in practice. I feel like that's how that would be framed. Over the top Cleveland fan, another journalist saying Shedeur's having a great practice. Now he wouldn't lie.
Well, all right. So whose word are we taking here?
At Moblin's.
Okay.
Now, while we're talking about the quarterback battle and the Deshaun interceptions and, Shedeur, however he may or may not be playing today.
My people at practice are locked in on the practice, by the way.
Yeah?
Yeah, they're locked in.
Who is it?
Yeah. What do you mean, who is it? I'm going to tell you who my people at practices are right now?
I believe so.
No, I'm not doing that.
But what about you just mouth it?
Journalism, mister.
What if you just mouth it?
I don't tell you who my people are at practice.
Just mouth it to me.
I'm not telling you. No. Yeah, you mouth it on YouTube and they can all see.
You can do this over your mouth.
No.
You can hide it.
No, you don't deserve that right now.
Yeah, that's fair.
You don't deserve that right now.
Actually, I don't think that's fair. That's hateful, but that's fine.
Very fair.
Now, we also got the report today that Jadeveon Clowney is in Berea and that the Browns have interest in his reunion. I think he was in Cincinnati earlier this week. I know he has made the camp tours. I still am at a point where I'm a little surprised that the Browns, mostly because I think they're 5 or 6 deep at edge rusher. But I guess the more the merrier. If you need bodies to hold up, I can understand checking in with Jadeveon and saying, hey, if we have an injury, we'll call you back.
What's interesting is that, so he's now been on 4 teams in 4 years, right? It's been a little bit of just a bouncing from team to team thing. Jadeveon Clowney was good last year. He had 8.5 sacks. Like, Jadeveon Clowney was productive last year. And so, like, the idea that he can't help this football team, I just don't believe in. I want to know what he's after, though. That was 8.5 sacks when he only started 6 games for Dallas. He appeared in 13. Like, that's a different role for Jadeveon Clowney, and he was still getting after the quarterback.
Yeah, I'm a little torn here because he has been statistically prevalent the last 3 years. He almost had 10 sacks 3 years ago in Baltimore. In a bad Carolina defense, I think he had 6 sacks 2 years ago, and then last year you mentioned his numbers. I think there's a reason why Jadeveon has had 4 teams in 4 years. And I just feel like if this year is about we want, orange dot guys.
Yeah.
I don't personally begrudge Jadeveon, and I've kind of respected the fact that he's just gone out there and been like, I'm going to be a mercenary, and you will pay me the top dollar for what I want and not a cent less. The same point, I don't remember things ending well here.
Oh, it ended about as horribly as you possibly could. Remember the Mary Kay article that came out the final week of the season?
And refused it was just to go in on except for third downs, right?
Well, it just went scorch earth on basically everything that we thought. But here's why it would be an opportunity, or at least why the Browns are looking at it and why he's in right now. And this is so obvious. Myles Garrett isn't here anymore. Miles and Jadeveon Clowney didn't get along. And Jadeveon, and that article by Mary Kay at the end of the season, that was about highlighting of some of the problems and some of the issues in that locker room and everything that was going on. And it really, but Jadeveon was mad about the idea that Miles got to eat first and Miles got all the attention and they set up all these plays for Miles to have all this success. Meanwhile, Jadeveon had to scrap and claw for everything that he got. And so I feel like that relationship being sour the way that it was is why we haven't talked or even thought about Jadeveon Clowney in so many years. And now that Miles is gone and he's off in La La Land, it opens up the door for, if the Browns want to, you can bring Jadeveon back.
All right, for all the reservations I might have on this, one silver lining is 3 years ago he was in Baltimore. Todd Monken was in Baltimore.
Yeah, that's true.
Again, if this was Kevin Stefanski, now that I'm thinking about it out loud, if Kevin was here, I wouldn't trust this because Kevin, I don't think, had the personal touch it requires to handle guys who might be mercenaries. If Todd Monken is comfortable with this, I would have to be comfortable with it and at least give it a chance. I think there's a reason that it always ends after one season or a couple seasons with Jadeveon. But I'm going to trust in Monken on this one, and I'm going to trust in the rest of that locker room.
And he got a front row seat to a year that Clowney notched the most amount of sacks he's ever had in a season in Baltimore in 2023. And so, Monken, if anybody, is going to still think that Jadeveon can do things, and obviously was there as you watched him be very productive in Baltimore.
216-474-0092. Jadeveon Clowney in Berea today, meeting with the Browns. Does this make sense to your ears? I think the way you put it, that maybe this was as much of a Miles problem as it was a Jadeveon problem, meaning they just didn't like each other, and Miles had a lot of sway on that. I think you pair that with it being a different head coach. I don't want to completely dismiss it. I made the joke on Twitter when I saw it. I said, the Browns are interested in a reunion with Jadeveon Clowney, and I quote tweeted and said, on purpose. I will give it a chance to work, but this would be another thing, kind of like the Jerry Jeudy thing. All right, yeah, you're still a good football player. Come on in, give us a chance. But I would have a very quick hook on this if.
So what's interesting is the only thing that would make sense, Nick, is maybe like a 1-year deal, right? You're not giving Clowney a multi-year deal. You give him a 1-year deal. And so it does kind of makes you just kind of beg the question of what exactly are the Browns trying to accomplish. Because that would make you seem more like they're trying to win games, and they really care about winning games. Meanwhile, we don't know where they stand in 2027 in the draft and what they're trying to do there and how emphatic they are going to be in exactly what we described.
So it's interesting. You and I talked about the Denzel Ward contract extension yesterday, and I saw Zach tweet this out at, I think, right around the end of our show, Zach Jackson of The Athletic. And so when he was on with the morning show, he said it again, and it was about the one way in which Denzel and the Browns agreeing to continue to do business with each other and not making sense. And I think it flies right into the face here of this Jadeveon Clowney thing.
I'm not trying to poo-poo it. Denzel Ward is what you want as a player and as a person. I found it strange because I just thought that they would continue to tear this down and move along because I think that's the right thing to do. I'm just going to say I'm surprised by this because when you trade Myles Garrett and when you embrace being the youngest team in the league and being more than a year away, I just saw Denzel Ward in year 9 as a guy that you could move for another asset. They didn't want that. Denzel didn't want that. I think Denzel leveraged this perfectly with the Myles situation. I'm just saying it's surprising because I don't see the timeline of the player and the team matching up. Now, I think the previous trade was much more about those timelines not matching up. So maybe it's just two completely different circumstances, and the Browns feel like whatever they get from Denzel Ward for 2 more years, 4 more years, whatever, is going to be worth it, even if, they don't get to flip him for another asset. I just think that if you're not 25 and you're not under contract for 2 years, that the team should trade you.
So I guess it's that last part that I maybe got the most visceral reaction when I was taking my oldest daughter to band camp today. Because I thought to myself, I think this isn't the NBA where a rebuild takes 5 years. This isn't Major League Baseball where a rebuild takes 3 to 4 to 5 to 7 years, right? It's the NFL, and the Browns are in year 2 of a 3-year build. So I never thought the timeline thing with Miles mattered. Like the timeline to maximize Miles' value versus you getting a quarterback. Miles was the best piece you could ship off to give you a much better chance at finding a quarterback if neither one of these guys took hold of the job this year. But I don't think that meant that everybody else's timelines don't match up. I think we're talking about Miles-specific timeline and impatience here. I think it was basically the Browns running out of time with Miles to keep him here. I don't think that's unilateral for every other player
Well,
here.
there's something different with the Miles thing that didn't happen in the Denzel thing, and that Miles was publicly asking for trades. I think that matters in this. I think if you're publicly asking to be traded and you want to be moved out, then I think it becomes a much different conversation than what we had with Denzel. But the Denzel thing, I mean, if it's 2 years and then I think the 2 years after that are going to be team options, it's interesting. And it's interesting for when they're trying to actually put this all together. Because if you go after someone like Clowney, that's a 1-year deal. You're making the suggestion. This is Coach Riz style that you're trying to put together a winning team. You're trying to do that for this upcoming year.
Have I not been? I don't believe the Browns are tanking. My whole thing has been I think they're a 7-win team. I think people trying to act like this is 2017 are off the rocker. Yes, the quarterback spot. It is what it is there. Like I can't polish that. But you look at the rest of the roster. You look at the other 51 guys in this roster. There's a lot of talent here.
There's a lot of talent here.
And by the way,
there's a lot of young talent. There's a lot of talent here.
But by the way, if signing Jadeveon Clowney helps raise your floor any bit, hallelujah. Like, you've tried to lose on purpose. You've tried to do things the right way, or what I think is the wrong way to try and get it right. And quite frankly, it hasn't worked. The right way is winning. And somewhere, somehow, some way, you can find the quarterback along the way. You don't have to. Yes, is the pass, go and collect your $200 way doing getting the number 1 pick? Yeah, it's also really, really hard to be that bad when you actually have NFL talent, and the Browns are building some real NFL talent here.
Yeah, but that's also why I think a lot of people wonder, well, if you win 6 or 7 games, is that a disaster zone for you? Because you're going to then be picking 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th in a draft, where if you only have 3 quarterbacks taken in the top 10 or 4 quarterbacks all taken in the top 5. But I think the Browns tried playing that game where they could organize the draft chart, and it didn't work out. You had 2 years to try to organize the draft chart and make it work in your favor. They didn't get it either time. And so I think this might be them going into what you're suggesting. The Clowney thing is just as big as the Ward thing to me in that.
216-474-0092 with the Delpit and Ward signings and the idea of potentially signing Jadeveon Clowney. Are the Browns telling you that their timeline is now? More on that and the thing you didn't really want to hear about LeBron in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Cedar Point Shores Water Park. The Christmas in July sale only lasts until August 3rd, so hurry. Head to cedarpoint.com to get your tickets, plus applicable taxes and fees, online only.
All guests appear on the 92.3 The Fan hotline, powered by Wise Hard Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright. In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Ashley Bastock coming up in just about 1 hour's time. Cleveland.com, of course, Joe Thomas at 5:20. Talking about what one of these quarterbacks winning over the locker room would look like. Joe would know something about that. The Hall of Famer. And, of course, the man with the best beef in all of Wisconsin, I've said. That's a hell of a beef state, JP.
That's a good beef state.
Now, I might have to clap back at my guy Moblin a little bit. I don't say reports are coming out, but it sure looks like Shedeur won the day over Deshaun. So here is your victory lap.
No victory lap. No. You guys know it. They go low, I go high. I'm just I'm just a humble person.
Nope.
I'm not a good victory lap guy. I'm not that guy.
Wrong.
Not that guy. So I'll just take this day one of the camp. We got to lock it in. I'll see everyone on Friday.
All right.
See everyone on Friday.
Now, Taylon Green remains in last place.
By the way, on Taylon Green, nice note out of practice, because I have to. Shedeur staying afterwards to go ahead and help out Taylon Green. I thought that was a good sign. Good sign from Shedeur.
What do you think he's telling him?
Maybe this is
put up the wrist more.
This is your future as fourth string. You better get really used to throwing to these ball boys.
This is Todd in accounting.
I actually think Jeff and
he
Sales
prefers it high.
Yeah, Jeff and Sales is better at catching the football in the ball boy competition. So but hey, you're off to a good start. Off to a good start, Green.
An intern, that tall guy, Rod, he cannot block for bleep, so don't let him even try.
Yeah. Here's JCU's number. They'll let you throw on Fridays, but you got to make sure that they haven't, the guy's got to cut the grass, so it's got to be after 6.
So we continue to have the quarterback tracker on. We'll see if Ashley Bastock agrees. Did Shedeur Sanders win today? Or did Deshaun Watson just look so bad that he forfeited it? There's a chance that was today as well.
And there's a chance that is the quarterback competition at the end of all this. It's not necessarily someone reaching out and grabbing and winning it. It's more somebody just vomiting all over their shoes.
I will say, if Deshaun just looks really bad, I'm going to say that this was all like he's Lee Harvey. Like that he was a patsy in all of this, and that it was always designed for Shedeur to take the job. How do you get the locker room behind the other guy? Make sure that the highest paid guy has no chance at actually taking the job.
But if that is true, then this thing cannot go as you've suggested, that we take this for 4, 5, 6 weeks, whatever that is. Like if that is true, if he's just a patsy in all this to motivate Shedeur, then you got to call it quicker than later, because we can't be giving up as many reps as we are to Deshaun if it just looks miserable.
I feel like that is even a callback to last year, where we're arguing about rep differential over the oof.
Big rep differential.
Boy,
combos.
was that fun. Did we not see that thing hitting?
People always think they're like, get us to training camp and we're fine. Get us to training. Well, we got a quarterback competition. It's good. We've spent training camps arguing about kickers before, though.
That's true.
We've done 30 days of kicker
That's
combos.
when that team was good.
Yeah.
That team was good. We were like, you cannot have a kicker bring it down. And then it was Deshaun.
That is how you know you've evolved as a team, is when you do 30 days on kicker convos.
That's true. Right now in Buffalo, they're just having a rager about who really is going to punt the ball this year. Right? Hey, who nickel corner, dime corner? Who we got?
They're really breaking down the roster. That's the beauty. That's imagine Chiefs fans are so spoiled for so many years, right? Now they actually have some actual off-season questions. It's got to be very confusing to them.
Now we don't break down rosters on this show because that could, if I even mention Rocket Sanders,
geez, God forbid we actually,
on
talk
air.
about the football team in town.
I just have to stick to the basics here. I'll text the Cavs, see if they can just leak me some inside information so I look like I know things, and then that's how we're going to do radio in this town.
All right, very good.
Yeah, but Rocket Sanders, never heard of him. Rocket Ishmael, that's what I was thinking.
Oh, yeah? Well, you're more of a Raheem guy anyway.
That's true. That's true. Keith Ishmael kind of guy. Now, speaking of LeBron, we have not been talking about LeBron. Shams Charania was on the Game Over podcast, and I got to tell you, I couldn't watch the whole thing today because watching Shams, who I find to be personally uncomfortable and maybe not the most real human being in the world, with Max Kellerman, who I think is one of the least real human beings in the world, with Rich Paul, who I think comes off as exceptionally fake on his own show. Watching three really fake guys try and jostle for airtime and don't you know what I know? I topped out at about 5 minutes, but I did click.
Yeah.
I got this and then found where it was, and I watched a bit of it, and I'd like to circle back to the point that, man, I don't think podcasting's in Rich Paul's future.
No, he's not very good at it.
No.
I like Kellerman. I know you don't. I like Kellerman. And
I just wish he was a real person, that's all.
Well, yeah, I mean, how am I supposed to combat that? I don't really.
You can disagree. You think he's a real person?
I do think he's a real person.
Okay.
Yeah, I do.
A little bit like an AI chatbot for me.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
I did think within this interview, though, they had certain points where they definitely felt like they had talked about it ahead of time, and they were. I mean, it almost felt like they were acting more than they were podcasting, and that was weird. That was weird to me.
Yeah, and that's actually what we're going to get to here was Shams and Rich Paul going back and forth about the Cavs' involvement in the pursuit of LeBron.
Now, you tell me, Rich, if I'm right or wrong. Is it the Cavs front office group, Kobe Altman, Brandon Weems, the Gilbert family, Grant Gilbert?
Okay. What are you referring to? What happened?
Meeting with LeBron in Akron in early July. Is that the loaf of bread you're talking about?
Early July? Wait a minute. How did you know about that?
I couldn't say,
So you thought this got by Shams, but he has all the details.
I thought it got by Shams because he never said anything to me about that. Nobody knew about that.
All right, the only thing you're really going to do in this process is do this choreographed bull crap where, again, what they're trying to grease the skids here and trying to lift the kimono to let you know why he didn't pick Cleveland and how the whole thing with Cleveland went. That was the worst acting I've ever seen. And I grew up having to see soap operas on my Nagmamas TV every single day. That was just so inauthentic. That was so not real. Mm-hmm. And honestly, that is more insulting than LeBron just going to Philadelphia for basketball reasons. LeBron made a decision. I can live with that. I can remove myself from the emotion of that. When you trot out the fakest damn reporter in the NBA with a very unserious broadcaster, and somebody who appears very inauthentic on camera in Rich Paul. Just don't insult the intelligence. You heard what?
Well, also the idea.
No, how did you know?
Well, so the idea is that Shams didn't report it at the time. Why? Because he wanted to protect his sources. That's what he said in the clip, right? I can't let everyone know who my sources are. I couldn't. There was no way I could actually double source this, and so I just had to bury it at the time. But aren't you then in telling Rich Paul? Let's just take it as like this is the first time he's hearing it. In telling Rich Paul what this info is, you are then outing your sources that you didn't want to out previously. Because isn't the big takeaway from Rich Paul is like, wait, you found out about that meeting that I wasn't supposed to know about? Oh, well, there's 4 people in that meeting. Clearly, it came from one of those 4. I can't trust them anymore. It made Kobe Altman or Weems or whoever was involved in this process. It just told them that they were just telling everything to Shams.
It just looks like weak damage control. And honestly, the people that have been pissed the last week, I think a fair amount of them are just going to kind of get over this.
Well, so what's the damage control part of this? Are they trying to let everyone think that LeBron was legitimately going to come here? Is that what they're trying to tell us? By taking the meeting in early July, are they insinuating the Cavs even had a leg up in this competition?
And I think they're trying to also let the Cavs off gently of like, hey, we talked to the whole Cavs organization. They've clearly gone out of their way to make everybody feel like they were second place in this, and I think this is part of it.
Was Atkinson a part of this, by the way? Because for like a week, all we had was the only person that he met with from a head coaching standpoint, and this was Nick Nurse.
Maybe that's a reason why we didn't hear his name in that clip there. He said something, and how dare he say something? No, I mean, I think this is pretty blatant PR manipulation, and I just think it's really insulting. You didn't choose the Cavs. Okay. This isn't 2018. It's not 2014. It's not 2010. You don't have to make it. It really feels like they were so conscientious of any blowback on the story that since the decision was made, They've done everything they can. They're working day and night to try and pull the wool over people's eyes so that nobody gets mad at LeBron. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, man. Like, you're LeBron. Like, you're going to get a little criticism no matter what you do.
Mm-hmm.
So stop trying to act like you can just explain this all away with what, again, is a woeful attempt at trying to, what?
Well, I think a lot of this, too.
You knew about a dinner?
I think Shams got embarrassed in this whole entire process. And I almost wonder if this was their way of maybe massaging that relationship. Because what I tell you, for like 3.5 weeks straight, I was like, Shams knows nothing. Shams doesn't know a thing about this. And I put Windhorse's name on that, too. I was like, Windy doesn't know anything because he's telling us he doesn't know anything. Shams is trying to report like he knows something. He doesn't know anything that's going on because it was framed by Rich Paul constantly telling everyone nobody knows what's going on. So I do wonder if they felt like, at least Shams felt like he was embarrassed throughout this entire process of it all. It's supposed to be this big NBA insider and was basically left in the dark for 3.5 weeks. And this is maybe to try to let people think that he actually knew something when even in reality he might not have even known anything.
Listen, I like that players in the NBA have more power than in any other league. And sometimes I think they flex those muscles in disingenuous ways, in ways that I think self-inflict the credibility of the NBA. Because they're so dead set on getting a 60-game season or a 50-game season that they just all decide to play 50 out of the 82 games. But, like, overall, I think player empowerment is a good thing, and I would never wish for it to end. But this is the nuclear waste of that. It's not enough that we control the league. We want to try and control every optic, and we think we can convince fans into thinking things, and you can't. Like, somebody will get blamed. Somebody will be mad. And, like, even Shams, because I think Shams has become just the biggest token player in the NBA of just, copy and pasting from whatever an agent says or a team says. This is not the way you do it. You go zero dark 23, right? You make your decision. You announce your decision, and then you don't talk about it.
You mean for Shams or you mean for, like, Rich Paul? What do you mean?
For everybody. Like,
they still have a podcast to sell. That's kind of the idea.
Talk about Mario Hezonja and whether he's going to go ahead and go back to the Euro League.
Because we know that's a ratings bonanza.
I mean, it's going to be more effective than damaging your credibility publicly by doing this.
They're going to milk it. That's the point. They're going to milk this. And so maybe next week we have a different podcast and it's framed differently, but they're always going to milk this for as much as they could.
Maybe this one's with Le Batard and I met with Michael Rubin. You knew about that?
I mean, they might actually do like a city by city, week by week thing. As that wasn't a breadcrumb, that was a loaf. Okay, great, thanks.
The whole thing just infuriated me.
It was a lot. It felt very scripted.
I'm probably the only person.
It felt very planned and scripted.
I'm probably the only person in this. I am totally over him not choosing. I moved on. Stunk. I was frustrated about it for a couple days. Got some nice pot shots in on Philadelphia.
I think a lot of fans at this point are. I think a lot of fans at this point have made peace with it. And we're ready to move on, and we're ready for it really to not even be a story as much anymore.
But if you're going to make content about it, can you make it not suck? Can you just make it not stink of absolute, complete, inauthentic crap?
If you're the Cavs, do you get mad at this, or is it helping?
I don't think you care.
There's a couple ways to look at it. It helps from the idea that people think, the Cavs legitimately thought that LeBron was there for them and was going to be a legit player in all this, and he hadn't made up his mind already. Where it kind of hurts you, though, is the idea that LeBron met with you, and clearly he presented some plan or told you something, and you weren't able to go to what that is. You weren't able to answer that bell. You weren't able to go ahead and because who knows? What was that? Maybe that meeting was him saying, I don't want to play with Donovan Mitchell, and the Cavs being like, well, that's impossible, and then them kind of being like, all right, well, let's see what you end up doing. There's so many layers to that.
If I was the Cavs, I would say you shot your shot, it missed, now move on. Like, if you're mad about this, honestly, I think the egg is on Rich Paul's face after this charade. I really do. I think they're so intent on trying to make everything kumbaya or trying to justify their decision to the random NBA fan that I think they're making themselves look bad. Enjoy their this PR disaster and just move on with your offseason.
It tells me in many ways, and this is just my interpretation of it, but what this audio told me was that when the Cavs met with LeBron clearly came with some set of demands or some sort of, I want the roster to look like this, and then you can go ahead and answer that, and if you do, I'll sign with you guys, and if you don't, I'll sign with somebody else. And clearly the Cavs didn't want to bend to the knee there. They didn't want to bend to LeBron and make the roster whatever envisionment that he had. So, it's another point of belief that they have in Mobley and Donovan.
So you heard the Shams Charania, Rich Paul back and forth on Game Over. Did this make you feel better or worse? And Aaron Rodgers blamed it on his wife. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
The preseason storylines from Berea go beyond the quarterback competition. Rely on 92.3 The Fan.
appointments or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders. The Browns QB battle is back. We're your home for training camp and preseason coverage. The radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com, coming up in about 40 minutes' time. Who is the better quarterback today? Not you, Dylan Gabriel. You threw a pick.
He did throw a pick.
Not you, Deshaun Watson. You threw 2 picks.
He threw 2. Yeah, and it didn't look particularly good, apparently. We don't know.
The streets are saying.
Just what the streets are telling us.
Yeah, and you know those streets, they never lie.
Well, you know, when Daryl gets on with us, he'll know.
Are we ready for training camp, Daryl?
Yeah, nobody I trust more with their eyes when it comes to quarterbacks and whether they suck or don't suck at training camp than one Daryl Ryder.
Listen, all I'm going to say is...
yeah, what are you going to say?
Our good buddy Daryl, he's a little extra at the beginning of training camp.
I hope he's jacked up today. I need him to be excited.
I need him to be like an 11?
Well, yeah, kind of. I want him to be, it's an exciting day, all things considered, you know? I really do think that training camp is just going to be where, 40% of our fun for the season comes with. So, for the next 6 weeks, I want to just have a glass half full approach to it all. I want to have training. I want to soak in training camp.
I just think, so it's funny. I think I'm more bullish on the Browns than most people. Again, I've said I think they can be like a 7-win team, and they might have a couple games better than that is their absolute ceiling, and their floor is probably right below where Vegas has their win total at 5 games. But I look at the talent here, and I really do look at just the ability to clean the slate. And it doesn't feel like we can do that all at once because Deshaun is still here. But with the rest of the team, there are no expectations for this team. And we have been so much of the misery and cynicism of the last couple of years, it's been the failure to meet expectations. Mm-hmm. It is saying, hey, we're going to go win a Super Bowl. And the Browns were a 3-win team. You know what I mean? I think because you're in a spot here where no one expects anything of you, I think as a Browns fan, I think it's time to kick our feet up and just embrace whatever happens. Whatever outcome comes of this is good. If they end up winning 3 games and get the number 2 pick, you're gonna get your quarterback.
Yeah, no, but in the process, if they only win 3 games and I get my quarterback, I'm excited about that. But then week 12 is a tough go.
Well, okay, but again,
that's where the happiness, my next 7 months, the happiness, a lot of it can be derived of what happens in the next 6 weeks.
But if that's where you expect it to go, how can you be unhappy with it? If you think this is all the path...
No. Apathy sets in for a lot of fans here. And again, we do this every single week, and so we'll be tuned in and we'll be invested. We don't have a choice in that. But the person that has other things to do on a Sunday, they might say, I'll see you in 2027.
I believe in the city of Cleveland. I don't think and in Northeast Ohio in general. I believe in the Browns fan. I don't think apathy sets in this year.
Apathy set in the past 2 years.
Those were years where you had something coming into the season. You had playoff expectations 2 years ago.
Yeah, but not last year. We had a 4-quarterback battle.
There was a lot of belief in Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco that one of those guys was going to be your Baker Mayfield. Meaning your Baker Mayfield for Tampa Bay.
Ken had hope, but outside of that, I'm not sure.
No, I think you and I saw that for what it was. But everybody else were in their own brown and orange color.
You can have as much hope as you want. That's kind of the fun part. Here, maybe this is where this is coming from. Last year, it was a 4-quarterback battle. Take it for whatever it's worth. And I let myself have some fun within the training camp. Don't get that wrong. But by the time we got to week 8, week 9, right before they actually gave Shedeur the chance and the opportunity, there was a lot of people that just kind of gave up and just kind of let it all. And I myself included. I just kind of wished I would have made more fun out of what that training camp was. But the training camp itself wasn't that fun because it was a lot of the rookies.
Because it was
Kenny
time. Pickett versus
it just kind of sucked. There's no other way to describe it. It just kind of sucked. But within this training camp, there's enough between the last 2 years' drafts to get excited about. There's enough within a quarterback competition to get excited about. There's enough with the wide receivers. How is the offensive line going to shake out? DeJuan Jones was starting at left tackle today, by the way. George Warhop cannot shut up about how much he loves DeJuan Jones. Told you that yesterday. And there's just a lot that's kind of fun and seems fun that I don't know will be fun around week 11 or week 12.
So while we're having this conversation, and there's a lot of turnover in Cleveland over the last 7 months here, a lot of new in Cleveland, there's a lot of new in Pittsburgh, and specifically the first new head coach since the aughts since the aughts, and Aaron Rodgers, crazy bastard, he stepped to the podium to talk about what allowed him to play one more year.
I thought last year might be it, and then Mike got hired, and I talked to the wife, and she said, you can do one more year. So I said, well, let's see if it works out, and then it kind of all came together.
That's pretty smart of him, by the way. His wife doesn't exist, so blaming if he stinks and his wife, hey, my imaginary wife let me do this. It's her fault. Don't look at me. I think we know what this is.
Yeah, we still haven't uncovered who she is and where she's been.
He could hire somebody to act as a model. He could hire some model to be his wife and to play his wife. He could materialize a living, breathing woman, and it'll be like, Soros actor. That's where my brain's gonna go.
Really, you won't choose love.
No,
I thought you're a big love guy.
The only thing Aaron Rodgers loves is himself.
I mean, maybe he's found this significant other that he really does love and appreciate.
Is it him in a wig?
Well, that would be an interesting turn.
We got a Buffalo Bill thing going on here?
That would be an interesting turn, I guess.
I think it's going to be really interesting to see who buys into Rodgers McCarthy 2.0 and who doesn't.
Who would? I want to know who's lining up to buy into this.
So it's funny because I bought into Rodgers last year thinking I thought it was a lot better in that last, 8 games in New York than people gave him credit for. And then he did what I thought he was going to do minus win a playoff game. Like he did have them in the playoffs. Wasn't very good in the second half of the season, but he did have them in the playoffs. He kept that streak alive. We're in a weird spot where I don't think Aaron is washed. I also don't think he's very good.
Yeah.
And I think there's a chance he might be better freed from the shackle of whatever Mike Tomlin's offensive desires are. And I also think Mike McCarthy somehow has become an underrated head coach, but and I really want to emphasize this.
Yeah.
They are all old.
I think that's it. You have an aging quarterback. You have an aging and expensive defense, most expensive defense in the NFL. You have real questions about whether McCarthy's an upgrade over Tomlin. And oddly enough, we play in the same division, but their second half schedule is really brutal. And so there's some weird quirks to this all. But I think the theme is that the defense is taking steps back and continues to, and they're not getting any younger. And then we now have a 42-year-old quarterback. It's going to be. I'm not envisioning anything of consequence for the Steelers.
So I imagine it's going to be a fast start for the Steelers. I do think I just would be surprised if they didn't have some luck early in the season. And then because of their age, I could really see them falling down. I didn't even know about their schedule. I could really see them
is tough.
Being a 2-win team down the stretch, and that taking you from maybe first place in the AFC North all the way down to third or fourth place.
I think their ceiling is basically what they did last year. Win the AFC North, and then you get knocked out in the first round of the playoffs. I think that's their ceiling. Like, if everything goes great, that's what they end up having.
And I think their floor is the actual floor of the AFC North.
Yeah, I think that I cannot stress enough how this can go really sideways really quick with this old, expensive defense and then old quarterback in Aaron Rodgers.
And by the way, I think the Bengals could be there. I would just be shocked if the Ravens, unless Lamar got hurt, I'd be shocked if the Ravens ever finished fourth in this division, even with a new head coach, even with some roster turnover there. It wouldn't surprise me if either the Bengals or Steelers ended up in fourth place in this division and not the Browns.
With the Bengals, you're always just a Joe Burrow away from that being your reality, injury away. And Joe, now it's been 3 years of them not making the playoffs.
You hate to see it.
It's how many times
he bleached his hair blonde. What a wacky guy.
He's very wacky. He's very out there these days.
Yeah.
Goes to Fanatics Fest. He seems like for someone that was incredibly private up until a couple years ago, Joe Burrow's everywhere now.
A little much. Go play good football, Joe. You know what I mean?
Did he become a little bit too much of that TikTok quarterback you're always talking about?
The influencer quarterback. Shador fans are going to like to hear that. They like an influencer quarterback.
Wow.
Shador haters are not going to like it.
Is Deshaun an influencer quarterback too?
Who is he influenced?
Other
than doctors.
He puts out videos. He does the same stuff.
He's negatively influenced some people's lives, but...
he just put out that 2-minute video the other day.
I don't think he edited it. I don't think he chose the music.
No, but he did it the same way people say Shador did it. He did it. Did he not?
I need more content before I call him an influencer.
All right.
Are you buying into what the Steelers are trying to do this year? They old McCarthy, Aaron Rodgers 2.0, and when we come back. How much should the preseason matter? You're going to hear from Todd Monken in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
their teams this offseason about those long-term extensions. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Get to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel to see daily Browns training camp breakdowns with Darryl Ryder and Coach Lance Reisland. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Show me your tricks, big boy. Ashley Bastock coming up in about 20 minutes. Joe Thomas at 5:20 today. Darryl Ryder at 6 o'clock. And, of course, that means we're going to get multiple looks at how training camp went today. Wasn't there, but the internet streets are making it seem like Shedeur had a better day than Deshaun. That is just day one. But I am willing and ready and willing to officially move the marker.
Yeah.
Shedeur.
Oh, jeez.
It's going to be a problem.
Oh, no.
Shedeur up one spot. Deshaun still at 0.
My person that was down there said overall, Sanders was solid. Gabriel was up and down with his accuracy. And then Deshaun had the couple interceptions. The second one he said was completely Deshaun's fault.
Look at that.
He said the first one was just a great play by Denzel Ward, though.
Yeah.
A great play by Denzel Ward for the first one.
I know who your person is.
Come on, how'd you not know to begin with?
It's Darryl.
It's definitely not Darryl. But you know,
I am saying yes,
know
and
that.
oh yes.
I thought it was really funny at first. You're like, I don't know who it could be. You know the one person I would text to be like, what's going on over there? He's that person, by the way.
Yeah.
Pretty boring day for the quarterbacks is what that person said.
Ooh, that's a rough one. But again, Shedeur moves one notch over. He's at 1. He's got 1 win so far in camp. Deshaun, if only we could have negative wins, because he's got 2 interceptions. That's a rough day.
It's a negative. You're wins above replacement. You're a negative wins above replacement
Even
player.
Dylan Gabriel and Taylon Green are at zeros, friend.
Now, did you make anything of the idea that Deshaun did get the first team reps? We do a lot of first team, second team reps. Now Shedeur did get second team reps, but he got the first team, or at least the rookie wide receivers. So there is a distinction there. He had Boston, he had Concepcion. So we had some guys that will be starting, but Deshaun got all the first team reps.
We'll see what happens tomorrow. If Shedeur does not get first team reps tomorrow, we riot.
Is that what we're going to do?
Yeah. I demand accountability from Todd Monken, fair and balanced quarterback search.
But we think he's probably just going to do what he's been doing the entire time, which is one gets one day and one gets the other day.
Yes, I think so.
But I would imagine that Deshaun getting the first day, maybe he did have a slight edge leading into this.
Now, we've been talking about the many things that have happened with the Browns. Obviously, Grant Delpit getting a contract extension today. That is very cool. Good to see. That's a guy that's overcome a lot of injuries. Denzel getting the extension yesterday. Jadeveon Clowney being in town and potentially reuniting with the Browns after 3 years elsewhere. But Todd Monken also spoke today. And I want to play the preseason sound here, Mac, because I think it's going to be really interesting. I started by saying I'm settled in for a prolonged quarterback battle. And then Monken talked about the importance of playing in the preseason.
We're going to play in the preseason. I won't back myself into a corner. Right now, I plan on playing the starters, but I plan on playing our guys. We got to see what we got, especially at quarterback.
So I think how much the preseason matters is I don't know Todd Monken knows today. And I think that's why he didn't back. That's why he said, I don't want to back myself into a corner.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see, because I think there are a lot of things that can happen. But, I mean, I would imagine as important it is to watch these guys go up against this defense and the incredible talent they have. You got to see you got to see both quarterbacks in what I would say is enemy territory before you can officially make your decision.
I feel like younger head coaches care about the joint practices a lot, and then more of our old school football guys, they care about the joint practices, but they also care about what happens in these preseason games. Like Monken comes from a time in football where preseason football mattered, and so I'm curious to know how much of that he has shed or how much of that he stays with.
Yeah, and I think. I think the preseason is probably more important to Shedeur than maybe Deshaun. Because, again, Deshaun is the veteran. Deshaun is a guy where it's like you just want to kind of see him go through the motions and be healthy. I think with Shedeur, just continuing to show that he is a guy that comes alive when the lights are the brightest, I think that's why he has a chance to win the most.
So I wondered if the fan base was going to use that almost against him if he has a good preseason performance. Because what would you instantly think of? Shedeur Sanders lights it up in, let's say, the game against the Bills or the Bears, whatever it is. Let's say Bears, with the first preseason game on the 15th. He's awesome, right? What is everyone going to say? Oh, we saw that last year in the Carolina game in preseason. He was awesome, and then they would then point to a regular season that they were less than impressed by. And so it's interesting because I do wonder whether he'll almost be in a bad spot. It'll be discounted because it's been there, done that, got the T-shirt in a way that we don't do that to other players.
It matters if he's against the ones or the twos. If he lights it up against the ones, it's going to be really hard to discourage that, especially if, again, the prevailing sentiment in most practices is, at the very least, he just looks solid. Like, solid's good. Like, if Shedeur can be solid in the next 3 weeks, I think solid wins his job.
Well, yeah, you can't look like the other preseason game that he got in last year. Where
I don't even remember it.
Exactly. You just got to wipe it away. It's part of the deal. But, yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting. So you seem to think that when it comes to Deshaun versus Shedeur, it matters more for Shedeur in the preseason games. Yeah. How can we get these preseason games to matter for Deshaun, who hasn't played in a football game in 750 days?
I mean, he just has so much more football in his career. And again, I know a lot of it's not been positive here in Cleveland, but I just think he has, in terms of like the operation, in terms of like just the institutional knowledge he has playing 10 years in the NFL, I just don't think he has as much to prove as Shedeur. Right? Like, and I think you've said this, was saying, like, for you, he's got to stay healthy. And even then, if he stays healthy for the first 12 weeks, week 13, you're still going to be thinking, oh, he's going to get hurt.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Shedeur, I really do think the burden of proof is on Shedeur, and that's why I think a preseason game against one specifically is such a great opportunity to be like, see, I'm not just being solid in practice, I'm able to carry it over into the football field.
I know the tug and pull I have with this is that I have seen Deshaun look good in practices and then not look good in the games. And like the part of the concern I have about Deshaun is when the lights go on. I go back to some of the comments people were making back even when he was with the Texans. How much of that was Bill O'Brien calling the plays versus Deshaun actually being able to read the defense and being able to call out what he needed to do. And so I think he's very, very, I think he's made of glass. I've told you this before. I think he's very injury prone. I'm concerned about that. And so if you have a chance that he could get injured, I guess you got to reel that back in. But this is tough. I do want to see him play. I want to see him play against the big boys.
I am hearing that tomorrow is Shedeur's day with the ones there.
I would think so. I would have thought it would go back and forth.
And then Roberto Shenanigans bringing back the Shedong picture, which I beg of you, Roberto Shenanigans.
It's too veiny.
All right. I just think it's...
What are we talking about?
No, you're talking about the right thing. I just didn't expect you to say that.
What are we talking about?
I'm not disagreeing. I don't know. We need to bring that picture back. Is all I'm saying.
I agree.
Yeah.
Stick and move.
Enjoy the bulge. Not the right channel for that one.
Stick and move.
Yeah. Literally. Now, this being said, I do think quarterback health is going to be
you got me
interesting.
in the analysis mode. I'm just everything in my brain that pops in my brain. I got to analyze.
Yeah,
I got to figure it out.
Yeah, I don't.
Thoughts on everything.
I don't think we need any more.
We didn't need all the thoughts.
Shedong analysis on this one.
We didn't need all the thoughts.
I think we have enough for now.
That's my bad.
The quote has been met.
I was sorry and I meant it.
Yeah, but some guys have all the luck. But 216-474-0092. How much will the preseason matter to the starting quarterback battle? I do think, kind of calling back to last year, the Browns were clearly rigging that thing for Kenny Pickett with an emphasis of getting Dillon Gabriel ready to play if they needed to, and the whole thing went to hell when Kenny Pickett got hurt. Mm-hmm. And then he stayed hurt. He just was never able to get in there and do enough to win that job, which is saying something because, again, they gave him every opportunity they possibly could have. I feel like in this scenario, Deshaun is the Kenny Pickett. Not necessarily that the Browns are rigging this for him, but just that I think injury is a very real factor here. And I'm almost praying Deshaun doesn't get injured because I want – if Shedeur's going to win this, I want him to win it in earnest. And I feel like an injury might undermine him a little bit the way I don't think it helped Joe Flacco or Dillon Gabriel last year.
Well, if Deshaun gets injured, if he got injured today in practice, let's say, I think a lot of people would then think Shedeur didn't really win the job. He just got handed the job because Deshaun, got injured, and that's not great. That's not great for Shedeur's psyche. That's not great for actually thinking like he accomplished something and winning out the job. Yeah, I mean, that's of course.
Well, I don't even think it. So to me, it's not the psyche thing. It's just, again, you want to be able to, for this season to be a surprise, for the Browns to grab the NFL's attention and become a plucky 7 or 8 win team. Shedeur taking this job and just claiming the job, I think it's going to allow that locker room to get behind him as early as possible. Because if it doesn't happen that way, it's still possible, by the way. If he just kind of backdoors his way into the job, he can still win that locker room over. It's just going to have to happen during the play in the regular season. And
definitely.
That's a lot of a burden on a young quarterback.
All right, the reason why I say psyche, though, is I do feel like winning the quarterback competition will do something for Shedeur, but maybe I'm overvaluating just how much Shedeur thinks of Deshaun Watson. We've done that like 12 times today between me and you.
That's on me. I've inceptioned you.
But
it's Shedong all over again.
Maybe I guess is that really a prize worth making something or making a big deal of, just beating out little old Deshaun Watson at this point? I tend to think it is. I don't think much of Deshaun as a quarterback. I don't, but I still think the idea that you went toe to toe versus somebody that is at least at one point as accomplished as Deshaun is at least something Shedeur can hang his hat on. It can't hurt you.
I'm sure there are people out there like Browns fans and maybe people who aren't the biggest Shedeur fans who are going to say, you beat out Deshaun. Good for you. I don't think that's how the locker room's going to look at it. The locker room's going to say, oh, that dude over there makes $35 million a year, and you beat him out?
It's more than that, 46.
Could be 32, could be 97. He's made a butt ton of money to do nothing. But I do think, I think this is where the Browns have been really smart about positioning this, of Deshaun's ahead of Shedeur, because outside of an injury, for Shedeur to win this job, the optics are going to be Shedeur leapfrog Deshaun to get that.
Yeah.
And it'll
feel like an accomplishment, though. That's the part I want to hang on to.
And I think as long as the locker room is in agreement with that's how this happened, that Shedeur won the job, even if it means Deshaun lost the job, by the way. If Deshaun just played his way out of it, that's just a good sign. I do think there are enough guys in that locker room who go, hey, Deshaun has been in the NFL 10 years. Deshaun has been, one of the 5 best quarterbacks in the NFL at one point in his career. I think there's enough people who can, internally that can buy into Shedeur winning that job, solidifies him in a way and gets that buy-in.
I think it'll feel like a real win. I really do. And it's funny because I just think so little of what I think Deshaun is going to be, but I still think it matters for the reasons that you mentioned and where the standing of Deshaun was at one point in the NFL.
Now, we do have Todd Monken today at practice talking about whether they're going to do tackling in camp.
Todd, could you clarify how much hitting you anticipate doing this camp? And do you tackle to the ground at all?
No, we won't tackle the ground. We won't go to the ground. We'll thud. We're not going to bring anybody to the ground.
I don't know why, but that was probably one of the 3 funniest things to come out of camp. And I got to say, Todd Monken's got some entertainer to him because he says some stuff and I do laugh.
What was the voice you did there? That was a big man voice.
Which one?
Yeah. That was a big man voice there.
Was it all in my jowls? Is that what you're saying? Big man's voice?
Returning Todd Monken into Andy Reid for some reason.
If only. God, I love me some Andy Reid. We could just sit in Hawaiian shirts having cheeseburgers.
The Eric Bieniemy comments were weird. Can we just say that?
Yeah, they were.
Things happen?
Yeah.
No, that thing doesn't happen.
Yeah. Well,
Andy Reid, you football robot.
I don't know that there are great ways to talk about that, but
things happen.
Yeah, maybe
might be the worst way to do that.
He actually had it in the first half too.
He did. Talking about like anyone that knows her knows that she's a goddess and all this other type of stuff.
And then he fumbled the bag.
And then he did the things happen. It's like, no, these things don't happen, Andy. They don't happen. You need to know that.
Now, if Todd Monken wants to sit in Hawaiian shirts, eat cheeseburgers, and maybe crush some Coors Banquets, I'll do it.
Well, it is a level that I've always told you with the head coaches that I prefer. I prefer you to basically have no social skills or no real understanding of how the world works and just be a football guy. To the detriment of everyone around you. It really doesn't matter to me. Just be the football robot that we need you to be.
You know, I pitched Only Lyman to Joel Bitonio yesterday.
Yeah.
Which, of course, I would host for a modest fee.
Yeah.
I feel like beers, burgers, and ball, a football guy's podcast.
The old Triple B.
Works for a few reasons.
Big baller brand.
One, I'd get free beer, free burgers, and talk to Todd Monken on a regular basis. And 2, it would chap somebody's ass on this station if I had a podcast with a football coach called Football Guys.
Who do you think that someone is?
I don't know. Could be anybody.
I can't think of anybody that you're trying to reference right now.
Yeah. But word has it, somebody on that show got a coaching gig.
Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah, real coaching gig.
Like one of the 4 levels of coaching?
Well, on the 4 levels of coaching.
Wow.
It's not who you think.
Congratulations to that guy.
Yeah. Real future, that guy. Real football
as
guy,
opposed
that
to the
guy.
other guy? That other guy's got a future, too.
216-474-0092. That's not fair. Ken's not on air, and I'm lobbing shots. I love you, Ken. Enjoy vacation. How much will the preseason matter to the starting quarterback battle? Ashley Bastock answers that question in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
injury could be a torn ACL, which would likely sideline him for the entire 2026 season. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Browns Hall of Famer Joe Thomas coming up in just about 60 minutes' time. There will be football spoken between football men. We'll also get into some of that beef talk with Joe, and you know how I get when we talk beef around these parts. However, Browns practicing today. The narrative out there that we might have helped foster is that Shedeur looked better than Deshaun today to have that conversation. Do our words match up with what her eyes saw out there in Berea today in the first Browns practice? On the Wise Heart Right, we make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Cleveland.com's very own Ashley Bastock. Ashley, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. We finally have some I would say real football, but I think we all consider that actual games, but we have some football practices to talk about. So that in and of itself is exciting.
I got to give the Browns credit here. I needed a pep in the step. There's been some boring parts to this sports year, and we didn't do anything at quarterback. That's usually something that gets people rah-rah. Denzel's extension, Grant Delpit's extension, and then, of course, we have the practice today and Jadeveon Clowney in the building. Now, that's what I call a 24-hour news cycle.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like every kind of major possible storyline we were waiting on just happened at once, right? I mean, those two extensions for Denzel and Grant, and then adding another edge rusher. That's something I think a lot of people were expecting, that they would add some veteran edge rushing depth. So, of course, no official word yet on Jadeveon Clowney, but it certainly is interesting because when you're a veteran and do one of these visits, like, it just seems to me like it's certainly heading in one direction, and it wouldn't be surprising if this reunion happens, which I don't think a lot of people would have said like a week ago.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you seem really optimistic about that, or at least that it could happen. All right, so before we get to the quarterbacks then, how this ended the last time with Clowney, I maintain it was a Myles Garrett versus Clowney thing that kind of got in the way, but how do they reconcile that? How do they right that wrong?
Well, I mean, I think number one, obviously the fact that Myles Garrett isn't here anymore is one thing. And also, this defense is totally different in terms of scheme, right? So I'm sure those discussions are ongoing. And look, I think, JP, my confidence just comes from the fact, given Clowney's veteran status in this league, when these sort of meetings sort of leak out like this, like his did today, it just certainly makes me think it's trending in one direction, because if he wasn't close or not wanting to come here, and if you have that veteran stature, like, why would you even make the visit is kind of how I'm looking at it. So that's just sort of my connecting the dots, if you will, less than what I'm hearing. But I do think it's about this attack style defense. You look at what Jadeveon Clowney has been able to do, and like, he is like really an 8 or 9 sack guy. He had 8.5 sacks last year for the Cowboys. I was shocked when I saw that number today. People may remember he had the 9 sacks when he went to Baltimore right after he left Cleveland back in 2023. He had 9 sacks here his first season in 2021. That performance allowed him to get some contract incentives. So, look, I think he's a guy at this point, if you can get one good year out of him, that's a win. And the way he knows how to get after quarterbacks, I think that veteran presence is welcome. And I think, like, in terms of how his time ended here last time, everyone just probably wants to move on, right? And I think he can look at it and say, it's a different situation, and I'm going to have the chance to get after the quarterback this time around, maybe more so than I did in 2022 when he was more unhappy, obviously.
All right, Ashley, I made mention Deshaun had 2 interceptions today. The word on the street, and by street, I mean it's the things JP and I have heard from practice today, that Shedeur looked better than Deshaun. Can we call today a win for Shedeur over Deshaun?
You know, you guys know me. I love the nuance around this discussion, and I know that's kind of the boring, maybe, way to look at it. But I will say the 2 interceptions for Deshaun were not great. But what I'll also say is, like, I think we're just too early in camp for anyone to outright separate themselves. I mean, I think Shedeur Sanders had my favorite throw of the day. It was a deep ball to Casey Concepcion when they were two-spotting during 7-on-7. It was a really nice ball that he threw. But this was only a 90-minute practice. Some stuff they're running at half speed. They don't have the pads on yet. So maybe it was a better individual day for Shedeur. That I would still say I'd caution anyone from thinking there's any real separation occurring at this point in camp. And, of course, Todd Monken today kind of quipped that his deadline to have a starter is week 1. So he's not really budging on a timeline for this starter decision. But I think anytime you have a quarterback throwing interceptions when these practices aren't padded, I mean, I know that sort of stuff drives Todd Monken crazy. He talked about it in the spring as well.
That is delicious word salad there, but all I heard is Shedeur won the day.
That's what I heard too. Yeah. At least you did answer the question. You got down to the heart of it, and that's what we appreciate.
You dressed it up, and I like that about you.
You made it seem like, I'm not going to do it.
That's why you guys have me on, though. You have me on to talk about what happened, and look, I went over what happened. So
did a great job.
That's kind of my view. It's all you can do. My biggest point is I think we're not declaring a starter after today. Either way, I think that's important. And anyone expecting it like this week, I would be shocked if something like that happened at this point. We got to get through this ramp up in this early phase.
But Shedeur did win the day.
He won the day. So within that, though, was it peculiar to yourself that Concepcion and Boston were starting with the twos with Shedeur? And even Fano, he had that same thing as well.
Yeah.
He was not the starting left tackle today. It was DeJuan Jones. What was any rationale into that? Any thinking into that?
Yeah, I mean, I think what we can glean, and it's hard because we heard from Todd Monken before practice. I'm sure this is something that we are going to ask him more in depth about tomorrow. But so it was surprising, but it wasn't, right? Because I think they started the spring with all of those guys. That was sort of the rotation. DeJuan was the number 1 left tackle. The rookie receivers were working with that second unit as well. And in the spring, Todd Monken talked about really just wanting to make sure these young guys who are going through a lot of this for the first time can all be on the same page together, can really ramp up at their own speed, and that sort of thing. So it makes sense. But I think my guess right now is that that's just how they want to handle this early part of training camp, and that we're maybe going to see these guys slowly mix in with the first team. And, whether or not that's the right move or whether or not they can take on stuff faster remains to be determined. But, so in that way it was surprising, but it wasn't because we already kind of saw them do this, and I don't know that I was expecting them to go back to it. But also training camp is a totally different animal, so the more I think about it, I'm like, okay, it's not really all that surprising that they decided to work it like that today.
Ashley, I'm a bit of a simpleton, so I'm a little bit confused here, okay? So I think you can help me walk through this. When the Browns traded Myles Garrett for Jared Verse and 3 picks, part of the line was their timelines don't match up, right? And the idea that the Browns are going to win in the next 2 years feels a little far-fetched for people. And then I watched them extend Denzel Ward, who is very similar age to Myles Garrett. Then I watched them re-sign Grant Delpit, another relatively older player here. They bring in Jadeveon Clowney. That doesn't feel like a we're going to win in 2 years move. And they are now 2 drafts into what feels like a bit of a reset. And usually the thought is it takes about 2 to 3 years to kind of reset here. So everyone's running with this timeline thing. Am I wrong to look at what the Browns' actual moves outside of trading Myles Garrett are, and they don't look like a team that is in the wrong timeline here?
Yeah, you know what? I do think a lot of that is so interesting, but it's also like they've been describing it almost like both ways, I think, ever since that Myles trade. And we talked about at the time that Myles deal really being one of one. Like they didn't want to trade him until this particular deal came up and until they could get Jared Verse in return, right? Like we know how crucial Jared was, the inclusion of Jared by the Rams in that deal to getting it done. So it's like I kind of sort of get it, right? And at the same time, though, it's like when you have the best edge rusher in the NFL, the best defensive player in the NFL, why do you get rid of him for anything? And I think that's kind of what's hard to reconcile, especially for a lot of fans who look at this and now they see these extensions come out. And I do think bottom line, like this team still thinks its defense is going to be really good. Like they're running a very similar system. Mike Rutenberg will throw in his own tweaks, especially I think in the secondary. That's kind of what he's known for. But this is still going to be an attack defense. And they have, outside of Myles Garrett, the other key veterans like Denzel and Grant now locked up into it. I think they're going to expect more of Carson Schlesinger. So it is just sort of fascinating in hindsight to look at the Garrett deal and just these other moves that they've made. And again, I think the Garrett deal just kind of underscores, like with this front office, with this team, it's a no until it's not, right? So that's why I think it makes it so hard to guess at the intentions sometimes, and why I think ultimately fans were so confused when the Myles trade initially happened after months and months of saying, no way, we're not trading him.
Ashley, I want to go back to today's practice because we'll be out there Friday, and so we'll get our eyes on it for the first time. But compare how it was from an intensity standpoint to what we've seen over the previous 5 years with Stefanski.
Yeah, I think it's just a lot more of these competitive team periods, right? And that's what it felt like in the spring as well. So when I say that, I'm talking more 7-on-7, 11-on-11, offense versus defense type things, as opposed to maybe less of a concentration on individual stuff. And Todd Monken, keeps things moving, right? I mean, he uses all the time he's allotted. I think today it was they have that 90-minute limit as they get into that ramp-up period. I believe tomorrow's practice also needs to be shorter just per the CBA guidelines, but he uses every minute. I think we're seeing an emphasis on those competitive team periods. And I think it's about smart competition, right? Because I think we're seeing more of that. But today, Todd Monken also clarified he doesn't plan on tackling to the ground during this training camp, which I also thought was interesting because we saw some of that last year. But I get the rationale behind it because it's, I think, not always seen as the smartest decision when you're talking about potential injury risks to do that. So there will be that sort of thud tackling is how he described it. But no one's going to be going to the ground in these practices. But I think just overall, we're seeing more of those competition periods. And I think for a young offense, especially, that's really important.
Ashley, Todd Monken answered a question today about who he's excited to see in these camps. And he did sidestep that question, but just in terms of the roster, we know we're paying a lot of attention to the quarterback. What players are you the most interested in and kind of most excited to see over the next week or so?
I'm most excited to see these rookie receivers. I think, number one, when you have electric receivers that can make explosive plays, that's always exciting to watch in these training camp practices. I always used to talk about when Amari Cooper was here, when he was at his best. It just looks different when guys like that can get in these drills, right? And, I mean, we all know how highly they think of Casey Concepcion and Denzel Boston. I think they're going to be huge parts of this offense. I'm excited to see how they look, number one, as more gets added to their plate, as the pads come on, especially. I really think in particular, that's going to be a time for Denzel Boston to shine, just knowing how he is with getting the ball in those contested catch situations. And I'm also really excited to see Casey Concepcion and the way he creates separation. I know he was maybe the best receiver in this draft class along with Jordan Tyson at creating separation. So that's his calling card. So I'm excited to see those guys really do what they do best in this new setting.
You guys talked to Harold Fannin Jr. today. Can you give us the update on what he had to do with the injury and where he's at?
Yeah, so Harold Fannin Jr. is full go, which is good news for this football team because, of course, he did not really do anything in the spring. And today he clarified that it was due to a surgery that he had in the offseason. And at first, kind of cagey about what exactly the nature of that procedure was. But he did relent and say it was related to the Week 17 groin injury he suffered against the Steelers, which caused him to miss the finale against the Bengals as well. And, yeah, when we specifically asked him, do you expect a sort of ramp up throughout this? He said no, because he actually reported early with the rookies, got cleared about a week before, he said, to be full go, and he feels good. So, I mean, it's always something I think to keep an eye on whenever a guy's coming back from something soft tissue, but definitely good for this offense to hear that he is feeling confident going out there with no restrictions right now.
Ashley, this is, I will say, your camp debut. 4 live hits with us.
Stronger than Deshaun's day.
Yeah, I'll say, you and Shedeur won the day. Very happy to say that. You did a great job.
You know what? I'll always take the win with you guys. Thanks.
That's what she says now until we run it off the rails later, and then she'll be like, never again. How many times do you think she's thought about just never coming on the show again?
I think she likes it. I think she has fun.
I think there's been at least one time where she's like, I don't think this is good for my career.
You think so?
Yeah. I think if you just view this from an Ashley's career prism,
is that right?
We can do her no good.
She says her mom will text her after some of these, and I think that's the hook. That's the hook. That really, and thank you to Mama Ashley Bastock there. I don't know why I said Ashley as the first. You know what it was? For some reason,
it's very Bobby Boucher of you, Mama Ashley Bastock.
For some reason in my head, I was saying her last name, and it was just not right in my own brain.
So you delayed.
So I had to sound it out the whole way in order to make sure that we were fine. But yeah, because her mom listens, I think we're just golden. I think that she likes us. She listens. She'll comment afterwards. I think we got it. I think we're good.
Mama Bastock, we're gonna need the assist on this one.
Yeah,
we're really gonna need.
She's saving us in many ways.
Yeah,
because who doesn't want to? Everyone wants to impress their parents.
Yeah, arguably, she's saving our careers. Some could say 216-474-0092. She wouldn't say it. I think she implied it. Shedeur won the day. We'll react to what Ashley had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan has the most local sports talk in town, and you can be a part of it anytime you want. Weigh in on X at 92.3 The Fan and see if our hosts make your reaction a part of our shows. Powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
When you're hiring,
855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist. I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Whether you're at the ballpark, on the golf course, or doing nothing at all, get the Cleveland sports news at 923thefan.com or use the Odyssey app.
Of course, no official word yet on Jadeveon Clowney, but it certainly is interesting because when you're a veteran and do one of these visits, like, it just seems to me like it's certainly heading in one direction, and it wouldn't be surprising if this reunion happens, which I don't think a lot of people would have said like a week ago. Number one, obviously the fact that Myles Garrett isn't here anymore is one thing, and also this defense is totally different in terms of scheme, right? So I'm sure those discussions are ongoing, and look, I think he's a guy at this point, if you can get one good year out of him, that's a win, and the way he knows how to get after quarterbacks, I think that veteran presence is welcome, and I think, like, in terms of how his time ended here last time, everyone just probably wants to move on.
Ashley Bastock of Cleveland.com and the Orange and Brown Talk podcast, by the way, with her thoughts on a potential Browns reunion with Jadeveon Clowney. And it's interesting, like, my first reaction to Jadeveon and that, you know, I saw Mary Kay Cabot, Ashley's fellow Cleveland.comer, sent out the thing of he's in Berea and the Browns are interested in the reunion. Mm-hmm. I was starting to go down just the edge rusher room, and I was like, who am I cutting for him? Because there's just, I really do think that's where the depth is in this defensive line. And then I think guys who play outside are going to kind of protect you and shade you from what I think is maybe a little bit of I'll say a depth issue up the middle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like Alex Wright's going to slide over to the middle. I think as long as Jadeveon can still do that, then I guess he still makes sense.
Well, that's kind of what he did in Dallas last year. You know, it was kind of his role. And so, I mean, again, I just think he can still be wildly productive as you saw last year. In 13 games, 8.5 sacks. He can do it. And so the question for the Browns and Clowney was always going to be around whether or not they could kind of bury the hatchet that was how it ended just so awful and just in such bad blood between everybody. But I really think that was a Myles Garrett and Clowney issue. It wasn't necessarily a Browns and Clowney issue. It was a Myles Garrett and Clowney issue. So it makes a lot of sense that he's here.
Now, speaking of old faces in new places, or I guess Clowney is old faces in new places. Anyways, Kevin Stefanski found out today he's got to sign Cooper Rush because Tua Tagovailoa's back flared up, apparently. Michael Penix Jr. is not ready to practice coming off the knee injury. And I thought it was funny. I saw somebody quote that Kevin Stefanski remains in quarterback purgatory. And my first thought was, yes. Now, in this case, he took a job where he knew he was going to be Michael Penix versus somebody of the same ilk.
Yeah.
So I think he knew a little bit more up front about this one. But my second thought was, man, I wonder if Kevin could hop into a DeLorean and go back to the end of 2021. Would maybe he just put his foot down about that whole Deshaun thing and be like, nah, Baker's my guy. Because really, if you look at from the moment they traded Baker, they got into quarterback hell. And Kevin himself has never emerged from it.
He's never gotten out of it. And what's funny is when I first saw the news, I like Kevin as a person. I think I root for him individually. There was not excitement, that's the wrong term. It's an injury. But you know what I mean? I was like, all right, good. There's a part of me that wants to see Stefanski fail. Mm-hmm. I don't love that that's a part of me that exists, but there is a part of me, and maybe it'll just help, because then I'll think to myself, well, the last couple of years was all Stefanski not really knowing what he was doing, and he evolved into this coach that just kind of lost the plot, and he then stayed that coach with Atlanta, and I need to see that happen. But yeah, I kind of want him to be miserable in Atlanta.
So I'm torn on this because on one hand, I still haven't really gotten over the Baker thing. Just how, if you just had a little bit of patience and you just realized, I mean, again, over the last 5 years, you would have been able to significantly, I don't want to say contend, but you would have been able to compete with Baker.
Yeah, but Baker annoyed him. Like there was just too much there between it.
That's what frustrated me. Is as much as do we want to pay Baker $50 million a year was the conversation. I think the fact that Kevin and Baker just didn't vibe, I think that was a big problem. And I think that's like I just absolutely hate when a head coach is like, I can't work with this guy. He's a pain in the ass. It's like
it was a personality clash, and it was a time when Baker was, he was younger, obviously, but and in hindsight, we always think about what would be perfect for Stefanski, somebody that is exactly like Baker Mayfield, outspoken, rah-rah guy, going to do all the speeches that you then wouldn't have to make. It's not what Stefanski ever really wanted, though.
But I honestly, personality-wise, Deshaun is who he wanted. Deshaun never said anything. Deshaun had a good game, a bad game. You couldn't really tell the difference. And he never spoke against the team.
Yeah, the problem is that it just makes the whole entire locker room then be just, they're all on Quaaludes.
Yeah.
They're all just the Walking Dead. It's like you have to have some yin and some yang here.
But I'm not really rooting for Kevin to fail. I do think if Kevin succeeds in Atlanta and you are still struggling 2 years from now, I think there's going to be a lot of people saying things we don't like, but they're just going to be the truth. I guess I'll have to say, I guess it wasn't Kevin in Cleveland. I guess maybe the Andrew Berry and Jimmy Haslam thing took the day, but I'm not rooting against him. I don't know. I never thought Kevin was a bad guy. I thought he was a little slavish in his devotion.
He's not a bad guy. That's why I said, personally, I'm rooting for him. But there's a part of me that I'm not rooting for him as a football coach.
I don't know, because it's tough.
I'm just not.
Because if on...
I enjoy the fact that it seems like he's going to struggle there, and it seems like he's set up in a bad spot right now.
It's tough because on one hand, am I going to take a pot shot on him if he's got a 4-interception, 2 a day, and things are struggling? I probably will on social media. I'll have some fun with that. But at the same point, I don't want Kevin to end up the Pat Shurmur route, right? Where Pat
he deserves better than that, oddly enough.
I thought Pat deserved better than that. I don't think Pat was a bad guy. I just think he was a bad head coach.
Well, and that's where I'm at with Stefanski, though, and there is a line here of I think he's a good person. I like him as a human, but also I think he stopped evolving with the game. I think he got the job, and the first couple years he was trying to do a lot within NFL concepts and was trying to do a lot, and it was working, and he was up on it. And then there's just it's somewhere 3, 4, 5 years in, it just kind of felt like he thought status quo was enough, and I felt bad. We talked to him in training camp, and I would look at him and be like, this guy seems like he's got his head above water, so to speak, and that was tough. It was a tough spot.
So it's interesting. I think Kevin is ultimately one of the casualties of the Deshaun situation, the thing he went along with. Now, he was a willing participant, and he could have made it easier on himself by the second Deshaun got there, saying to himself, now how do we build an offense around this guy instead of waiting till about year 3 and hiring Ken Dorsey?
His stubbornness hurt him, but ultimately I just don't think he's some sort of football genius, and maybe that's what I need. I need to see that through, the idea that everyone in football can acknowledge that he's not boy wonder when it comes to this.
I don't really...
But is that just me upset that we didn't get the boy wonder part of this?
I think you could also be annoyed at the amount of Stefanski supporters in the national media and how they really protected their boy for a good amount of time.
Now let's tap into that. I mean, you get protected everywhere. You're presented as if you're Sean McVay, but you don't get Sean McVay results. There's a lot that I want to see almost exposed within Stefanski.
I just don't know.
But I like him. I like him I thought he was wonderful to us. I thought he was wonderful from a personality standpoint. You guys don't ask me for my personality opinions. You ask me for what I think about as a football coach.
Yeah, I just don't want him. I guess my thing is if the Browns win from this, I wish Kevin nothing but the best. Because I think Kevin, I don't think he's a bad head coach. I should say, I think I said bad head coach. I just don't think he's a good head coach. I think he's an average NFL head coach. Those guys can win if you give them talent. If you give them the right locker room, they can maybe get you to an NFC title game or an AFC title game. But they're not going to drive the boat, right? They're not the engine. They're not the thing. They can get in the way of it, or they can just be, I guess the team can win in spite of them. But, I guess my thing is I think Kevin's an average head coach, which means I expect him to have some success going forward.
I don't know that he will. The way this quarterback situation is, and listen, they have a lot of offensive pieces. They should be better than maybe they are, but this is not off to a good start. They might actually legitimately start Tua in this.
Now, it's going to be interesting.
Penix he's such an injured human. He was injured in college. 3 torn ACLs now, Nick?
Yeah, I think it's Tua's job. I think Michael Penix is J.J. McCarthy.
I think they're going to slow roll Penix getting back is the idea.
Yeah, and then if Tua falls on his face, which
it's Tua.
He might, I could definitely see them putting Penix out there for the last 5 or 6 or 7 games, just to give him to again be able to say, well, hey, we tried for a third season. I think it's gonna be really interesting if at the end of this, the Browns and Falcons are somewhere in the same range of picks this year to see who gets the first crack at what quarterback. I think that could end up being a very interesting thing for 5 months from now if this season goes as bad as people think it's going to go for Cleveland. And I think there's a lot of people think it could go really bad for Atlanta.
Fighting over quarterbacks. Was there any bit of you that was upset that they needed a quarterback and they did not trade for Dylan Gabriel?
No. Give it time.
Okay, because it was always we played the scenario out. Falcons would need a quarterback. Dylan Gabriel. You'd be sent over there, and now it's happened, and their answer was Cooper Rush, not Dylan Gabriel.
We are one Michael Penix retorn ACL, or I guess this would be the fourth one, away from a third-rounder for Dylan Gabriel trade. I can sense it in my loins. 216-474-0092.
Third-rounder.
Are you rooting? Yeah, that's the cost. That's what Kevin wanted to spend on him. I'm going to need that third-rounder back.
No one's paying a third-rounder for Dylan Gabriel.
Kevin Stefanski. Well, there's a Stefanski tax on it. Are you rooting against Stefanski in Atlanta? The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
We're the only station in Cleveland where you can talk defending division champion Guardians at 6 a.m. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
And you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Joe Thomas, Browns Hall of Famer. Remember him? Coming up in about 20 minutes' time there. We'll talk about the state of the Browns, how Joe's doing now. If we all remember correctly, the last time Joe was on with us, I gave him the Clarkson Farm idea for his farm. He might have already independently got there.
He said he was already doing it, yeah.
But but some are saying I pushed it over the edge. So I'll talk about that as well. But let's go ahead and get to the lead. We got a plethora of Browns news to get to here. And let's start with Browns head coach Todd Monken, who spoke with the media today in Berea before the first practice of training camp. He walked us through the quarterback competition and what it might look like.
Nothing's really changed. We anticipate alternating. First of all 4 quarterbacks are going to compete. They all won't get equal reps. Obviously, we will alternate just like we did in the spring with Deshaun and Shedeur with the ones. I mean, we're going to have a starter the first game, right? I mean, ultimately, I'm not going to decide who the starter is. They decide by their play. Their play decides who the starter is. I don't have any preconceived notions of how they played in the past or how they're going to play. I only can, with my eyes, judge. And guys got to play well around them. I think we've shored up some things up front. We've added some weapons on the perimeter, so I think that's going to help. But they'll decide who plays. I don't decide who plays. The players decide who plays.
It's a fun way to be like, I'm not going to make the call, and that's the players decide.
The players.
Yeah, it's not my decision. Okay, all right, you got to make the call, Monken. I do think it's interesting that he told one of the in-house Browns shows that the interceptions by Deshaun went the same way that I described it to you earlier from my guy at practice, where Monken says the first one was just a really great play by Denzel Ward, and the second one, maybe not as great. Mm-hmm. And it's like, okay, so as far as people are concerned today, Deshaun threw 2 interceptions, and I guess people are just kind of letting him off the hook for the first one because it was a great Denzel Ward play.
But not you?
Well, no, 2 interceptions is 2 interceptions, Nick.
That's true.
Denzel Ward he's still got the pick.
The circumstances only matter when the interceptions come from Shedeur Sanders.
You said it, not me.
Yeah. Well, I think everybody felt it. Yeah, I feel.
Well, if you keep saying it, people might feel it.
I can't help but lead people to water. If they want to drink, they want to drink. Now, this being said, I'm really intrigued by how this is going to go and the duration of it. I don't expect a quick quarterback battle, although if Deshaun looks as bad for the next couple days as he did today, or the next week as he did today, it might be knockout by forfeit. I don't think we've ever seen that. But
it wouldn't be Shedeur winning the job.
Self-knockout.
It would just be Deshaun taking himself out of the job.
Hey, Shedeur being solid and Deshaun just taking himself out of the competition. That's still a win for Shedeur.
Of course it's a win for Shedeur. Of course it is. According to Mary Kay Cabot, Jadeveon Clowney visiting with the Browns, and they're strongly considering re-signing him. Does a Jadeveon Clowney return make any sense?
Yeah. It still caught me off guard when I heard the news today that he was in town and they were talking to him. But, I mean, you made a great point about Myles Garrett, and maybe this is more about his exit was more about Myles versus Jadeveon than it was the Browns versus Jadeveon. And the truth is, if the Browns look and say, we might be a little thin on defensive line, let's shore that up with a guy who's had, I think it's 24 or 25 sacks the last 3 years. Yeah, okay. And again, the other thing I like about it is, I would like if they add him, is they're making we want to compete now moves.
Yeah.
I think Seattle has opened up this realm of possibilities for people that you can just start building and find your quarterback. This year, it's Shedeur's or Deshaun, hypothetically, chance to take the job. You'll have the offseason to find another guy if these guys don't claim the job. Like, try to win. That is the safest way to build something. And then the quarterback should you'll be able to try and take care of that along the way.
And you have to have it ready, though, is the point. And if that's what the Browns are trying to do, then great. I think this also falls in the idea that it's going to be such a young team. Having some people with experience helps, and Clowney does have that. I don't think, by the way, that he rubbed too many fans here the wrong way. And I think if we all went back and kind of looked at how it ended here in Cleveland, I think with the lens we have of how it all unfolded with Miles, I think we'd look at Clowney just a little bit differently. Understandable, in my opinion, why he get frustrated with Miles a time or two.
So the best glow up for Jadeveon Clowney is we traded Myles Garrett and don't have to act like Miles is a perfect human being anymore?
Basically. Yeah, okay. Basically. It's not bad because for a while we did.
Other than like the driving abilities and like the lawn treatment, stuff like that. Ashley Bastock at Cleveland.com joined us last hour.
You said acting. You didn't say was. You said acting like a perfect person.
We asked her about the Browns' timeline after reaching extensions with Denzel Ward and Grant Delpit.
They've been describing it almost like both ways, I think, ever since that Miles trade. And it's like when you have the best edge rusher in the NFL, the best defensive player in the NFL, why do you get rid of him for anything? And I think that's kind of what's hard to reconcile, especially for a lot of fans who look at this and now they see these extensions come out. And I do think bottom line, like this team still thinks its defense is going to be really good. And again, I think the Garrett deal just kind of underscores, like with this front office, with this team, it's a no until it's not, right? So that's why I think it makes it so hard to guess at the intentions sometimes, and why I think ultimately fans were so confused when the Miles trade initially happened after months and months of saying, yeah, no way, we're not trading him.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely makes it a little bit more confusing. If you are in the idea of, well, they're going to stink this year and that's the plan, it's like, well, no, they seem like they're going to try to win some games. Does that mean they're a 10-win team? No. You can say you want to win games and it doesn't all of a sudden make you a 10-win team. You still have to have the talent to do so. And part of this area that the Browns are in right now is just having a lot of young talent and watching that young talent blossom and then going from there.
I would like the record to reflect that last year, when there were a lot of media members buying into the idea of Kenny Pickett being your Sam Darnold or your Baker Mayfield, your rejuvenation project that all of a sudden solved the Browns quarterback woes, and that they were saying, don't be surprised if they are in more contention than people think. And by contention, they were really talking about like 7 or 8 wins. I said hooey. You said hooey. And I said take the under. The Browns over-under was set at 5.5. They won 5 games. I'm here to command you. Command you. I don't like the way I said that.
That sounded very...
I'm here to implore you. I like imploring people.
Okay, yeah.
I'll never command, but I will implore.
Yeah, because you really went from like, let me talk down to you people and tell you how it is.
Yeah, no, none of that. I'm going to strongly encourage.
Those sanctimonious radio hosts that you frown upon.
Ego first, boys.
Although I told you, I never hate those guys.
Yeah.
I never hate those guys.
Take the over. I think it's a 7-win team. I think this is a 7-win team. I think they're going to surprise people relatively. And it wouldn't surprise me if they got upwards of 8 wins. 9 wins feels like a stretch right now. You have to have a lot of things go right. But if you have quarterback stability, a coherent offense built on the power run game, and a really strong defense, that is a recipe with this schedule to a 7 or 8 win season. Get ready. They're better than you think.
Really hyped me up for that 7-10 year.
I feel like I'm stepping out on a limb on that one.
Oh. Vegas says 5.5 wins.
They said 5.5 last year, and I said take the under, and I was right. The point
I think it bumped up to 6.5 at one point this offseason.
But now it's back to 5.5 after the Miles trade.
It's 7-10. Get your tickets now.
No, the point is, well, no, because the point is, everybody here in the media thinks that they're going to be not you, not me, but they think they're going to be a top 5 pick next year.
I've said 7 the entire offseason. Don't
Did you talk to Kelly Stouffer
You're the
first?
one that's come down to 7. I lived at 7 the entire offseason. You started at 9, then you moved to 8, and now you moved to 7.
I didn't predict 9.
You started way higher than 7, I'll tell you that.
I said the win range, the ceiling
I've been firmly
was 9
sat
wins.
at 7 the entire time. You've just come down to 7.
You've just said one number the whole time.
That's it. I said one number the entire time.
There's a range of wins that you could get to.
I don't walk around acting like 7-10 is saying 14-3 either. That
if
was
people
a big
think you're going to have the number one pick,
that was a big lead up to be like 7-10. Eat your hearts out, Cleveland.
If people think that you're going to have the number 1 pick, 7-10 might as well be 14-3.
People think the Cardinals are going to have the number 1 overall pick.
Okay, the number 4 pick, for the love of God. Tad hyperbolic.
Denzel Ward spoke with the media today. Sounded excited to stay with the Browns after signing a 2-year extension.
as you see, the Browns, they still got me. So as long as they got me here, I'm going to be that guy here and continue to play hard and try to get wins for the city. I just pretty much focus on where I'm at. Like, if I'm here, cool. If it came to the point to where I needed to be traded, then I think I'll focus more on it then. But that didn't come about yet. And I can still get traded. That's the NFL. Things happen. And but I just deal with it as stuff come. You can't worry about the what ifs all the time. You just got to be in the moment.
Denzel's such an energetic guy, and every time I hear him talk, I think his voice sounds just like Shock G. And it throws. So I just imagine him with the fake nose that Shock G used to have, and I just want to hear him talk about the Humpty Hump.
Is that right?
Yeah. But awesome for Denzel, by the way. I'm legitimately excited and happy for him.
And the interview and the press conference that I thought was really fun. There was a couple interesting moments. I think a lot of people were taking away about the anybody can be traded at any point. But yeah, all right, good head on your shoulders, you understand it. But the reality is and he mentioned something to this effect. He leveraged the Browns here. Mm-hmm. It was smart of him. He took advantage of the idea in not showing up to the practices over the summer and making sure that it was known, like, I want my money now. If I'm going to play for this team that I might go a lofty 7-10 there, Nick. I don't know. But if I'm going to play for that team, you're going to pay me the money that goes along with that as well. And he got paid, and I think he leveraged the Browns here, and I don't hate him for it. I think it was a smart move. And here we go.
Yeah, I like the Denzel move. I don't see the downside. Again, like, if you're a bad team and Denzel gets hurt again, congrats. Then for once the haters were right. But, like, between Denzel, I think paying Denzel's a good side of that locker room. Same thing with Grant Delpit. It's a good football player. You keep him in. Something that I really thought bought the organization a lot of love in the 2020 to 2023 range was just their willingness to sign guys who've earned extensions and not pick and choose, by the way. They paid a lot of guys. There are some organizations looking at the Bengals. Well, we'll pay you and you, but not the rest of you.
Yeah.
The Browns don't have that reputation. They really, if you play good football for them, they'll reward you, and I think that's something that helps guys feel comfortable, especially for a team with 8 wins in 2 seasons.
No question.
Dynamite drop-in, Monty. That is the lead.
Time to go.
Yeah, we're up against it. I'm being a D. Joe Thomas, Hall of Famer, Six Springs Farms beef in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Your morning routine has changed. Wake up with the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. Catch up on all the latest from Cleveland sports from the night before and around the sports world leading up to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. on 92.3 The Fan.
Nick and JP back on the Fan here. We do have Daryl Ryder coming up in about 40 minutes' time. 32 teams in 16 days rolls on. We preview the Baltimore Ravens and the Minnesota Vikings, but we can delay our guest no longer as we head out of the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. I'm trying to speed so quickly I can barely talk. If only that were my job. You know him as a Hall of Famer. You know him for his Hall of Fame beef. HallOfFameFarms.com. And Browns legend, Joe Thomas, he joins us right now. Happy training camp opening day. That was very sluggish there, Joe. Welcome back.
Come on, you guys can do better than that. This is one of the most glorious, joyous days of the year. Let's go, boys.
So we had Joe Bitonio on yesterday, and he'd said, he didn't really have any FOMO until like this last week. And it was like a real thing that, hey, I'm not reporting to camp. Did you have that as well? Did it take a couple years to kind of like normalize the idea you weren't going to camp, or were you so done that you were just there was no FOMO?
I'm not sure I ever had FOMO about training camp. Not the most glorious time of the year as a player when summer vacation's over and it's time to strap the pads on for a couple 3-hour practices every day. But towards the end of my career, I didn't really practice much, especially in training camp. So the thing I missed the most was those delicious meals that we used to get from our nutritionists and the nice smoothies. And I missed that probably the most, but I was certainly ready to be done and never really felt that FOMO. What I did feel was like a little bit of relief when training camp would come up and I'd see all my buddies, like when Joel was still playing, and I know like, I got another week. I can just wait and relax because after I retired, would always visit training camp kind of around the Hall of Fame festivities, just like I am this year, and get a chance to go as an observer with flip-flops and sunglasses on, which I think that's the right way to enjoy training camp.
Yeah, it definitely seems like the right way. All right, well, so I don't know what you've seen out of today's training camp. Deshaun had a couple interceptions. Shedeur looked solid is the term that everyone's using today. What can we realistically take away on a day-in, day-out basis out of this quarterback battle?
Well, I think what you take away is it's just a long race, right? Whatever happens in day one, it counts, but it's not everything. It's not like you're going to have one moment in one training camp where it's like, oh, yep, he's the starter, or he's not the starter, because how to earn the starting spot in Cleveland is proving to the coaching staff, proving to your teammates that you're trustworthy, that you can run the offense officially, that you can see the field the same way your offensive coordinator does, and that you're man to lead the job, and you can do it with the fewest amount of mistakes, and you can show that growth throughout training camp. So while the first day is important, of course, what they're going to want to see each and every day is that growth, that building of trust and communication with your receivers, with your quarterbacks coach, with your offensive coordinator, and that mastery of the offense where offensive coordinator, as they're evaluating that position, head coach evaluating that position, they want to be able to extrapolate what they're seeing day in and day out, see how that progress is moving, and try to predict, hey, what's the offense going to look like as we try to build this thing around one player or the other to start the season.
So it's interesting. You might have just given us the path there, but, Todd Monken today says, the players pick the quarterback. I don't pick the quarterback. Now, that's mostly true. I do think players always know who should start. Sometimes the head coach pivots. But so if we're just looking from the player perspective, how does one of these quarterbacks win over their teammates? So at the end of this, if they're named the starting quarterback, a majority of those guys think we got the right guy and we can head into battle.
If there's one thing that you want to look for as a fan when you're out at those training camp practices, it's, all right, let's say maybe there's a miscommunication on a pass and the ball hits the dirt and the receiver's running back to the huddle. I want to see that receiver saying, that's my fault. I'll be better next time. No matter what happened, no matter if it was the quarterback's fault, if it was somebody on defense's fault, if it was a different receiver's fault, you want to see those quarterback or those receivers taking ownership and building trust and showing that, hey, this quarterback, he's my guy. I got his back no matter what. I'm taking the bullets for him. It was the same thing for me as a left tackle, right? No matter what happened to the quarterback, he was in the wrong spot. He called the wrong play. He was on the wrong cadence. He pointed the mic the wrong way. It was our job to protect him at all costs. And that extends beyond the play, beyond the whistle to what happens after that to build that trust. So I think really that's probably what Coach Monken was leaning into a little bit was he wants to see those receivers, those ball catchers, those linemen up front taking bullets for somebody, willing to stand up there, stick their neck out, even though everybody in the film room knows whose fault it was, and saying, that's on me, I'll be better. Because that's really how you earn that trust of your quarterback, and that's the thing that tells you as a coach, hey, who is the guy that should be the starter? Who's the guy that's earned the trust of his teammates?
Well, so as we're going out there, we'll be out there Friday and a lot of days, obviously, in the weeks that follow then. If we're trying to not make too much out of the preseason games, where Monken did say, by the way, he's going to have the plan right now is to have some of the starters play. What should we be paying attention to in particular that we can actually take away and actually look at within this quarterback battle? Or is the preseason game something we should still hold near and dear?
Well, I don't think they're as competitive, and they certainly don't show as much and play as many players as they used to. 2007, my rookie season, we were playing 3 quarters in the third game. Even the fourth game, when they had 4 games, we'd play the first quarter, and it was much more of a dress rehearsal back then. But I still think as a rookie coach, he's going to want to put a little bit more out there because he hasn't put this team together. He hasn't coached this team before. And it's really their first opportunity with referees in a stadium to go through the motions and the regular routine of a game. And so I think when you are a young a first-time head coach in this situation like Coach Monken, you're going to actually do a little bit more. You're going to probably play your guys a little bit more because you've got more opportunity to get better because you have so much to get finished and accomplished during training camp versus a coach who's been around a long time who feels like, hey, we don't have as much to get done in these preseason games. So keeping our players safe, keeping them healthy is a little bit more important. Where the Browns right now, they're trying to build. They're trying to figure out who's a dog, who's on this team, who can we count on, who can we trust. And so they have to push the envelope a little bit more than most teams, and they have to play guys a little bit more, I think, even some of their better players.
Joe, when we had Joel on yesterday, I asked him this question, so I'm curious if your answer is going to be the same. But you've got a unique vantage point on having a new head coach because you had a few of them in your time here in Cleveland. What's like the through line of the guys who got it right, the coaches that you thought gave you a chance to win? What's like the through line of what those guys did as opposed to the guys who maybe you felt like didn't give you that best chance to win?
Well, we always loved Kyle Shanahan, right? I mean, we talk singing his praises still to this day. I'm sure Joel probably said some version of the same thing, but it's really those guys that same thing with receiver quarterback, right? They take the bullets for you, right? It's always on them. And in those meetings, they make you think you're better than you are, and they help you realize that the sum of the whole is better than the individual parts. And I think Kyle did a great job of that by showing you on film from practice tape and then showing you on the game tape how he's putting you in position to have an advantage over your opponent. And as a professional athlete whose first job is I need to live up to this contract that I have, I need to make sure I'm making this team, being the best version of myself, so I can put that on my family's table, and then so I can be a great teammate, so we can try to win. What they need to do to get the most out of a player as a coach is to make them believe that they are put in the best position to succeed, to get the next contract, to be a great teammate. Because when you have that feeling, it unlocks that potential, and you're running through a wall for a coach like that. I think a lot of times when you have effort issues on a team from a player standpoint, it's a lot of they don't feel like they're being put in the best position to succeed. And so a little bit of that human nature creeps into your mind about, well, if we really don't have a chance to win and this coach is not putting me in a great position to succeed and show off my talents and to be able to mesh with my teammates, that human nature creeps in and that effort just gets dialed down just a little bit. And you're not seeing everything that those guys have. But That's why if you've watched Kyle's teams when he was coaching in Atlanta as the offensive coordinator and then obviously in San Francisco, those teams play hard all the time. And you don't see Kyle running up and down the sideline screaming. He's not a yeller. He's not a screamer. He motivates you by showing you that he is giving you an advantage schematically from a technique standpoint, and he's putting you in a great position, the best position you'll ever have as a player for great success. And that's how you unlock players' potential, in my opinion.
Joe, I think the Browns were pretty strategic in the past 24 hours or so. They announced the Denzel Ward extension. They announced the Grant Delpit extension. Now they're in the Jadeveon Clowney business. He's on a visit. And coming off an offseason where you trade Myles Garrett and basically signal to the fan base, hey, maybe we won't win that many games this upcoming year, to make those three different moves, and again, we don't know what will happen with Clowney, but you at least had him in for a visit. To do that all on the day that you start off training camp, what does that do for a player? And maybe the front office signaling like, hey, we're trying to win a lot of games here this year.
Yeah, I think the Browns have learned over the years that, all right, you've got a head coach, right? This is his first year, first games. He wants to start his tenure on the right foot. And even though they realize the quarterback position is unsteady, it's unsettled, we obviously have the extra draft picks next year. So all the signs are pointing to, hey, they feel like this is a good year to build a foundation, and the winning is hopefully going to come in next year, following year, and things like that. But they also understand, like, hey, if we want to develop this team the best we possibly can and give Coach Monken the best opportunity for success, we can't handicap him, and we got to still give him the most resources possible that are available right now to make a competitive team, to be able to motivate his team to be in those close games, because that's how you get the most out of competitors. That's how you grow as a team. That's how you come together. That's how you start having belief in a coach, right? Even though they're not going to be favorites in a lot of games this year, like, to be close in those moments and give Coach Monken an opportunity to show his coaching chops and to be able to find those little edges in his players to get wins in those situations, like, that's how you build the momentum for next year, for the following year. And I guarantee you, is banging the table in that office with Andrew Berry, the front office, and saying, hey, I need this guy or this guy, because I need to preach to this team that even though everybody else on the outside thinks we have no chance, we have a great chance. Watch this, watch that player, look at the moves we're making. We're giving you guys a great opportunity to shock the world. Don't waste this opportunity.
Joe, my partner and I have had a little bit of a disagreement here. Last year, I had told the world the Browns over-under was set at 5.5. I said, choose the under. I just didn't see it with that team. They had too many holes, too much growing to do. They were still kind of in transition. This year, I am saying take the over. The over-under is still 5.5. I think this is a 7 or 8 win team. And my partner says I'm not really building anybody up by being you take the over at 7 wins.
Yeah,
He's criticizing
7 and 10. Let's buy tickets. I don't know.
You agree that me saying 7 or 8 wins, am I being bold enough on this?
Bold enough? I don't know. I think that's probably a pretty good pick, because I definitely think they are going to be better than they were last year. Obviously, quarterback position is going to dictate a lot of it and the progress we see in training camp. But I definitely see that this is a team that will be more competitive overall. They'll be a lot better on offense. And I think at the very least, and maybe this is just me as the hopeful, eternal optimist as a Browns fan, I'm just still hoping that it's going to be more fun than it was last year. You're going to have more close games, and you're going to give these guys on offense an opportunity to go win some games down the stretch. We're obviously a lot more talented at the receiver position, at those skill positions on the outside, to be able to make those plays, to unlock some of the potential that we feel like Shedeur Sanders has, and hoping that Deshaun Watson's able to give some type of a comeback and become a little bit of the player that we hoped he was going to be when he was signed here. And so, yeah, I mean, the optimist in me is saying, hey, let's get 7, 8 wins. I mean, yeah, it's hard to sell that to most fan bases.
Yeah, I mean, Joe,
buy your tickets. We're going to be 500.
Let the man speak.
Listen to what you're saying.
We're feeling like we can get
Let
there.
the man speak. Let the man speak, Jonathan. Let this man cook.
He said a firm 7.
He's
it's
cooking
like,
beef.
7 and 10. Oh, everyone get excited. Buy your tickets.
No one's giving you a chance to do a damn thing.
7 and 10.
No one's giving you.
Congratulations. You picked a half game better than what Vegas projects.
Wait.
It's not really going on.
1.5 games.
They're going on
1.5 games.
6.5 to start.
So let me ask you. Yeah. But after the Miles trade, 5.5. Thank you. Thank you very much.
If you said 10 wins, Joe, if you said 10 wins, I'd be like, wow, you're really putting it on the table.
Jonathan,
10-7, let's rally.
Jonathan,
a 7-10 football team, that's what we're celebrating?
If this team wins 7 games, are you telling me the national media won't say it's a resounding success?
7-10 record could not be resounding success no matter how you shape it or how you look at
90%
it.
of those nerds say we're going to have a top 3 pick.
You could give me a high school team and then tell me they go 7-10 at the end, and it's still 7-10, Joe. That's not a resounding success.
Strike those remarks from the record there, Mr. Thomas.
What are we talking
JP
about?
on this one. All right. So I have
expectations. No part of this conversation. Everybody in the national media fan base outside of Cleveland, I think the expectations are probably like 4 or 5 wins, maybe even 3. So to say that we've beaten expectations based on where we were coming into the season after trading some very high draft choices in the draft and everybody getting the tea leaves that are reading, saying, hey, they're probably playing for next year, and all of a sudden you win 7 games. I think you're building a lot of momentum if you're able to do something like that this year.
Momentum off of 7-10, Joe. Come on now.
Yeah, no, you come on now.
This was my lifetime goal was to watch the Browns win 7 games. But based on where they were after the draft, you got to feel 7's pretty good.
All right. 2 things. The last time we were on, we talked about the ass kicker beef jerky. I can confirm it kicked my ass. 2, the jalapeno cheddar beef sticks at HallOfFameFarms.com. Also ass kicker, even though it's not in the name. Well done, Joe.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. If you want to cool your palate off, you got to go with my kid's favorite, the apple cheddar. Just a hint of cinnamon in there. A delightful treat on a hot day. And then the cheddar wurst. If you like a hot dog and you try our cheddar wurst, I guarantee you will never go back to the grocery store hot dogs again in your entire life. It is, birthday dinner in our family. Probably a lot of families, the birthday kid, they get to pick whatever they want. 2 out of the 4 kids pick cheddar wurst. The Hall of Fame Farms Wagyu cheddar wurst as their birthday meal. Enough said.
And the ribeyes, the skirts. I'm looking at all of it here, Joe. By the way, I see you're doing a lot of content out there.
I saw the Barstool guys there. I saw Chef Donnie out there, Joe.
Are we getting even closer to the Thomas Farm, Clarkson's Farm, where I can come and be your version of Caleb on Clarkson's Farm, but on Thomas's farm?
I love it. Yeah, we're getting close. Actually, we're going to release our Field to Field podcast, which is more of our on the farm podcast, kind of telling the story of me going from football field to farming field, and then the story of my herdsmen and my farm hands that work on the farm with me. So there's a chance, Nick. I think there's an opportunity for an opening, and I'm getting pretty excited about that, seeing you out there. I mean, we just put a new menu item on our website, the Beef Cowboy Ribeye, the Wagyu Ribeye. If you are a steak lover, this thing is the absolute pinnacle of pure mouth-watering joy. And, hey, maybe we don't even have to pay you. We just pay in the Cowboy Hall of Fame Wagyu ribeyes. And
that's how they pay him here, Joe.
Yeah, they only pay me in beef here. And now it is thin ribeyes, but I'll still eat every bit of it.
Fun fact, when I was doing radio in Wichita, the Christmas bonus that I got one year was just a chest full of meat.
Look at you getting a bonus.
That's what it was.
I didn't know we did that in radio.
It did. That was the big bonus. It's like,
also,
here's a whole thing of meat.
Joe, I was trying to be very supportive of Joel's future, and I said I pitched a podcast with him because I'm a shameless shill. I want to get your take on it though. So it's I'll co-host it with him, and it's called Only Lyman.
I love it. I'm looking for a new podcast this year. I know Andrew Hawkins and I have pondered the possibility of bringing back the Tomahawk Show, and hey, maybe we can do something with Joel. That'd be amazing. I would love to get back into the podcast space, do something with Nick Wilson. I mean, can you imagine more fun? And we'll just pay you guys in beef, like Jonathan.
Yeah. No, Jonathan gets no beef because he said 7 wins isn't an improvement. Joe, we appreciate you, buddy.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Joe Thomas there, the Hall of Famer, the legend, HallOfFameFarms.com. Check out the website. And, of course, you can check out Joe's YouTube channel as well. They got a lot of fun stuff going on there. Looks like the Hall of Famer agrees with me there, Jonathan.
I thought you just gave him a new idea. I thought he was going to take your Joe Bitonio podcast, and it was going to be him and Joel that do this lineman
and Nick
idea.
Cuts the sound.
That's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought was happening.
I think that is what happened. And he realized it. And he's like, you'll also be there, Nick.
Yeah, Nick. Yeah, you guys.
Yeah, we'll let you speak once a show. We'll give you the old Mac Robinson treatment there.
You can do the ad read at the end.
This paid advertisement brought to you by HallOfFameFarms.com. I'm Nick Wilson. That's how I'd sign it off,
Yeah,
though.
yeah.
Gotta add my
Lyman to
name in there.
Lyman by State Farm. Yeah, exactly.
And a fat guy. We'll react to what you had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
BetOnAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I definitely think they are going to be better than they were last year. Obviously, quarterback position is going to dictate a lot of it and the progress we see in training camp. But I definitely see that this is a team that will be more competitive overall. They'll be a lot better on offense. And I think at the very least, and maybe this is just me as the hopeful, eternal optimist as a Browns fan, I'm just still hoping that it's going to be more fun than it was last year. You're going to have more close games, and you're going to give these guys on offense an opportunity to go win some games down the stretch. We're obviously a lot more talented at the receiver position, at those skill positions on the outside to be able to make those plays, to unlock some of the potential that we feel like Shedeur Sanders has, and hoping that Deshaun Watson's able to give some type of a comeback and become a little bit of the player that we hoped he was going to be when he was signed here. And so, yeah, I mean, the optimist in me is saying, hey, let's get 7-8 wins.
That is Joe Thomas agreeing with me that 7 wins is a real accomplishment this year and that I stepped out on a limb saying the Browns are going to go over 1.5 wins over what Vegas says they are right now. So that was nice. Now, so here's the thing. I think a lot of people who might agree with me are saying you have the second least travel of any team in the NFL and you have one of the 5 easiest schedules from a competitive standpoint, no matter whether that's based off last year or projections for this year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I think that's the easy answer. I do, because I think if you just dig deeper, you can look at this and go, even though the quarterback situation is, and it is fair to call it, it's not really even a debate. It's the worst quarterback situation in the NFL until one of these guys proves it's not. But what they've done around the quarterback, they've given them such a better chance this year to succeed because you've got so many intriguing young weapons between Fannin and the young receivers. I think Judkins proved himself before the injury last year, and I do think this offensive line's going to at least give you a chance. That's not nothing, and a new signal caller who might actually, scheme to the talent.
Might. We have to find that out, obviously.
Oh, no, I was being facetious. I would be shocked if Todd Monken comes in here and tries to throw his system around.
Well, yeah, I mean, he doesn't actually – his system is adapting to what the talent is. But again, like the idea is that we have the same number. We're both at 7. It's just you think one is a massive accomplishment, and I'm like, it's still a 7-win season at the end of the day.
Yeah,
I think that's the difference.
If you go from 5 to 7 wins, there's going to have to be some real accomplishment there, right?
No, I don't agree with that. No. I think you can look at it and say it wasn't a massive failure. I think you can look at it and be like, all right, we're trending in the right direction, but I don't think you can ever make a 7-10 season into a massive accomplishment.
I think considering where this team has been, if you're pointing the direction up, and again, you will have gone from 3 wins to 5 wins to 7 wins.
You kind of sound like the Cavs in this discussion. It's like the linear growth that they're trying that they sold. It's like we won 1 playoff series, and we won 2 playoff series, and it's like okay.
When you don't have a quarterback, that winning without a quarterback is the hardest thing you can do in the NFL.
I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it's like an easy thing that they'd have pulled off. But what I am saying is that I noticed is that 7-10. I'm not throwing a parade outside for 7-10. It'll be the synopsis should be simple. They got better than they did last year. There's obvious growth to be had. I'll be excited for 2027 because we're trending upward, but there's a lot of work left to do still. From 7-10 to let's say a 13-14 win team, you got a long way to go.
I feel like you're having the effect on me that Ken last year talking to random former Browns quarterbacks had, where like Ken started I think at like 6 wins and then ended up at 8 or 5 or something like that. I'm kind of paraphrasing that poorly.
It just kept getting higher and higher.
But I feel like you're rage baiting me into saying it's 8 wins now.
I'm not rage baiting anything. I find it interesting.
I feel baited.
You started at 9, then you moved to 8, and now you're at 7, but you're dressing it as if it's like 7-10 guys.
Find me another person. Find me somebody in the national media that says 7-10.
This is it.
I can almost guarantee
this in the national media. They're not talking about it.
But they're going to do the prediction thing, the schlock thing of what's their record. I guarantee you. I would say 75% or more are going to go 5-12 or worse.
I can tell you one I know off the top of my head that has already predicted an 8-win season for the Browns.
Who's that?
Colin Cowherd.
He's a hack.
I thought you wanted him to be on your side. Come on.
Actually, Colin's great at what he does. I'm glad he makes a lot of money.
He said he thought it was going to be.
I'd accept side work on the volume. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you want to replace Jason McIntyre one day?
Oh, that would be awful.
That would be a dream for you. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because Jason McIntyre does nothing. Colin, what do you think about Patrick Mahomes? And then Colin talks for 15 minutes.
Well, he gets the fill-in shows.
That's true.
He gets some of the fill-in shows.
About 5 days a year, he's really got to.
I think there's a lot of the NFL media that sees what this team is, though. I do. I think there's a lot of NFL media that likes this team. They don't know what the quarterback situation is, and they strongly dislike the quarterback situation. But the other parts of it, I think there's a lot to really like. And I think there is going to be a segment of the media that doesn't just say 3 wins, here you go. We're not the Cardinals in this discussion at all. I don't look at us that way, and I don't think the national media does either.
By the way, do want to throw out a special thanks to the Mayfield Heights Dairy Queen who donated blizzards to the stations here. They started with our friends at Star there.
Yeah, nice.
With Jen and Tim.
Nice.
But they were here, and I will tell you, you boys been on a good kick here. We've been on a sugar-free run. When I saw their strawberry one they had here, I don't remember the exact one that it is, but I think it's like strawberry bundt cake or something like that.
Okay.
The temptation was as strong as it's been, and I outside of like one day in like 3 or 4 weeks, I haven't had sugar.
One of my all-time favorite desserts is a blizzard. A blizzard from DQ. That's one of the greatest things in life.
They also have had Reese's Pieces with cookie dough. They did that for a time being.
Okay.
That was a home run.
You know what? Just like a classic that always plays when they dip the chocolate, just straight up vanilla cone ice cream. They dip that chocolate in it, and then the chocolate then hardens, and it's just a great. I don't know why I love that.
You know, there's like a whole segment of videos on the internet which is just dipping like cones into those sauces.
It's very satisfying.
And I sit there and I'm like, I'm not hungry, but I'm very interested.
You know, when I go pick up Dairy Queen for me, for Elise and myself, I'd go pick it up, and obviously we both ordered blizzards. That's what we always get, right? So you get the blizzards, and then I would order the dip cone as the starter.
Oh, that's
I'd eat the dip cone on the ride home, and
then she never found out about it.
No idea, zero idea. I already had the dipped ice cream cone. That was like it's a starter one. It's like an appetizer.
The Wilsons, when we go for that sort of thing, all 5 of us will try and get like different ones, or like 4 of the 5 of us, because one of us doesn't want to play the game, and then we'll kind of just take a bite and pass, and that's how you really find out the diversity of the menu there. And you guys can head to DQ on July,
or which kid is selfish.
I know which one is. On Thursday, July 30th for Miracle Treat Day, $1 or more from every Blizzard treat purchase at participating locations. Support UH Rainbow Babies and Children's, our local Children's Miracle Network member hospital. So it's for a good cause as well. And you love Blizzard, so go ahead and do it. So thanks again. I did not partake, but I got very, very close. Thank God that everybody else took those things before I could get my big paws on them. And when we come back, Daryl Ryder, he was at practice. Did Shedeur win the day? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by
though it's been on hold since early July. It's unclear how arbitration could affect that deal. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
This is Browns head coach Todd Monken, and you're listening to the number one sports station in Cleveland, 92.3 The Fan.
It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck?
On Afternoon Drive.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you on The Fan. 32 teams in 16 days rolls along. In about 20 minutes, Rob Long of The Fan in Baltimore, the Big Bad Morning Show, talks Ravens. And then at 6:30, Ben Lieber, he just launched his YouTube channel, Sound the Horn. Former Vikings analyst as well. Excited to talk with him. Kyler versus JJ. And then in case you missed it, coming up at 6:40 there. But Browns first practice today. Of course, they reported yesterday, did the veterans. We got contract extensions. We got a Jadeveon Clowney sighting. That's the second time I've butchered his name. And quarterback kerfuffle to talk about it all. We welcome in Daryl Ryder, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Daryl, what's up, buddy?
Hello, boys. Happy training camp to you.
Happy training camp to you. So I think what happened is Daryl realized he might be on the verge of a Happy New League year.
Oh, no.
I think he bailed.
I think he was trying to say, like, happy first day of training camp, but he already said training camp and then didn't know how to finish it. Is that more accurate?
Pretty much. I blew it.
That's all right.
That happens.
Tried to stick the landing and fell on my face. What else is there?
Hey, you're in training camp too, Daryl. Don't you forget it.
Perpetually.
All right. So we're going to say what we have heard from various sources, various insiders, people on Twitter about how today's practice went with the quarterbacks, and you can tell us whether we're off base on this. Shedeur Sanders was better than Deshaun today.
I think that's fair.
Okay.
Even though Shedeur didn't work with the first team offense, I think that's fair.
Yeah, but he did get work with Boston and Concepcion. I think really what happened, though, was more Deshaun's interceptions. And even if the first one was more Denzel Ward making a great play, the second one really wasn't great, all things considered. Yeah. What was your vantage? What was your viewpoint on the really just not a great day from Deshaun is what it appeared as?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a great day for Deshaun. Honestly, just in totality, I don't think it was a great day for the quarterbacks in general. But, Denzel made a great play. And then on the second one, just a poorly thrown football from Deshaun. And it was back-to-back plays, too. I actually had to check myself. I was like, wait a minute, am I saying double? I feel like I just watched the same play, even though it wasn't the same play. One was near the sideline, the other one more toward the numbers. But, first day of camp, certainly expect the defense to make more plays than the offense goes. But when you're talking about being in a competition, quarterback competition, you got to have the A game every day. And this is kind of what I have been talking about with you guys and others is the consistently inconsistentness of these quarterbacks. The wow moments, the good throws, followed by the yeesh, I can't believe I just saw that throws. And, Todd Monken saying he's got two NFL starting caliber quarterbacks on this roster, I think is very gracious and generous.
Daryl, how much does the timeline matter? Like, what are your expectations when it comes for a timeline to name a starting quarterback for this team?
Yeah, it's interesting listening to Todd today, and so I certainly am going to pay real close attention to this as we get deeper into camp, is that Todd made it sound like that he was just going to sort of lean the reps towards the guy that's in the lead to be the starter. And I don't want to put any words in Monken's mouth here, but that was my takeaway before practice when he was kind of asked about the division of reps and whatnot. And he said, well, as you get deeper into camp and you see guys with the ones, typically you start to think that they're with the ones. And I do feel like, he's including quarterback as part of that, so we'll be paying real close attention to how these reps get divided. We'll see if tomorrow, if it's Shedeur Sanders who's with the first-team offense, because today was a bulk Deshaun Watson day with the first-team offense. So we'll see if that flips tomorrow. I would expect it would if that's kind of what they're doing, is the same thing they did throughout the offseason program in the spring. As far as the timeline goes, I'm kind of circling that Buffalo joint practice. Either going into that, we'll have the starting quarterback, or he's going to use that practice and preseason game as a last audition, if you will. But I kind of feel like that feels like the window we could be looking at to have an idea which one of these guys is going to start week 1 in Jacksonville.
Now, I understand he did this, obviously, a month ago in some of these practices, but having Concepcion and having Boston, and even today, I mean, you watched left tackle wasn't Spencer, it was DeJuan Jones.
Yep.
Him taking that into training camp, what did you make of that idea that they remained on the second team? Making the kids earn it.
That's what I took from it. DeJuan Jones was the left tackle, not Spencer Furneaux, so Spencer was with the twos. The rookie wide receivers were with the twos for the most part, and I just think that is a very temporary thing, and Todd doing the old coaching trick of you got to earn your way to the first team unit there. So I'm not going to make a big deal of it, but it was something that I found very interesting today, because my expectation was we'd see Spencer at left tackle right out of the gate. We'd see Casey Concepcion and Denzel Boston catching passes from Deshaun Watson in 11-on-11, and we were denied that privilege today.
All right, Daryl. The big news of the last little bit here, Denzel Ward signed a contract extension today. Grant Delpit got a contract extension. I mean, they also brought in Jadeveon Clowney for a visit. And it's interesting because so much of the messaging behind trading Myles Garrett was the timelines didn't fit. Right. And here the Browns are committing to 2 of their older veterans and thinking about bringing an even older player in. I don't think you have to operate on one timeline, but it does seem like people are thrown off. And if there was a big criticism of the Denzel deal is it didn't make sense because of the timeline. Where do you stand on timelines?
Well, the timelines didn't align with Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett wanted to compete for a Super Bowl immediately. The Browns weren't there yet. So that's where I come out on the whole timeline thing, that the Browns and Myles Garrett were not on the same page as far as the timeline goes. Also, Denzel Ward and even Grant Delpit, neither one of them has, been in search of national microphones and cameras to tell the world what a bunch of bumbling idiots the Cleveland Browns are, and they can't get their act together, and they can't get out of Cleveland fast enough.
Give them time.
Myles Garrett did. So, I think that what this shows, and Denzel talked about this a little bit today, is that there is a little bit of a roster retool going on here. Okay, not a little bit. There's quite a bit, right? There's been a significant infusion of young talent these last 2 drafts, but also at the same time, they're trying to keep good players on the field that can help them try to win football games. Denzel wants to be here. He does not want to be traded. He's one of the better players at his position. He certainly now is being paid like it. The Browns told you how they feel about Denzel Ward with that contract extension yesterday. They told you how they feel about Grant Delpit. It was funny. Delpit wasn't doing much early in practice. Then Andrew Berry comes out and has a few words for him. And he jumps right back in. And I'm guessing that's to tell him, hey, by the way, when you're done with practice, come on up to my office and sign a piece of paper that's got a lot of numbers and zeros on it for you to keep you here in Cleveland for another 3 years after this season. So that's the messaging I take from that, Nick. I certainly understand why folks might be confused following the Garrett trade. But also remember, too, like the Garrett trade was not to collect a bunch of draft picks. They basically swapped out Myles Garrett for Jared Verse, who, I want to remind people, okay, he's not the sack master that Myles Garrett is, but number 3 in the league in quarterback pressures. Gets after the quarterback, just like Myles does. Okay, not finishing like Myles does, but like that trade was not a bailing on assets for years into the future only. They brought in a player that can help them immediately as well. So I kind of feel like Andrew Berry's trying to do two things at once. Be as competitive as possible on the football field, retain the players that they really, truly value, and then also at the same time infuse this roster with a lot of really good young talent that's going to be here for years to come.
With how it ended with Jadeveon Clowney, were you surprised that he was in the building today?
I had to do a double check on the blue check mark to make sure that we were not being trolled. So yes, I was very much surprised. Clearly, Jadeveon also looking for work. I'm sure his departure from Cleveland and the things he had to say following his departure from Cleveland might have come up in that conversation, but they do need help from a depth standpoint at defensive end. So this is what Andrew Berry does. He checks underneath every rock, even if it's a returning disgruntled rock that's looking for unemployment like Jadeveon Clowney.
Daryl, I know you can change your answer at some other point as soon as tomorrow if you'd like.
And then be accused of flip-flopping, but go ahead.
I mean, you did with the LeBron thing, buddy. I mean, that was... LeBron's coming home, I'm pretty sure of it. It was never going to be Cleveland. Now, that was a 3-week flip-flop, in fairness.
Well, in fairness, I was presented with brand new information, too. So
him signing with the new team is brand new information?
No. Well, in a bunch of Rich Paul podcasts as well.
All right. Okay. All right. How many wins
we change our opinion based on new information, Nick. I just think that's called intelligent discourse.
I don't know that that's how you framed it in the video I watched, but that's okay. That is okay. I think that's a very good framing by you right now.
Hey, if you live by that logic, you can never be wrong,
That
right?
is true. That is true. Now, how many wins do you see for the Browns? Give us a firm number. And there's a reason I'm going to do this. It's more to jam up JP than you.
Oh, I was going to say I have a range. I don't have a number.
No, bleep that.
Well, then I'll go in the middle and say 7, because I was going to say 6 to 8 wins, I think, is the sweet spot for them. No more than 8, but no less than 6.
Would you say, Daryl?
I'll play it down. Listen, I'm going to play it right down the middle and say 7.
Would you say 7-10 is, I don't know, an awesome season?
No, it's a step forward, though.
Yeah,
I mean, depending how the offense performed. Like if they go 7-10 and the offense is still averaging 16.4 points a game,
it's kind of like it's like an all right season, all things considered, right?
Or you said a step forward. It sounds like there's real accomplishment in a 7-win season.
Is a 7-win season a real accomplishment?
They could have won 7 games last year, guys.
Can a 7-win season ever be considered a real accomplishment?
No, but these are the Browns, and you have to acknowledge that. 2 years ago it was 3 wins. Last year was 5. This year, if they can get to 7, baby steps here.
So
right?
There we go. I got Daryl on my side. You got Joe Thomas. Who's winning this? I don't know.
I think I'm going to win.
I don't know.
Yeah. Daryl, we
on the same team
appreciate
here,
you.
Daryl. Thank you.
I release you back. If you want to say tomorrow 6 wins, you can say it. If you want to say 8 wins, you can say it. I appreciate it.
Or you can actually wait until January 15th and then give us the
yeah.
benefit of new
this
information.
Team was never winning 7 games.
Listen, I'm being very consistent here in that they will win between 6 and 8 games.
You know what? I think they're going to win between 5 and 12 games, Daryl.
Does Max still think that they're going to win 13 games and be like the number 2 seed in the AFC?
Mac?
Yeah.
No, I think double digits, though.
Oh.
That's a man with stones right there.
Yeah. Real conviction.
You know what? We'll see what Mac thinks after he comes out to a few of these training camp practices.
I don't think we will. Daryl, we appreciate you, buddy. Take it easy. Inside jokes are fun. Daryl Ryder there, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. 32 teams in 16 days. In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
When a bone or joint injury happens, head
both have been in discussion with their teams this offseason about long-term extensions. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Multitask this summer with your smart speaker. Crank up the Cleveland sports scene. And when you say play 92.3 The Fan.
Football talk coverage on The Fan, presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that.
In case you missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes' time. However, we are in the home stretch here. We are finally in 32 teams in 16 days, focusing on the North divisions here. We've got Minnesota, the Minnesota Vikings, coming up in about 8 minutes. But to talk about the Baltimore Ravens, Todd Monken coming over from there, of course. They've got a new head coach and I guess a pretty good quarterback. We head out to the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline, and welcome on of the Big Bad Morning Show on 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore, Rob Long. Rob, welcome to the show.
I don't like the disrespect of saying a pretty good quarterback. The best quarterback in the division, the best football player in the NFL, Lamar Jackson. Come on, bring it to me.
I don't like the disrespect of him kicking my ass for the last 7 years. All right.
Okay, I'll take that. All right.
I'll
take that.
What happened?
We're even.
What happened last year, Rob? 6 and 7 in Lamar's starts. The hamstring injury changed his season. Is that all everyone's relying on here?
No, what we're relying on is recovering and putting you in your best place that you should be. That's not in first place.
Yeah, I mean, we live there. We live not in first.
Yeah.
I'd have a great clapback, but you get the advantage in this in every category.
Yeah, we had you in the first half, though. All right. So with that in mind, given that there's a new head coach in town, given that there is some turnover on the roster, what was it like for you guys to run your first coaching search radio thing in about, 17 or 18 years there?
Can I give you my perspective?
Yes, you may. Mm-hmm.
I've been done with John Harbaugh for 5 years. If anybody in Baltimore will tell you that, I've been done with him for 5 years. If you keep repeating the same thing over and over and over, you can get the same results. John Harbaugh had been outcoached. John Harbaugh is a coach that relied on talent. He relied on talent winning games for him, not coaching. And that was the problem for me. He said, Lamar, win games for me. And Lamar can win some games for you, but coaching wins championships. Not players. Coaching wins championships. Because when you get in the postseason, you have to outcoach people. It'll take your pawns and move them in the right place. John Harbaugh couldn't play chess. Not in Baltimore. I don't care what he does in New York. In Baltimore, he couldn't play chess. So I'm happy there was a coaching change. It needed to be done maybe 3 years ago. But I'm done with the John Harbaugh era.
Well, and now you guys might be able to, hold on to a fourth quarter lead. That'll be nice.
Exactly. I mean, come on, dude. How can you not hold on to a fourth quarter lead with one of the best athletes in the NFL? It was to the point where I'm done with it. Let's do something else.
How much is on Doyle now to make sure the offense goes? Jesse Minter obviously is going to improve the defense. How much is on Doyle?
A lot is on Doyle. But Lamar Jackson appeared on a podcast yesterday, and he said Doyle puts him in his A game because when they're in film room, Doyle asks him certain situations, what would you do in this situation, Lamar? And he's constantly on top of his game. Keep in mind, Lamar Jackson in college ran Bobby Petrino's offense. Anybody who knows college football knows Bobby Petrino's offense was one of the toughest offenses in college football. Lamar Jackson mastered that. He can run an offense. He needs to be challenged. I think Declan Doyle challenges Lamar.
What was the Baltimore reaction that Todd Monken was named the head coach of the Cleveland Browns?
A Baltimore reaction was good for him because nobody hated Todd Monken. Personally, as a college football fan, I'm a college football Heisman Trophy voter. I used to be a top 25 AP voter and All-American voter. Todd Monken in Georgia was an offensive genius. Todd Monken in Baltimore followed the policy and procedures manual of John Harbaugh. And he didn't look like the same Todd Monken I saw in Georgia. You're getting yourselves a good coach. I got nothing bad to say about Todd Monken. How it ended here is how it ends for all offensive coordinators under John Harbaugh. They ran the policy and procedures manual. There's certain things they can do and can't do, and it handcuffed him. So I don't know what you're going to do as an organization with Todd Monken. I don't know about your front office and the ownership, but Todd Monken, the coach, you got yourselves a good coach.
Derrick Henry still had 1,500 yards last year, but now he's 32. He's getting up there. At what point will Derrick Henry actually show signs of age?
I think Derrick Henry is a 30-something-year-old running back who's on borrowed time, which means he could have 1,500 yards again this year or not. What do you expect? I mean, what is the expectations of a back his age? Where is the past? Where is the history? It doesn't happen. So for me, if he has 1,500 yards, I'll be shocked because you're not supposed to have it at his age. If he has 1,100 yards, I'll be like, you know what? That's what happens to aging running backs. So for me, the offense is all about Lamar Jackson.
All right, so let's get to the kind of stakes this season. Obviously, new head coach, but you still got Lamar. He's in the prime of his career. What's going to make or break this team in 2026?
Defense. That's what broke this team last year. Having big leads and giving it up was defense. Zach Orr was not ready to be a defensive coordinator, but instead of hiring Anthony Weaver, John Harbaugh hired his guy, someone he was comfortable with, someone he could somewhat control because it was his guy. Now you come in, we had a guy named Odafe Oweh who couldn't get to the quarterback in Baltimore. He goes to the Los Angeles Chargers on a trade mid-season, and all of a sudden, regular season, postseason, 10 sacks. Why? Because the defensive coordinator he had was Jesse Minter. Jesse Minter is now the head coach of the Baltimore Ravens. I think the defense, along with guys, you acquire Cincinnati Bengals pass rusher. You have a guy, Mike Green, who was drafted last year. I think all of a sudden now you can get to the quarterback. Matabike was released this year, today from his health issues. He's good to go. He can rush the passer from the middle. I think now you have a legitimate pass rushing defense because of the coaching staff. I think scheme was a big problem with defense last year under Zach Orr. I think it won't be a problem this year because they have a defensive mind and Jesse Minter, and you brought in Anthony Weaver.
Rob, at one point a couple years ago, I had asked you something about Lamar, and you told me that like half the city was kind of torn on Lamar. Like half the city liked him. That's what I want to ask you. Does it still remain that?
It's still that way. It's still that way because you don't want me to go into that because it becomes extremely controversial. But Lamar Jackson is one of the best quarterbacks in the National Football League. He's the best player in the National Football League. And I believe in our society, what you can't understand, you despise. And Lamar Jackson is the guy you can't understand, so some people despise him. I don't understand. I know why he is so polarizing, but it's silly why he's so polarizing.
All right, who do you think starts, or how do you think the quarterback situation goes for the Browns this year?
I quarterbacked in high school. You want me to come down to Cleveland and help you out?
How's Week 15 look?
I don't think you have a quarterback. I think you have an outstanding roster, but you put yourselves in a bad situation. If Deshaun Watson can't return to Deshaun Watson of Houston, you are in trouble because, I'm sorry, Sanders is not the guy, man. I mean, and it's a shame because you really have talent in Cleveland. I don't hate your roster. I really don't. I think if you have a quarterback, you'll be a problem. You don't. And you don't have a quarterback on your roster unless all of a sudden Deshaun Watson can get out of his own head and be the guy that he used to be. I don't think he can. I think whatever happened with him, all those things made him not a good headstrong individual. If you can't be headstrong, you can't play quarterback in the National Football League. I think he has the talent. Mentally, he's done. He's cooked.
Rob, we appreciate you, buddy. Good stuff as always. We'll catch up on down the line.
I look forward to it, and I hope down the line you guys are relevant because other than my team in Baltimore, I'll pull for Cleveland because I think you guys I love the fan base there in Cleveland, and I hope you guys have a good season.
Yeah, good man there. Rob Long there. Not just a good man because he's good at his job, also very generous with his time anytime we ask. On the Wise Heart Right, we make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline now to go to the conversation about the Minnesota Vikings, former Vikings linebacker. He's got a new YouTube channel out right now called Sound the Horn. You guys got to look for it. I just subscribed because I want to support the cause there. Ben Lieber joins us. Ben, welcome to the show.
Oh, thanks for having me on, and thanks for subscribing. Yeah, my partner Cy and I were just we're a scrappy bunch. We it's kind of funny because we have talked. He and I have been friends for so long, and he's a professional stand-up comedian, worked at ESPN, does all this other stuff. And we would talk after Vikings games all the time. And we're like, well, why don't we just do this for YouTube? He's like, sure. Okay, well, let's try it. So here we are. So anyway, based on the last caller, I'm glad that, I think the Vikings actually have two quarterbacks. We just don't know which one.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I looked at this as like a kangaroo court. I think it's designed for Kyler to start. But you think this is a legitimate quarterback battle between Kyler Murray and J.J. McCarthy?
Well, I mean, legitimate I think is a loose term. I mean, I think there's a front runner. I think they want Kyler to be the guy. But they also have to sort of work in this idea that we have to keep this competitive for the health of our team. What's best for this team is not only finding through competition who the best, pushing Kyler to be that guy, but also if, things don't work out with him, if the marriage between Kyler and KOC's system isn't the best fit for him, and or Kyler gets a little injured and banged up, do we have a better version of J.J. McCarthy from what we had last year where he matures a little bit both on and off the field? And is he truly the guy that's going to take over this franchise, which is the reason why they drafted him in the first round anyway? So I don't think it's a true legitimate 50-50 competition as if they don't know who the quarterback's going to be. I think it is Kyler's job right now, and it's up to J.J. to push him as much as he can.
Yeah, one thing I did see out of camp today was the 60-yard throw to Jordan Addison. It seems like that connection's already working for Kyler Murray.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't. I kind of saw that clip too, and I kind of questioned whether or not that was from this training camp because I did not realize that. I did not realize that fans were allowed to go to this practice. And based on that video, there was lots of people in the stands.
There was a lot of people in these stands.
Yeah, and I'm like, wait a minute, I don't think the fans were allowed to go to these practices until Saturday. So, I did see the same clip. I can't verify whether that was an actual accurate clip or not.
Ben, looking to the Kevin O'Connor side of things, Kevin has really been given a lot of love. I mean, his name's popped up there with the McVays and the Shanahans. And last year it did seem like I saw a couple national media members start to say, well, wait a minute, what about this J.J. McCarthy thing here? Is there impatience growing with Minnesota fans given the early success they've had and now obviously what happened last year?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've always felt like we've had really talented football teams, and last couple of years drafts have not been great, so I think we've lacked some quality depth. But we're trying to make some changes in the offseason by bringing in Nolan Teasley from the Super Bowl champs with the Seahawks to see if we can figure that out in the front office. But even with that being said, B-Flow's had a great defense. We've seen iterations of KOC's offense when he's had a stable quarterback, and it is high-powered. They do score a lot of points. So we feel like collectively we've underachieved, and we haven't won a playoff game in 7 seasons. So it's been a long time to watch what we think is a pretty talented football team with really great coaches and amazing organization not do anything in the playoffs.
We're used to really good players getting frustrated here. See Myles Garrett, for instance. So I'm not trying to glass houses. But is there a time here where Justin Jefferson, who was once just easily perceived to be the best wide receiver in the game, he just 2 touchdowns last year. His yardage gets just over 1,000 from 1,500 the year prior. Is he getting frustrated? Is there any sense that he would maybe get unhappy with the quarterback situation, or maybe how his career is going after such a magnificent start and where it was headed?
It's hard to tell. I would say Justin Jefferson is one of the superstars in all of sports that does a phenomenal job of not really airing out any of his emotional laundry. Of course, when things are going good, he is high praises to people around him. He's very humble. When things are going bad, like he did a lot of times last year, never once did he voice any sort of major frustration. I mean, he'd be disappointed after some games of like, yeah, we just didn't do what we needed to do as a team. But he's never been about me. He's never been about I'm sure the human condition would tell you that, yes, there has to be some frustration. I know that they worked really hard at the end of the season, the last 2 games, to get him over that 1,000 yards, because I think it just means a lot to everybody involved. So I would imagine there's frustration, but guys, honestly, I've never really seen it out of him, and he does a really good job of bottling it up. So, we'll see. I'm sure that he's as excited to work with both these quarterbacks as anybody else on the field.
Ben, I think you guys in Minnesota have a good chance to surprise some people. I like the Kyler signing. I was a little jealous. I would have liked to watch Kyler play here, and I generally do not like miniature quarterbacks, but I've watched a lot of bad, big-sized quarterbacks. So good luck this season, man. We appreciate you giving us some time, and good luck with the YouTube channel.
Yeah, thanks you guys so much. Appreciate it. We're all looking forward to the training camp battles to begin, and I'll be excited to watch what you guys do as well. Good luck.
Good man. Ben Lieber there on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. If they played like the NFC South, I would be like, they'd just go ahead and pencil them into the division win there. Unfortunately, they play in the North, and that's a tougher road.
That's how you end up, last in the division last year? That's
being like a 10-win team. Yeah.
It's one of those things.
Great stuff with Ben. Great stuff with Rob. When we come back, in case you missed it.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costco.
prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Get your routine right during training camp. Listen to the pressers and hear from the players while you work. Baskin and Phelps. Weekday mornings starting at 10. 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of the show. Want to say a big thanks to our many guests today. Ashley Bastock at 4:20 today. Orange and Brown Talk Podcast, Cleveland.com. She joins us every single Wednesday. Usually it's at 3:20. That's going to be up in the air during camp because the schedule changes there. But today she joined us at 4:20. We had Joe Thomas, Hall of Fame. Remember him at 5:20. Strong stuff on the Browns and how the quarterbacks can kind of claim the team and claim the job. Also some meat talk at the end. Got a real Randy for people like myself. And again, HallOfFameFarms.com. Check that meat out. And Daryl Ryder at 6, Rob Long of The Fan in Baltimore at 6:20, and Ben Lieber at 6:30. If you guys missed a moment of the show, not only can you listen back to the entire thing on the Odyssey app using the free rewind feature, the whole thing's free, by the way, but you can also watch us back on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. And all 5 hours are up there, so you can watch us in real time. You can watch us after time. However, subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. And, of course, ring that bell, except you, Cornlito. Suck it, Cornlito. And, of course, like our videos. We like to be liked around here. Like the reels. Like the shorts. Like the full 5 hours as well. Before we go, we must first go here. It's time for, in case you missed it.
All right, the headline is going to come from the Dallas Cowboys website to give it a little bit more juice because it's the actual team site that is putting it out here, not like the Dallas Morning News or one of those other Dallas insider places. Jerry Jones, Cowboys willing to trade top pick for added firepower in 2026. You just typically don't see a team website having a whole write-up about how the owner believes if things don't look the way that he wants them to look in the upcoming couple days in training camp, he is willing to do everything in his power, include top assets being dealt, in order to try to make sure that 2026 goes differently than 2025.
You know what I love about this? It is typical Jerry Jones. Nothing is likely to happen, right? But it throws the Cowboys out there in the news, gets people talking about the Cowboys.
It's been a little bit since we talked about the Cowboys.
And then if, let's say something shakes free, because again, this is kind of Jerry going fishing.
Well, and he admitted, he said he spoke to another owner 24 hours ago.
Yeah.
They didn't say they talked about trades, but he did speak to another owner 24 hours ago.
And I just like the idea of, like, if something shakes free, yeah, sure, we'll make that trade. But even so, again, Cowboys fans eat this stuff up as they should. Like if Andrew Berry came out today and like, just so you know, we got some top picks available if we can find the right player. No one ever hates that kind of talk unless you're going to be like a 2-win team, which I don't think the Cowboys will be.
Yeah, but there is that idea of, Dak Prescott is obviously getting older. You got a lot that you have to pay off here. It's interesting how Schottenheimer's kind of worked in a weird way. I didn't see that one coming, if I'm being honest about it. But Jerry feels the pressure. And I don't know how much of this is just Micah Parsons and that deal, and he's still trying to maybe recoup everything from that. But he feels pressure in order to try to give Dak in that offense. It's a really good offense, a real chance.
Yeah, it's interesting. The Cowboys are – I've been pretty spot on with where I think the Cowboys are going to be the last couple of years. I don't really have a feel from this year. I don't. One, I think I'm a little shook by Brian Schottenheimer.
They could be all over the place.
By Schottenheimer being a better coach than I thought.
Yeah.
And two – Dak's getting to the point as a guy who's had serious injuries before. I know he was healthy last year. I know he's been healthy. At some point, you start to worry if those injuries start to pop up again. All right, I hopped on LinkedIn today.
Yeah.
Because I got enough emails like somebody commented on your stuff. Somebody commented on your stuff.
Okay.
And I hop on.
Do you just accept everyone on LinkedIn, by the way?
Yes.
I accept everyone, and Elise told me that's not what I'm supposed to do.
I'm the town bicycle.
Everyone gets a ride?
Everybody gets a ride.
I just assume LinkedIn, you just kind of, it just is what it is. It's a free-for-all.
Yeah.
I don't accept everyone on Facebook. I'm more lenient about it on Instagram.
Yeah.
But LinkedIn, I'll take anybody.
Listen, I'm a W. All right? I will prostitute myself. I think I made that very, very clear. And so I just like to be liked. I like to be followed. Not literally. Don't follow me literally. That could end poorly for you. I'm a large man. However, so I log on there. I didn't log on there. I opened up the website. You don't really log on. I never log out.
Yeah.
But they were telling everybody I just had my 4-year work-iversary.
Nice.
And I mean, I got all these people saying congratulations on 4 years. Although when LinkedIn says he just completed 4 years, it sure makes it seem like I just got fired. But I digress. They do it to everybody. And I gotta be honest with you. I wish we celebrated work-iversaries just a little bit more.
All right, did you get the same thing I get though, where it felt like I don't think there was a single person I knew that wished a happy work-iversary.
What do you mean?
So the messages, right? So you go to your messages, and it was a lot of people that I really didn't know because I accept everybody on there. But you could see the trail of every year, the same people saying the same happy. For me, it was 10 years this year, right? So it was like happy 10-year work-iversary, and then up above it is happy 9-year work-iversary, and then happy 8-year. And I kind of felt bad we didn't have any other correspondence, but they check in every year. I'll tell you that much.
I felt like I had a little bit of variance there, and
I felt like I had none.
I'll just be honest with you. I mean, the cluster did get some DQ today, so I'm not going to complain. But it'd be nice if it was like, hey Nick, Odyssey wants you to have a good day. Here's a $5 lotto ticket, right? Like something like that.
So like
the old Andy Roth.
I pulled up this guy just to show you an example of what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, that guy's been consistent.
So
Good
it's
for
like
him.
10 years, 9 years, 8 years, and then like the first one, it's like congrats on your work-iversary, and it's like every year I'm going to hear from this guy.
I'm a big
every
fan.
Year.
Big fan. Here's the other thing. Has anyone actually gotten a job because of LinkedIn?
Is it just volume shoot? Yeah. Elise tells me that world is, yes, that's it. Our world doesn't matter about LinkedIn, but her world, and that's a lot of plays happen on LinkedIn.
What's the play? Is this like Tinder
a lot of
for
recruiters reach out on LinkedIn is another area.
Well, but see, I always thought that when they're like, "Hey, come, we'd like you to come join our board."
I actually think that's how Elise got her last job. Was somebody on LinkedIn, a recruiter on LinkedIn, reached out and was like, "You're perfect for this job. Let's talk about it," and it reached and it hit everything she wanted, and so she talked about it.
So all the people that I've been ignoring, the messages that are like, hey, we've got a position on our board, we think you'd be perfect for it, let us know, let's talk. Those people have been legitimate. I always thought they were bots.
A board is different, and also our industry doesn't work the same as like 98% of people's industries.
I'm just letting you know, if somebody's got some extra money lying around, and I can keep this job, slide into those LinkedIn DMs.
No, LinkedIn is where all the moves happen on LinkedIn. There's a reason Fernando Mendoza kept updating it even as he was playing football. He's like, I got to make sure I'm on this.
Now, do they send you like you up? Is that what they do? Or like holla at your boy? Like what? Or is it like MySpace messages back in the my college years there?
No, LinkedIn sells itself on professionalism, Nick. Everything is perfectly curated and sounds very much like you're in a Teams meeting.
Well, yeah, that's not going to work for me because I'll just think you're a bot.
I know. That's why you're not getting on any boards anytime soon.
Man.
You see the never-ending conundrum you have here?
I'd like to be on a board. That sounds like a position of power that makes good money. Then in the end, somebody just tells me how to vote and I do it.
Well, most boards are just volunteer positions.
Yeah, well, I don't want
so
that.
You don't want those. Okay.
I've got enough things that take up my time for free.
Yeah.
And cost me a lot of money.
A board for a charity would be really nice.
It'd be very nice, but I accept Venmo. I do.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, I just want a position where I don't even dress up. I want to be the wacky board guy. I want to be
like
the guy
wild card?
Yeah, where you're like, hey, is this guy going to vote with me? And the answer is, for the right amount of money, yes.
No, I'm just taking bribes.
Oh, 100%.
Whoever wants to send me the highest offer, I'll vote for whatever you want.
This collar might be blue. I can flip it to white.
Yeah.
I'll do it for the right amount of money. Okay. Oh, no. What happened to my collar? I'll start talking. Let me see here. I'm going to vote no.
What?
There's a very nice envelope. I will vote yes.
What? Okay. That's funny.
You
Silly.
like it?
Yeah, I did like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah. Still is underrated, I think.
That's funny.
Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board.
Yes.
Big thanks to Jake Murrin. Big thanks to Mackenzie Flume, who did not come into the studio once today.
Not once.
Not once. You get
Thanks
the Q morning show.
for saying hi.
It's on Q, right?
Yes.
And you don't even come in here. I'm going to have to make a whole post about the
We might have to have a family meeting about this.
This is a family meeting.
Might have to.
Whole damn thing's out of order. All right, that's fun.
We had fun. Yeah. All right, enjoy your night.
It turns out a lot of breaking news. A lot of things to talk about. Make Nick Wilson very, very happy. All right, guys. See you tomorrow, too.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.